What's up? What's up? What's up? We're going to get the debates going here in a second. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria that I have listed here on the TikTok screen. Dean should be ending here in a second. He should be ending here in a second and then sending everyone over here. What's up, everyone joining in? How's everybody doing? Hopefully everyone's having a lovely day. Midlife Maddie, thank you so much for the membership subscription. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me make sure we got everything set up completely. I let the Instagram know he's live. Dean called you. I told him I'm live. Alrighty. What's good, everyone? Dean was calling you. I accepted the call, actually. Let's call him back. Yo, what's up? I accepted, but it must have declined it right away.
The breaking news updates are telling me that you're live?
Yep.
I gotta wait for you.
Alrighty, I'll see you soon.
See ya.
I texted him. He must not have got my text. Huh, interesting. I hope he did. What's good, everyone joining the stream? We're gonna start getting the debates here in a second. What's up, everyone joining in? The debates are coming up here in a second. Only send a guest request. Do meet that set of criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. What's up, everyone joining in from Dean's stream? How's everyone doing this lovely day? Let me get everything set up. I pretty much do. We're just going to start accepting people right away. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's go to the first person, everyone. Alrighty, do give it a second. I tried to accept someone and didn't accept them. Let me try. Alrighty. What's up, everyone from Dean's stream? Disgusting. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, can you be my friend? He's 19.
And does he support Donald Trump?
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he's right.
Okay. Alrighty.
What's up, Parker?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
And do you support Donald Trump?
To a degree, yes.
Like, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I would say if I had to, it was, no other choice.
Mm-hmm.
I would vote. I'd rather not vote anyone. With Kamala or Trump, I'd even vote. But I'd rather not vote anyone. But if I had to choose, it'd be Trump.
Okay. Why so?
I think he's just the better option.
And why is that?
There's lots of things I agree with him on, lots of ideas agree with him on. I think maybe mainly the ideas on what he was talking about.
Abortion. He doesn't like abortion.
Well, abortion, yeah. There's multiple things, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
But
I have a question.
Yeah.
Is that because of religion?
Yes, I am. It's not because of religion. I don't argue. I tend to argue religious, not from a religious standpoint, but I am religious, yes.
Okay. So you're arguing from a secular perspective. What's your secular argument for why you think abortion should be illegal?
I believe conception begins at birth. Life begins at conception. Sure.
Yeah, I agree that life begins at conception. But what about life beginning at conception means that you're going to grant personhood or value in the same sense as you do for the pregnant individual?
Sorry, repeat the question.
Yeah. Why would you say that the value that you see as the same as people and for the person who is pregnant, the same for the zygote? What about it makes it valuable under your view? Is it just the cellular life?
I would say as soon as that life is conceived, that they receive the same rights. It's like the same reason you wouldn't kill a newborn baby.
Okay. Can I ask you a question then?
Go ahead.
Okay. Do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that is brain dead?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
So you think everyone that's done that in the chat, they're a murderer and should go to prison?
The punishment depends on. Well, I think the punishment should vary. Are they a murderer? I would say so. Yes. Go to prison. You know, with the lot.
You don't think murderers should go to prison?
I don't think. Well, murderers. What I would define murder is the intent to kill. I think. Would you define it the same way?
I don't think that is just going to be like to kill anything. Like cellular organisms, I don't think we just care about in and of itself. I think that medical death is at the point of brain death. For some reason, you think that brain individuals should be kept on machines until they decompose. And that every single medical professional that has pulled the plug on an individual and that's been brain dead, you're saying that they've committed murder and that they should, some murderers shouldn't go to jail. So what should happen to them if they've committed murder? Some
murderers shouldn't go to jail.
Well, it sounds like your view, because that's what you're saying. You're saying that
it's like how I would like to use it in like a different perspective, right? So if a family member, so let's say with abortion, back to abortion, if the doctor aborts the baby, I consider that as murder and as wrong. And if the laws were adjusted to that, should the doctor go to prison or not for doing that medical practice? So,
but by the way, this is for brain death.
No, but you
practically no pro-life individual says this. Even just letting you know.
Well, you compared it to abortion. What's the connection between this and abortion?
Well, because you just said that what's valuable is cellular life. So, I mean, I guess if you were saying that, then that would be the case. But I don't think that what you value is just cellular life. So I think that you're going to be valuing some type of experience.
Some type of experience.
Yeah, some type of human experience.
So a person that's brain dead and their life depends on the plug, do you believe that so you don't believe they're a person at that point?
I believe that they have lost their person. Yeah, they're dead. Tracy, thank you for the galaxy.
You think they're dead?
Yeah, like when someone dies, they've lost their personhood. They're dead.
Yes.
Yeah, so
I would constitute dying as heart not beating.
What? I don't
say if someone's dead, so someone who is let's say, or let's just keep on using a brain dead example.
What about if someone gets a heart transplant and the heart's still beating, but in someone else's body? Are they still alive?
They still have their personhood, of course. Well, yeah. Wait, who's
alive in that scenario? Who's alive in that scenario? Because if the person who's getting the transplant, their original heart stopped. Are they dead?
Yeah.
And then the other person's alive because their heart is in another person. What does that mean? If it's the heart beating,
that's particular examples. With all these cases, I think it varies, honestly. But with abortion, if we just stick to that, and with the brain dead person, I wouldn't say that the person who's brain dead constitutes their personhood leaving their body and they're basically dead, but their heart's still beating, they're still medically alive. Because if they're dead, they would have a certificate of death,
Well, I think that, again, I don't think every dead person's had a certificate of death. Can you at least agree with that?
Of course not.
But I do think from a medical death perspective,
today, I'm saying today, if that person is dead, you said that person is dead. If they were actually dead,
yeah, we're saying medically dead.
Medically dead. So you're saying they would have a certificate of death.
I'm saying that it would make sense to give them a certificate of death, yes.
So you're saying, so why right now aren't they given a certificate of death when they're declared brain dead?
I mean, I don't, maybe they are. I'm not quite sure. That should just be a legal thing. That's why are you granted rights until you're born then? How come you aren't granted rights at conception?
Wait, sorry?
How come you aren't granted personhood at conception under the law?
Why? Wait, sorry.
How come you're not granted personhood at conception under the law?
Why aren't you? Yeah, exactly. It's the same type of thing. So we're arguing the point that you're saying it should. So you're saying once you're brain dead, you should be given a certificate of death. Same thing with abortion.
And you're saying once you are at conception, you should get all these different rights, right? Like for example, can you do SNAP for the zygote?
Can do SNAP
and the embryo? Can that apply as another child, so that you can increase the amount you can get for SNAP?
Oh, you're talking about SNAP benefits?
Yeah, like for example, like should you be able to take out benefits? What about child support?
On the unborn child?
Yeah.
I'm not too familiar with SNAP, so I don't know.
Like, should you be able to qualify for getting more benefits?
What are the qualifications already?
I don't need to tell you all the qualifications. I'm just asking you under your own view.
I'm just asking for a basic. Like, what is the qualifications?
Well, are you asking about like work requirements, income requirements? Which ones? There's a few different set of requirements.
In this situation, when would someone gain SNAP benefits?
Well, after they're born. Like, you would be able to qualify for another child after they're born. Does that make sense? Like, when you're talking about you have a family that you're taking care of, you can change, again, depending on the amount of children that you have, you're going to have more or less needs, right, in terms of money to be able to get access to the groceries that you need. Okay, so like if you have more children, you get more money. Now, the question I would say is that can you start getting more money at conception? Because they qualify as a person.
I would say so, yeah. Why not?
At conception?
I would say so.
Okay.
At conception.
Okay, so are you going to give certificate of conception?
A certificate of conception?
Yeah, because we have certificate of birth. Do you think that there should be certificates of conception?
Of the life beginning.
COC, well, what?
Well, there's a certificate of birth. But to say, okay, of course you know what birth is. It's just like when they're out of the mother's womb, right? Do we agree on that?
Wait, repeat what you just said?
What's your definition of birth?
Birth?
Yes.
Why are you asking me what the definition of birth is?
Because you said, should they be given a certificate of life at conception? But why? What's the argument behind that?
What's the argument behind? Well,
I'm saying with the brain dead case.
Well, again, you understand that that's to grant rights for them, like from a legal statute. Again, the point we're saying is that just because there's a current legal statute right now, doesn't necessarily mean that current legal statute is how you think everything should be. So when you were asking the question, well, why is the law different from the way that you view things, morally speaking, right? That's not a question that's relevant to my point. The point I'm at least trying to demonstrate from a moral perspective is you don't see it to be murder to pull the plug on an individual in a family that's brain dead. Well, you did, and that's a whole separate question we can talk about. Do you think IVF should be banned? In vitro fertilization.
I do know what that is. The thing is about the abortion topic. Wait, why do you support Trump? This is not even about. Okay, but with the.
Well, I would say a lot of people do bring this up if they're like really hardcore into things. Like, this is the reason why they support Trump. If it's not your reason why you support Trump, we can talk about other things. But like, I mean, it's still important that you change your mind on this, because like you can say that abortion is wrong while simultaneously saying that it should be legal as well. Like, that's a view you can hold as well.
With my view on abortion, I would say abortion is wrong because I think conception begins at, I keep on saying the opposite. Life begins at conception. And you're asking, should then they receive rights at that time of conception and be granted things like SNAP benefits and
like other sorts of benefits. Like Social Security number assigned for zygotes.
So maybe I'm wrong about this, but do you not only start receiving those benefits once the baby is actually born?
Well, yeah.
Because I think they can have life and they start receiving these benefits and stuff once the baby is born.
Yeah. So is that how you think it should be?
I still think the regular. Oh, is that how it should be? Yeah, I would say so. But I think the regular basic human right is assigned at birth. Like, once you're a human, you have rights. And those rights vary, yes. So I think it's almost the same thing as drinking alcohol, for example. If you're underage, you illegally can drink, but you're not allowed to drink. But once you reach 21, you can buy alcohol you want. It's like a right, a given right.
Yeah, I'm confused the comparison.
Well, at birth and compared to conception, you can be giving human rights. So murder, for example, the rights given to that baby protects the baby against murder, right? And stuff like that. But let's say once the baby is born, they now receive more, or in that case, it would be the mother receiving SNAP, but the family now qualifies for SNAP. Now the baby can have a social, and then you can have all these things, right? So I was comparing it to when you're 18 or under 18 and 21. Before you're 21, you can't do all these things. You don't receive all these things, or you at least shouldn't. And then once you turn 21, you're able to do all these things. For example, drink.
Okay. I guess I'm still a little bit confused where you're going with that, but I can ask you, like, I'll try to bring us back to the whole point about IVF, in vitro fertilization. Well, through that process, they discard many zygotes and embryos as a part of the process, which you would consider people.
Yeah.
In that context, would you say that it should be banned?
Honestly, with IVF, the thing about all these different things, I don't know enough about IVS or all these things in general. Honestly, could we switch it to a different topic about Trump? Because abortion is a hard one for me.
Okay.
Actually, what were you even arguing about before this?
What was I with the last person,
or anything you want to argue with?
Yeah. Is there anything Trump could do?
Why do you support Trump? I mean, why don't you support Trump? What do you?
How about this? Is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
A lot of things.
Okay. Such as?
I would say one as kill someone. Trump is a murderer. Shit. That's pretty bad. Trump could rape someone. They already accused him of rape, but if
he was held liable for forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will.
Yes.
Is that enough? Like a unanimous decision of 9 people on a jury indicating that he did this?
Did he do it?
I believe so.
You believe so? Well,
yeah, and I think that the civil court indicates so. I think there's 26 plus people that have accused Donald Trump of sexual misconduct. You would have to believe that if he is not done these things, that every single one of them are lying.
With things like this, I would say Trump is not the best president. I could agree on that he's not the greatest choice, but I believe between Kamala and Trump, that Trump was the better decision. Why?
Why?
I think Trump had more, I would say, at least in commonsensical standpoints.
Such as?
Well, this may be what's a really big thing? I would say when Trump defined, I think men and women's sports was pretty wrong. Would you agree?
Well, I don't think that I think that trans women are women. And I think that the idea that we're referencing here is after multiple years of HRT, that there's particularly no unfair biological advantages that would make it so that people shouldn't be allowed to play. But this is such a non-issue. I doubt you could be able to mention any trans women that are dominating women's sports.
Any trans women that are dominating women's sports?
Yeah.
I probably couldn't mention that. I've seen probably a couple cases, but
But like again, this
you
isn't
believe the
something
trades-
that's like
you
so
believe the
prominent
trades-
that you need to address. And secondly, I just want to address this that I have a question. If Donald Trump bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, would you specifically support him for president still?
No. Well,
No? Well, he did. He bragged about walking to the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without consent. And an 18-year-old came out, so there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms, so Donald Trump would barge in. I can literally play the audio of Donald Trump bragging about this. Do you want to hear it?
Yes, please.
I got you. Oh, hold up. That's him saying his daughter is voluptuous. 1 second.
We say hello with the vagina. And
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell
Well,
me
I'll
what-
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
One thing I can't say about Trump, he's funny. But the thing is...
Do you think that's funny?
Well, he brings up such... He says things, but I just don't think there's like... I don't think he just means it in that way. You know what I'm saying?
What do you mean? What
when he
way
says
does he
that,
mean it in
like,
this context?
I couldn't tell you because that's only a short clip. But you know what I compare it to? I compare it to something like the Black Pilot example. When Charlie Kirk said, if a black person was driving, I hope he's qualified. Shit like that.
Yeah.
You know,
well, I mean, my point on that is that he literally, is not acknowledging that you have to meet certain qualifications to be a pilot. You have to have a pilot's license, right? In order to get on commercial pilots in the first place, you have to meet a certain set of qualifications or standards. So the idea that the average particular person who's black driving a pilot or driving as a pilot is going to be unqualified to be in the position to drive the commercial plane is obviously absurd to me.
But when you watch the full interview and watch in what context he was actually talking about, I don't think that's at all the point he was trying to get at.
I did, and he was. I think he absolutely was. He stood on that multiple times too.
He stood up. Well, whenever it got brought up back to him, I would say that he clarified in the point that he's not attacking the color, or actually it's in terms of the color, but from what I've seen is that he was talking about that a specific company, I forget what situation he was talking about, but that there was a company that came out and said they're going to hire X amount of black people, right? And he thinks that someone should get hired based off of mainly merit rather than their skin color. And that if there's
a few things I have with that. I think that again, in this context, this is about interview polls to expand people's access to these particular positions. Yes. Again, in order to be able to have a pilot's license, you have to meet a certain qualification set by the law, not set by the individual businesses.
I agree.
To say that they're unqualified doesn't make sense.
I don't think he was saying that they're unqualified, but I think
that's what his claim was.
He
said, "Boy, I hope they're qualified," assuming that, like, again, in this situation, that they are likely to not be qualified.
Well, if you play the full clip, I just don't think he was saying that. I think he's talking more to the point that.
Also, I don't even know why you brought this up. I'm confused with the comparison.
We were talking about Trump. Because I said it was funny. Well, I don't mean like what he said was funny. Of course, that's a horrible thing.
Yeah, so like let me just establish this real quick. Donald Trump bragged about walking into the changing rooms of women he said have no clothes on.
Insane. That's insane.
Right, and getting away with it.
You playing that clip, it does change my view on him. I don't think Donald Trump is the best person, of course. Like I stated before, I don't think he's the best choice for a president. Honestly, he's on the lower side. But I think between Kamala And Trump, he was the
So
better
what's so much
choice.
worse about Kamala Harris than Donald Trump bragging about sexual exploitation, being held civilly liable of sexual abuse, right, and all the other things I can mention? I have so many other things I can mention that are straight up disqualifying points over and over and over again. I can tell you them. I just don't want to overload you right now.
I think Trump as a person, right? He's a very stern, he's very like, in the example with him going to other countries and even going to the dictator. Some people disagree with him being friends with Kim Jong. I don't think he's friends with Kim Jong-un, but like him even doing that act, I think he's very brave in some senses. And
we got nothing out of it.
Got nothing.
Purely
out of it.
symbolic.
Yeah, but I think he holds the strength of America very well.
How so?
Not what he's done. I'm more so looking like when you guys talk about Trump. Well, not even him even saying himself that he peeped at underage women. Of course, that's crazy. Him doing all these different things. Of course, that's crazy. But like, would you say not going to a country where it's assumed to be even a threat to even go there? You're endangering your life. Him going to that country, meeting with their leader, and talking peace trades, doing whatever, blah, 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 overseas, is that not a strong representation of America?
Not really.
You wouldn't say so? Why not?
No.
Why not?
I just don't really see it to be indicative of like Trump doing anything strong or brave. What were they going to do? If they killed Trump, that like causes a war.
So, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
What about Kamala do you think would have been specifically better than Trump? About? Like,
What about Kamala would be better? Oh, yeah, plenty of things. Tax policy. She wanted to give tax cuts for working class Americans and for...
What about Kamala? About? Like,
what about income earners under $400,000? Also wanted to expand the child tax credit to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, a $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket for everyone, $35 cap on insulin. She would invest in renewable energy production and address climate change. I can give plenty of other points as well.
Well, obviously, all those are great things, but you don't think Trump is working to improve the medical system as it is?
What was his plan? He said his plan was concepts of a plan, and he's talked about recently just saying people should just look to buy their health insurance. That's not a policy. That's not a plan. That's not even a concept of a plan.
Yeah.
That's saying he all he's doing as president. He's like, you guys figure it out. What? You're the president. Hello? Aren't you supposed to be the one doing something with a plan? But he's like, nope, you guys just figure it out. You know, Vance on the campaign trail said for childcare that their policy was to get grandma and grandpa to help out. What?
So
that's not a policy. That's not a plan.
I would say then,
Moira, think of the gem gun.
Kamala.
You could say Harris as well.
Miss Harris, yes. First, or almost first lady. Or no, she would have been the first lady. She would have been president. But still, her as a person, right? When I saw what actually threw me off a bit about her is when I saw her campaigns, right? And I have nothing wrong with the woman president. There's nothing. I don't see, that was never a problem. It's the fact that I saw Meg Thee Stallion in a campaign. What does Meg Thee Stallion have to do with anything about...
You're willing to overlook Trump being a guy who's assaulted women and sexually exploited them and walked in the changing rooms of, like he sexualized his daughter. You're willing to overlook all of those things because
I'm not overlooking
Kamala Harris had Meg Thee Stallion perform. Trump went on Aiden Ross.
Okay, what's wrong with Aiden Ross?
What do you mean? What's wrong with Aiden Ross?
Is Aiden Ross a bad person?
Yes, genuinely, I would. Yes, he's so dumb that he's bad. Like genuinely, he platforms Nick Fuentes all the time. You know how many right? You know, yes.
You know the funny thing about Nick
who's
Fuentes,
literally a white supremacist.
You know, you can't argue against that. That guy's kind of
Yeah.
crazy.
So then why is Aiden Ross literally trying to platform him constantly?
You know, I don't think he's trying to platform it. Like,
What do you mean you don't think he's trying to platform him? What are you talking about? Have you ever seen Aiden Ross on his stream?
I've seen Aiden Ross, but
He has him on all the time.
He's with a bunch of people. He's more so associating with people that that people who want to collab with them. I think.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Aiden Ross is, go ahead.
Yeah, Aiden Ross. Who in politics does Aiden Ross engage with?
Trump, Kanye. I think Kanye.
Self-described himself as a Nazi.
Kanye, he's bugging, but still, he's associated with. I think these are just people who.
Who else? I'm waiting.
With.
Who else? Nick Fuentes? Tell me, why does he need to associate with Nick Fuentes?
There's a lot of hype around the name. You know, I think it's more of a clout chase than.
Okay, so you see how he's willing to do, because he's so dumb and he's willing to do anything for money. He's willing to support someone who's literally
so just
insane.
Because he's dumb, that makes him a bad person.
Well, it's not just because he's dumb.
So what
it gets
done so bad?
Well, I just explained.
You just said because he's platforming.
Yes, I think that is indicative of him being totally okay with shifting his young audience towards literally white supremacist ideology.
Like if you
and I'm not even using this in like a I'm applying it to everyone. This is Nick Fuentes. We know that he's a white supremacist.
Yes, you know I could get behind you on that one. He's kind of crazy, but platforming him doing these things, you know, he's not he is providing the audience for this, but that
he's providing like 70,000 viewers concurrently to him.
But it doesn't necessarily make him a bad person, because who's to say he supports this stuff just because he platforms these people?
Well, I think that, I mean, it's pretty easy to figure out that Nick Fuentes has crazy views. I don't think he's so stupid that he can't figure that out. But I do think he's very stupid.
So I would like to ask you a question. I just had an argument about this with my friends, and now I think I've seen your argument on this, but do you think morality is subjective or objective? Is there a moral right or wrong, or it depends?
I believe there is moral right and moral wrong, and I also do believe that morality is subjective. I think the distinction on subjective and objective morality is essentially pointless for most people.
Sorry, repeat that last line.
I think the distinction between subjective and objective morality from a philosophical standpoint is essentially pointless for most people.
It's pointless for most people.
It's pointless.
In what way?
In what way? Because, again, we whether or not you could determine something's right or wrong is independent of whether or not morality is objective or subjective. Objective just means true independent of a stance, and subjective just means true dependent upon a stance.
Yes. So you don't think that throughout society there's distinct right or wrongs, no matter what opinions are associated with that specific thing?
Repeat that?
For example, murder. Like, do you think there's a distinct right or wrong about murder, no matter about how people feel about it?
I think it's dependent on my perspective. My position is that it's wrong. And again, murder by definition is considered unjustified termination.
Yes,
so I just want to clarify, so technically, you could say from an objective standpoint, but I'm understanding past what that means. So I know that's not what you're trying to refer to.
You know, with my problem with that is that when you say it's subjective, I would say you can then support, atrocities that have been committed,
Stop. No, that's ridiculous. This is so ridiculous.
If it's how?
Because I don't hold that perspective. I'm not going to just hold that perspective because my view on morality is subjective. Again, this is just whether or not the truth is dependent or independent of a stance. This doesn't change your perspective on the matter. I don't see how this is relevant. Again, even if God is true, even if God exists, by the way, morality is dependent upon God, right?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, so that means it's subjective.
That means it's subjective.
Yes,
Because
because it's true dependent on God's stance. That's subjective.
Well, God, if he's the ultimate decider, how would that mean?
Well, you're considering him the ultimate decider. Couldn't I just consider myself the ultimate decider? My own perspective is that I am the ultimate decider of morality.
You just said if God is the ultimate decider of morality, that it'd be subjective. But if he's the person who determines whether it's right or wrong, how would it?
Yeah,
be
I'm the
subjective?
person who determines whether it's right or wrong.
Okay, then you determine whether it's right or wrong for everyone else.
Well,
If it's
from my own
objective.
perspective, yeah.
So, if you determine it,
Yeah.
then it's objective. If only you and you determine it.
If you think that means it's objective, go ahead and think that.
You don't think that?
No,
wait,
because that doesn't make any sense. If it's
How?
true dependent on my stance, then that's subjective.
if it's true depending on your stance, that means it's subjective.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree, but if your stance is the only stance and everyone follows that, how does that make it subjective?
It's technically not the only stance. There are other stances. And if
Exactly,
God's
which
stance
I agree.
exists, but there are also other stances. I still have my stance.
Just because everyone has a stance on something doesn't necessarily mean it's objective.
Okay, so if you could just say that, if I could just say my position is objective, will that get you to stop asking this question?
Well,
Well, seriously, will it get you to stop, dude?
I'm more on the point
Because,
that
like,
you're
no,
saying
genuinely,
that-
I think it's a meaningless distinction.
Is it?
Yeah, it's incredibly meaningless.
It holds meaning. How? Because you're saying just because you have a standpoint on
Because
the
it doesn't
truth,
change
that
whether or not I
subjective.
view a specific thing to be wrong or right. All that's dependent is what your perspective is on the matter for your own position, especially if you're having a conversation or a dialogue.
Sorry, say that last part.
Yeah, if we're having a conversation or a dialogue, all it depends on
Yeah.
is like us two having two different positions and then talking about why we hold those positions.
Yes.
Right.
I agree.
Okay?
Yes, I believe.
Whether or not we believe that
they-
morality is true dependent on a stance or independent of a stance is just
Oh, that's why you're saying
has
that
nothing to
the
do
point
with
is
what our positions on morality are.
So
That's a
then-
position of where the truth of morality comes from. It's a totally separate question.
Okay, that's perfectly fine. Well, yeah, I could get behind that. But
Okay.
then
Well,
bring.
I have a question though. With the things that I brought up about Donald Trump, are those good enough reasons to say you wouldn't support him anymore?
Wouldn't support him.
Yes.
Well, no, I'm gonna always support the president to do good.
Okay, so you
Because,
supported
know, the
Biden?
president- of course, support every
Okay.
president that comes into office.
Okay, so if you existed in Nazi Germany, would you have supported the leader of their country?
To do good. That was my statement. To do good. So would I support Hitler? I don't think killing the Jews is right. So of course I wouldn't support that.
Okay, so you know what I mean by support then. I don't know why you're just
Support
like trying to
that. When you
change the
say
meaning of
support, you're
support. Like when I'm asking you why
support him
do you
for
support Trump, I'm asking you if like you would want to vote for him, if you would like the guy, things like that.
So Trump is already president, right? Why do you support Trump is completely, I think that question is just irrelevant to the situation. I think
It's not. It's to get you to realize that in retrospect you made the wrong decision to then change
Okay.
your reflection process for future upcoming elections. When the next nominee
Yes.
comes up, it's going to be why do you support that nominee? But as of right now, right, this is the best way to get people to reflect on their certain political positions to see whether or not they would support candidates that have such horrible qualities as Donald Trump. And uniquely, Donald Trump has horrible qualities, and we should be able to realize from both sides of the aisle that's someone you shouldn't support. But like you can still be a Republican and just realize that people like Donald Trump should be disqualified from who you should
I
even
agree.
take into consideration if we'd want to be your president. He's so underqualified. He's really stupid. He's an incredibly hateful bigot, right? He makes this country a worse place economically speaking. He has terrible economic policy. He has incredibly bad character, has done atrocious things. He tried to coup the country in 2020.
so.
Like, he still denies the election results to this day. He makes up rampant conspiracy theories that get people to believe crazy, insane things.
So with this, Parker, honestly, with Trump as he stands now, of course I don't support. If everything you say to be true, I need to fact check most of this because I'm not as familiar on topics. Well, I'm familiar, but not to the extent you are of what Trump has done. Yes, things like the women looking at underage girls in the bathroom, the rape, all these things. I feel taken aback when I hear things like this. Of course, I don't support things like that, as I think every human would. We can differ on topics like abortion, stuff like that. But with what we both see that murder's wrong. We both agree that
the president giving out death threats to like their political opponents,
exactly,
that'd be disqualifying.
Exactly. These are all terrible things, of course.
Yeah, and Trump's done that.
So I would just say that, of course, I don't support things like that, but then why would you not then encourage him to do better? In what way? So if Kamala was president, right?
Kamala, yeah.
Fuck her name. Whoever, if she was president.
Harris. It's Harris.
Miss Harris. If she was president, right? I think in the same way, Republicans, even with Sleepy Joe, this guy did almost like when I would see Joe, I would just think of like weak, right? I supported Joe, you know, he was a good guy to me, but I think we all at the end of the day have the intent to do the right thing. I don't think Trump is inherently the most evil, disgusting. Some of the things he's done is disgusting, of course, but I don't think he's the most evil, disgusting.
At what point, what could he do to make you think that he is the most evil, disgusting presidential candidate that you have?
To see concrete, well, you know, that...
What's concrete proof to you?
That interview, that's something like concrete proof. But
yeah, that's like him admitting it himself, right?
No, yeah, I'll just have to look deeper into that because it's the same. That's why I brought up Kirk. It's the same type.
Here's my question, though. What deeper do you need to look into it? You heard him blatantly say it himself.
But I heard the same thing with Kirk saying the stuff about the black pilot until I watched the actual full video, and then it changed my standpoint completely.
There's nothing more in that video that will change your mind, I promise you.
Well, I'm going to decide that for myself. But still, at the end of the day...
Then I'd recommend to go look that up. Maybe that will change your mind.
No, of course. I'm going to go look it up right after this. But at the end of the day, is supporting him wrong? So to support someone, do you have to support every single idea they have? His stance on immigration, I think that's terrible. You know, I've seen even a couple of my friends are at threat to immigration and being deported. They're good people, right?
That a vice president has done in U.S. And that, yes.
Man, oh man. See, on this topic, yeah.
He quite literally did not abide by unlawful orders. He quite literally did not abide by unlawful orders. He upheld the Constitution. When people ask, what unlawful order? I think Mike Pence knows.
Shifting my standpoint a little bit, Parker, I'd say. I honestly, yeah, I don't, you shifted me to the I don't know. I have to do my research on Kamala, honestly.
Okay. Definitely make sure to look up Kamala.
Or Kamala, fuck. But I would leave it at that. Since both of these people, I don't believe Miss Harris was the better decision than Trump for the reasons I've stated. I would still say that since Trump is president, of course you don't have to support everything he agrees upon, but I mean everything he tries to do. But there's the little things that he tries to do. I think
if everything I said was true, would that be reason to not support Trump and to rather support Harris?
Of course.
Okay. So then you'll do research and you'll figure out what I have been saying is true. Therefore, you will then support Harris, correct?
Yes. If that's true, yes.
Alrighty. All right, I appreciate you coming up then.
Wait. That beautiful man you see in the profile picture, I voted for Kamala. That was my friend talking, okay?
Of course. I appreciate you, man, as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. I hope he does the research. It looks like we have him on the right path there. When he does the research, it will change his mind. That sounds great. I do have some people to thank as well, by the way. Let's make sure to get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. He definitely was open-minded. It looks like when he does the research, he will change his mind. Michelle, thank you so much for the $5. Merry Christmas. Of course, I definitely will. Thank you very much. Merry Christmas. Jack, Christmas as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Ali, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'll make sure to look. Angel, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it on PayPal. Thank you so much, Angel. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Libby with the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. True. That's very true. Morgan, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it as well. Thank you. Taylor, thank you for the $50. I really appreciate it. Some W's for Taylor in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Taylor. That's very kind of you. Thank you so much, Taylor. W's for Taylor in the comment section right now. Thank you. As well as Nahal, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $1. Sarah, thank you so much for the $5. Brody, thank you so much for the $1. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. I think I'm fully caught up on Venmo and PayPal. I do have some people to thank on YouTube as well, though. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
2007.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for 2007, what month were you born?
February.
February, wouldn't you be 18?
No.
Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Thank you for the sparklers. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria, again, listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate, make sure to send a guest request. Marianne, thank you so much for the push to the galaxy. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You guys so cute.
Kenny, thank you so much for the push to the galaxy. Thank you. They have 1 million different accounts. That kid has like 1 million different accounts that they join up on the line, but it's always a different account. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's up? I'm 18. May 10th, 2007. Then I want to debate you.
Okay. And do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I would say I support Donald Trump, but please excuse me. I'm very nervous talking in front of 6,000 people.
Okay. Alrighty. And just to clarify, when do you graduate high school?
When did I graduate high school?
Yeah.
I graduated, from the 24-25 year.
Yeah, and how old were you when you graduated?
When I graduated, I was still 18 because I ended in June.
Wait, and you said you were born in what month?
May.
And if you were done in June... Okay.
Yeah, like barely 18, but yeah, still 18. So.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I kind of feel like you're wrong. Or not wrong, but lying. I apologize if I'm wrong. I very much apologize. But, I feel like if I think so, I'm like, I gotta trust it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
35.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Bluetooth disconnect.
Are you driving, by the way?
Nah, my wife is.
Okay, for sure then. And you support Donald Trump? Alrighty, I have a few people to thank real quick. I'm going to mute you quick because there's a little bit of background noise. I'll unmute you as soon as I'm done thanking people. I do apologize. I got to do this. I got to catch up. I'm about 15 minutes into the live and I haven't caught up quite real quick. I do have a few people to thank. Thomas, thank you so much, by the way. Thank you for the $13. Really appreciate it on PayPal. Thank you. Merry Christmas to you as well. Ken, thank you so much. I really appreciate the galaxy. Thank you. Give me some W's for them in the comment section. I have some people to thank on YouTube as well. Everyone, if you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal. Actually, my Cash App's still down. So Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. I am actually way behind. Holy everyone. Wow, Parker, you're really far behind. Oh my gosh. Parker, holy, what are you doing? Oh my God. Wait. Oh, I was up super late last night, so I don't know which. Oh, I gotta check the other. Sorry, I was up late last night. I was seeing things from 21, and I was so confused. Okay. I thought I was so far behind. I was like, oh no, dude. By the way, Midlife Maddie, thank you so much for the $5, and Feisty, thank you for the $5. Dylan, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Of course, thank you so much. I'm glad that we can. Shark, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Thank you. Tony, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's really crazy. I absolutely agree. Any Democrat that does not want to impeach Trump is definitely someone I disagree with. Kelsey, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Stella, thank you so much for the $20. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I totally get you. Thank you so much, Stella. Can we get some W's for Stella in the comment section right now? Queen Ida, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Oh, absolutely. 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 Thank you so much, Queen Ida. I really appreciate it. News, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. 80, thank you so much. Really appreciate the membership subscription. Xander with the $50. Thank you so much. Merry Christmas to you as well. Merry Christmas to you. Thank you so much, Xander. Can we get some W's for Xander in the comment section right now? Thank you. Thank you. Deb, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, honestly, I should ask that question. Adipus, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Little Lita, thank you so much for the $2 and for the membership subscription. Pal, thank you so much for the $2. Kelsey, thank you for the membership subscription and the $10. Thank you so much. As well as Meta, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Thank you so much. Anthony, thank you for the $100. Put some W's for Anthony in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for Anthony in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Anthony. And then Majan, thank you so much for the purchase of the $10 as well. Thank you. Can we get some W's for all of them in the comment section? If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. It helps get it out to more people, everyone. I'd really appreciate it. Alrighty. I am totally caught up. So why do you support Donald Trump? If you had to unmute your microphone real quick, I sent you an invite.
I just felt like he was a better choice than Kamala Harris.
For sure. And why do you think that?
Yeah. Really on a moral reason.
Okay. What moral reason?
And I feel like Republicans are more grounded. Republicans and Trump are more grounded in reality than Democrats and liberals.
And what makes you think that?
Well, I mean, there's several different things. When you advocate for biological men to participate in women's sports, when you advocate for biological men to go into women's prisons, when you advocate for biological men to go into restroom and locker rooms with women, and I know what you're going to say, the locker rooms with Trump and beauty pageants and etc. There's actually no evidence of that.
No evidence?
Well, he said,
really? There's no evidence?
You can say he said it.
So he bragged about it himself.
Also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. Right. I want to make sure that
you're like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like...
Not only just that, but an 18-year-old came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms when Donald Trump would barge in. Right. So...
Right.
If you do care about that, would you also say that you wouldn't support Donald Trump?
Explain something to you. Maybe you don't know this, and I see you bring this topic up with everybody you debate. Like literally, it's one of your favorite talking points about Eugene Carroll and forcibly penetrating. Did you actually?
That's a separate point.
About that? But do you know anything about that trial?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know anything about it? Do you know she couldn't even remember some key important things? Did you know that?
Such as?
Something about the year the dress was made that she was wearing.
It was the dress. The dress was from prior. It was made in the 80s.
All right, let me ask you this. Let's use a little common sense here. If Donald Trump, and let's not even use Donald Trump. Let's use name any celebrity you want to, Parker. Name a celebrity.
Dean Withers.
You can even do it as someone as small as him. But let's name somebody bigger than Dean Withers.
Okay.
And he's not a celebrity in my book, but he may be yours. But anyways, go ahead and name a celebrity.
He's not a celebrity in your book? What's a celebrity?
All right, name a celebrity.
What's a celebrity? Come on.
I'm fixing to make my point here. If you name a celebrity. Oprah.
Sure.
Is Oprah fine with you?
Yeah, what's wrong?
Oprah walked into a crowded mall. How would that scene be? What do you think? You think she would be able to sneak off into a dressing room and force herself on somebody?
I think that this is a ridiculous comparison. One, Oprah is definitely more well known than Donald Trump. Right. Secondly, Donald Trump at that particular time especially, right, what you're not acknowledging is that the people who worked at Bergdorf Goodman, they actually indicated that particular floor would be completely empty at that particular time, right? It's very likely for it to be that way, for the floor that they were on to be entirely empty. It was a super high-end store across the street from Trump Tower.
Just that one particular floor would be empty. Totally empty. That one floor, totally empty. That's why I say sometimes you have to use common sense, Parker. And that's things liberals lack, is common sense.
I don't think I lack common sense. I think that if anything here, it would be or Donald Trump.
You're smart. You're very, very smart. I'll give that to you. You're smart, but you lack common sense.
Such as? Because I just addressed all the points you brought up. Could you name one piece of evidence in the case that you actually dispute?
All right. What about whenever she was on, what was it, Anderson Cooper?
That's not a piece of evidence in the case. And also, I watched the Anderson Cooper interview. I know what you're about to bring up, and this is a complete fabrication of what she said.
What?
Watch it.
What?
Go for it. Say what you're going to say. Watch.
No, you tell me what she said. Because maybe we're talking about two different things. You tell me what she said. And you said it was a misfabrication.
Yeah, I bet you're going to bring up the point where you think that she said grape is sexy. She didn't. She was saying that other people think that, and that's a bad thing that reinforces grape culture.
You didn't say that?
You see what I mean? I knew exactly what you were going to say.
You 100% did say that.
You see what I mean? No, you want to bet on this too?
She said most people look at grape as being sexy.
Yeah.
They had to.
Yeah, that's exactly what I just said.
She kept saying it.
Yeah, she was talking about how other people do, and she thinks it's a bad thing that reinforces grape culture.
Okay, well, play the clip.
I've already done this a million times on the stream. I'd rather not.
From a victim, do you think that's like she's laughing about it? You think?
What? I don't know. She wasn't laughing.
Yes, maybe you need to watch the.
I did. I don't know where you got that.
She was laughing and carrying on. She laughed about it. In other interviews, she joked about it.
She joked about what? I mean, what did she joke about?
The situation with her and Trump.
What did she say? And what was she laughing at? And by the way, even if she did do that, that's not a reason to indicate that she wasn't assaulted.
If you say so. But there's no evidence pointing that they didn't have enough evidence to criminally charge him.
So he was held liable in a civil court, and that's because a statute of limitations prevented him from being held criminally responsible in a criminal court, not because of the lack of evidence, but because of the statute of limitations. So what you're not understanding is how statute of limitations operate. You thought it was because of evidence that it wasn't in a criminal court.
I know.
But by the way, do you accept Donald Trump's criminal conviction for 34 felonies?
No, I do not.
You don't? So then, again, even if there is a criminal conviction, you still say it's bullshit.
What was he convicted for? 34 times. What was he convicted of?
Falsification
34.
of business records in the first degree, which is a Class C felony in the state of New York because of a predicate crime.
He done that 34 times?
Yeah, that's the 34 counts.
What was he falsifying?
Business records.
All right, what business records?
What do you mean? What business? He was falsifying business records for one of his businesses in order to be able to hide payments that he made in terms of hush money payments to Stormy Daniels.
That's one.
But it's the same count 34 times.
You realize that makes no sense, right? Even you should know that.
It does make sense.
All right, that's one charge.
No, it's 34 counts.
That's one charge.
No, it's 34 counts.
How can you have 34 counts for one? Let's just say
maybe you should do research into it.
Well, maybe you should because you're wrong.
I told you already.
And this is why Alvin Bragg ran on convicting Donald Trump. You had
so to clarify,
the jury was 80% Biden voters. Of course, he was going to get convicted. Of course.
So what do you mean? You said it was a Biden jury? No, it wasn't.
Yes.
This was a jury helped selected by his own lawyers. It was in a criminal court. So even beyond a reasonable doubt, and with a criminal court, you're like, these were Biden jurors. These were Biden jurors. There's no way that it was actually a legitimate determination. It was Biden jurors. So even if it was a criminal, even if it was a criminal conviction for Donald Trump sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll, even if it were a criminal court, right, determining that Donald Trump sexually abused E. Jean Carroll, you'd still say it was just like some sort of political lawfare anyway.
The fact that you can't see that shows me you have no common sense at all. And the fact
I lack common sense.
I asked you a question. Do you
What's
think
your question?
Donald Trump, on the same case, the same evidence, everything the same, do you think he would have been convicted in the state of Alabama or Mississippi?
Yes.
Or 100% wrong?
What makes you think that?
Let's just take a city in Mississippi for account. In Biloxi, Mississippi, if they would have held that trial, where in Biloxi, Mississippi, it is 100% red, majority red, let's put it that way, he would not have been convicted at all.
Okay, so are you saying that Republicans are biased then? Because if not, then they would have been making the same determination.
It's not about being biased, Parker. It is the fact that they held the trial after they tried to change the venue. They held the trial in New York.
Yeah, because that's where he did it.
Deep blue state.
That's where he did it.
Right, but your lawyer still can put in a change of venue. Parker.
That's where he lived. The change in venue for what? He didn't even commit it in anywhere other area.
It don't matter, Parker.
It was a violation. What do you mean it doesn't matter? Yes, it does. It matters where they committed the crime. Why would he have a venue in Alabama when he committed the crime in New York?
No. Now you're putting words in my mouth. I'm not saying move the trial from New York to Alabama. That's not what I'm saying. He had the right.
Why would you move it anywhere if he committed it in New York?
Because you have that right, Parker.
Okay, so if I commit something in California, can I get tried as if I was in?
That's the Constitution.
Yeah, no, listen here. If I commit a crime, commit a crime, should I be able to get determined of committing that crime based on any state I want to?
If you feel like the jury's going to be impartial, yes. If you don't feel
I feel like a jury's going to be if someone commits tax evasion in California and they don't pay California state taxes and they're like, you know what, I want to be treated as if I am in Nevada where there's no state income tax. Should they be allowed to do that?
Parker, you're come on. Maybe you should look up.
They think that there's going to be some sort of impartial response from the court system.
You don't know how.
So they want to be treated as if they're under Nevada law. Okay.
Why does lawyers put in a change of venue for their clients?
I don't see there to be any relevant determination for there being a change in venue in this context, as literally in the sense.
Why do they do that?
Why would they do that? Probably like protection, like safety. I would assume, but like there's no safety concern here.
You don't know. You get on this app and you spew shit about you have no clue what you're talking about.
I don't really.
Now hey, you got some shit, but the shit that you're talking about really, the majority of your shit is wrong.
Okay, what did I do that was wrong? You're just saying that I'm wrong?
Mostly semantics, what you do. Semantics.
So then tell me, what did I say that was wrong?
You take, like, the case of what we were just talking about, E.G. Carroll and Donald Trump with this one and that one, and you take it as 100% fact, like, without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah, because it's taken into account that evidence with 26 plus people that have accused him of sexual misconduct. And now, you, under your view, you think every single one of them are lying. They're all plans from the Biden-Harris administration. They're all plans from Biden.
Okay, how many celebrities has been accused of the same thing?
Can you name one celebrity that has been accused of 26 plus people where every single one of those 26 people were all lying?
Conor McGregor's been accused of about...
Yeah, and I don't think that you would want to be making the claim that he's innocent.
He is innocent.
Bro, wasn't there like straight up evidence in a court determination?
I know in 3 of his cases there was 100% no evidence.
Okay, can you?
And he still had to pay out.
And by the way, yeah, I don't know why you would point him up as being like innocent. Secondly, I just again in this context, that's not even 26 plus people.
All right, Parker, let me tell you this too. If you become a billionaire tomorrow and you go to the clubs, you hang out, you party, you do this, you do that, I guarantee you within about a 5-year span, you would have women accuse you of the same thing. Even though
26 people are going to accuse me? Are you serious? No, that's not going to happen.
You're using the number 26.
Yeah, because that's how many are applicable to Trump, and you're saying every single one of them are lying.
It don't matter the number, Parker.
It does. It actually absolutely does. And even so, right, you understand... Wait, by the way, I just want to clarify. In order for me to believe, it doesn't. But what I'm saying in terms of evidence, it does matter the number because it justifies even more evidence for each individual, right? Because you're assuming that they're lying. The percentage that they're lying is 2 to 10% likelihood. So the chance that there's 1 out of 26 people, right, that specifically has all of them have lied. Okay, then go ahead.
You're continuing to talk, and that's not what I was saying.
Okay, then go.
The point that I'm trying to make is...
You're impatient.
Women has been known to accuse men of assaulting them whenever
it's very unlikely.
Whenever they reach a certain level of fame.
I think that's just ridiculous. You're going to say the same thing about Epstein then? Because Epstein was rich and wealthy, that people were just trying to make money off him. Is that your view? You don't believe any of the victims of Epstein because he's just a rich man that everyone wanted to take advantage of?
No.
Is that your view?
I don't believe that. I don't believe that. That's a totally different thing with Epstein. But going back...
Donald Trump's quite literally, like, you understand. What's up?
I said, let's go back to, you said why I support Trump. And why I think it is, I don't know, I guess you would call yourself a better person for being Republican than Democrat. Because
what? You mean Democratic than Republican?
Okay, yeah. I haven't been on here 10 minutes. And everyone on this live is talking shit about me. They don't know me personally.
You've been on here for 20 minutes?
All right, 20. Let's just say an hour, Parker. And they're calling me racist. They don't know who I am. That's what I'm saying about Democrats. They have these talking points to where if you automatically support Trump, you're a racist. If you automatically support Trump, you're this, you're that. Y'all have these key words. Like, y'all don't know. First of all, you don't know me personally. So you can't say that I'm a racist. You know nothing about me.
I can say you're a snowflake.
How am I a snowflake?
Because you got mad at words. You just got mad at words. Like, you're just getting so angry at people just saying words. You know what I mean? Like,
no. I'm not mad, Parker.
Yeah, you just didn't even address anything I was saying, that you got so like annoyed about what people were saying in the comment section. You just started whining about what they were saying rather than addressing what I was saying. So, I mean, I would say you sound like a snowflake.
Okay, I'm a snowflake. Either way, I think it is. You're a better person if you're a Republican than a Democrat.
Okay, why is that?
Y'all are okay. Y'all talk about Trump and on the Epstein list and et cetera with kids and with sexually assaulting women and et cetera. But yet y'all advocate for men to go in the restroom with little girls, and y'all are totally fine with it. Y'all are totally fine with it.
No, not at all.
And
I think that hold on. So I think that trans people's identities are valid, and I think that trans people are not a threat to anyone. The idea that trans people are a threat is absurd and ridiculous. And I think that what you're going to do is you're going to wait. And by the way, you're not addressing the fact that you are literally willing to vote for Donald Trump, even though he bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent. Again, literally, a man going into the women's locker rooms and dressing rooms while they're changing. But like, again, you're willing to overlook that and act like that's not big of a deal. But then and literally virtue signal and act like you care about women while you still support the guy that literally is the biggest threat to women over a woman for president of the United States who actively was advocating to protect women. And trans people are not a threat. The idea that you're saying trans people are a threat is ridiculous. There's no argument for that. No evidence that trans people going into the bathrooms in which they identify with is going to lead to a greater level of violence or bad things happening. You need to turn Fox News off. Stop listening to Newsmax.
No, it's not on Fox News. It's not on Fox News. I have never seen
InfoWars. Sorry, my bad.
No, not InfoWars.
Well, what do you watch then? Where do you get your information?
From independent research.
Okay, what independent research?
Me. You're looking at it. Me. I do it. But
no, and anyway, where do you get your sources from? Tell me.
What do you want me to pull up one right now?
No, like tell me, like what media? What media do you listen to or do you look at?
I don't listen to no media. I don't.
No media. So he just whips it right out of his ass.
No, I think that's what liberals do. They see people like you.
Well, so then where do you go? What media?
And they take it as facts.
What media?
No media.
So you don't take into account any media. Where do you get your information from?
What? Let's go back to
myself. Where do you get it from? Tell us. Where do you get your information from?
Brown News.
What else?
That's about it. But anyway.
Ground News. That's it.
Who would you say? I don't look at people who say it's okay for men to go in the restroom with women.
Yeah, so like Donald Trump.
Right. Hey, fuck him too.
So you don't support Trump, right? To clarify, you don't support Trump.
This is your thing, Parker. I can say fuck Trump and still say I'd rather choose him over someone sitting there.
You'd rather choose the person who's done it.
Taxpayers need to pay for illegal immigrants' sex changes in prison.
That's not happening. What are you talking? Dude, what are you saying? You're saying undocumented immigrants in prison are getting sex reassignment surgery? What the fucking type of insane conspiracy bullshit did you just come up with? That's not an argument. No, she didn't. She never said that undocumented immigrants in prison should be getting sex reassignment surgery. No one said that ever. Not a single person ever said that. Stop right now. Your name is I Prove Libs Wrong. All you're doing is proving yourself wrong. Listen here. She never did that. At all. What you're trying to reference is Kamala Harris saying that people who are trans in the context of prison, we're not even talking about undocumented immigrants, people who are trans in the context of prison, that they should be able to get access to hormones that they were already on.
No, you're talking about something else, Parker.
No, that's it. That's literally all that it is. What you just made up is simply that. You made it up. What's your source? Your source is Trust Me, bro.
My source is Kamala Harris herself saying
Kamala, no, you didn't. Go ahead. Tell us. Give us the source. Tell us where to find that. Tell us where to find that. Yeah, and
who cares how y'all say it? Y'all talk shit about Donald Trump.
Okay, Phil. Hey, Phil, can you find us? Hey, Phil, can you find us the information? Can you give us your source of information so that we can hear her saying this? Come on, Phil.
Look up. You can look it up on TikTok. You can look it up on YouTube. You can look it up anywhere you choose. Of your you name it, and look up Kamala Harris.
Kamala. Hey, Phil, get it right. Oh my God, I literally. Yeah, literally, I don't even know what the fuck just happened.
Anyways,
Kamala Harris.
You see how you gotta correct someone? But you're talking about Donald Trump, but someone can't pronounce her name wrong without y'all trying to correct someone or
Yeah,
belittle
just
them.
you. I'm not trying to belittle you. I'm just trying to correct the pronunciation.
Okay, Kamala Harris, you can look it
Kamala.
up. Kamala Harris, you can look it up. She
Kamala.
said
Okay, Phil. Can you give us
whatever
a, can you,
source. See how
can you
you're
find
more
us
worried about how
the
to
video?
say her name?
Hey
See how
Phil,
you're more
just
worried
find
about
us the
how
video,
to say
Phil.
her name?
Hey Phil, just find us the video.
You find it.
No, you're the one who made the claim. I don't believe that ever happened. I won't be able to find a video that didn't happen.
No, it did.
I won't be able to find a video that didn't happen. So obviously, like, why would I look that up? That makes no sense.
How am I going to look up a video in the passenger seat going down the road?
How? Using your
Play
phone.
it for you and be able to play it for you.
No, tell me the title and then I'll be able to play it.
Just YouTube it, bro.
You do that.
Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris saying she was paid for
Come on, Phil.
sex reassignment surgeries for
Come on,
illegal
Phil.
immigrants.
Come on, Phil. That's not a thing. I looked it up, Phil, and it's not coming up. Hey, Phil, I couldn't find it.
You're wrong.
Well, I know I'm not. I looked it up, Phil. Nothing came up. I'm on YouTube right now. I'm seriously on YouTube. I am on YouTube right now, and I'm not seeing
You
it.
said nothing is coming up.
Yes, nothing. I see
know
nothing.
for a fact that is a lie. I know for a fact it is.
Yeah, okay, then find it, Phil.
You're lying. You're disingenuous.
Phil, you just need to pull yourself up by your own bootstraps, and you need to find your source. Stop getting other people to fix problems for you, Phil.
She's my source. She said it.
Who?
Kamala.
Kamala. What you need to do is you need to find me a YouTube title, and you need to show us. Because I don't believe that she said that.
All right, Kamala Harris on
Kamala. Come on, Phil.
reassignment surgeries for illegal immigrants in
That's
prison.
not even a thing that's happening.
And
Nothing.
there's camera to the screen. And
Why don't you just look it up? You will do anything but look it up. You will do anything but look it up.
Now you're
Phil, because it's not my burden of proof.
Now you're turning it back on me. Now you
Phil,
see how
it's
you
not
do?
Phil. It's always been on you. You're the one turning it on to me. That's embarrassing that you just said that.
No,
I know you struggle with like doing your own research, and I know you're a snowflake, and you know facts scare you,
Debunk this Trump supporter.
and sources scare you.
Debunk this Trump supporter.
Debunk me.
Do it.
Debunk this liberal. Debunk this liberal. You said you prove libs wrong. Hey, your name is you prove libs wrong. How about you prove me wrong?
Right. You're making fun of yourself.
Your name is I prove libs wrong. Prove the lib wrong. Come on, prove this liberal wrong. Prove this liberal wrong.
Calm down, Parker. You're going to spit on yourself again. Calm down.
Yeah, just answer the question. Prove the liberal wrong.
Look, turn your camera around. It's simple. Just turn your camera around and show Kamala Harris. No. The video.
No, it is a factcheck.org that proves you're wrong.
And
It's literally a fact check that proves you're wrong. Factcheck.org.
No. Go to YouTube.
Well, this is what came up. This is what came up.
Let us hear her say it out of her own mouth. Let us hear her say it.
So listen. So she. No, listen.
Exactly.
Take a listen.
Exactly. No, I don't, Parker. I don't trust some bullshit you pulled up on your phone. I want to hear her say it out of her own mouth. So why not do that? You done it.
Because again, there is no source that claims that she said this, and I'd love to see.
You're doing it with an article. You're doing it with an article. Why not go ahead and play the video?
The reality is that she wants to do provide medically necessary health care to inmates, and it's not anything else than that, which is literally constitutionally, by the way, you're obligated from a constitutional perspective to do that.
Of course.
Wait, by the way, I'm telling you what is from the factcheck.org, because your whole claim that this was said is bullshit. Constitutionally, by the way, you're obligated from a constitutional perspective to do that.
Of course.
Wait, by the way, I'm telling you what is from the factcheck.org, because your whole claim that this was said is what video are you talking about? Phil,
You keep it going, okay? Actually saying, okay, let me pull up this video so I can hear it from her own mouth.
There is no video. What video are you talking about?
Okay, hold on. Let's just assume that there is, okay?
Okay.
You rather search up on your phone a fact check source and read that and take that to the bank rather than watching the video and actually hearing her say it.
Okay, I'm not going to assume that there's a video. By the way, your evidence was, trust me, bro, there's a video. Trust me. What video? What video are you talking about? I have no clue.
This is the difference between a liberal mind and a conservative.
Yeah. You can't find a video and you're telling me to look up your own source. Your source is trust me, bro, and look it up. Look up my own source for me, please.
An article over an actual video of her saying it.
There is no video. You have yet to provide a video. Tell us the title of the video.
Is there a video? Let's see if you've seen this one. Is there a video of her saying that she would use the government to come in your home and take your firearms away?
No, she did not have a video saying she was going to take all your firearms away.
She did. And it's old. It's old as shit, but she did it. And you know it's true, Parker.
No, she never said that she was going to take all of your firearms away. Never.
You see the way you're framing that? All of your firearms away.
Are you saying in the past that she advocated for gun control to take some of your firearms away? I think all sides out. Wait, I have a question. Do you think that if someone has in their home, if someone has in their home an RPG that we should take it from them?
No.
Do you think if someone has in their home an AK-47 fully automatic that we should take it from them?
No, because I got one.
You have a fully automatic AK-47?
Yeah, don't tell nobody.
You just told alive with 10,000 people and said you were violating the law. That's against the law, buddy.
And if you actually believe that I got that, then you're just as well. You pretty much proved my point on you.
Well, no, you just said that you do.
Looking up a source, but you wouldn't watch the video.
Hey, I think you're unhinged. So the fact that you just said that people should have access to that. Here, real question: Do you think that if someone has an AK-47 fully automatic in their home, that we should take it from them?
What does the Second Amendment say? Read it verbatim.
Okay.
Read it verbatim.
Okay, let's read the Second Amendment verbatim. I got you.
I love that last part.
Actually, wait, can you tell us off the top of your head?
I love the last part. No, I'm gonna let you do it.
Aw. Okay, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right for the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Referred to. Oh, that's the full thing. I have a question.
What?
Do you think that people like Elon Musk should be able to buy a nuclear weapon? Because that is the right to bear arms, right? It shall not be infringed.
My honest opinion, I don't give a shit what Elon does. I don't care what rich people do. I'm not a liberal.
So you think you're not? I'm not a liberal. I think Elon Musk should be able to have a nuclear weapon. He should be able to have illegal access to nuclear weapons. I'm not a liberal.
I never said that.
Okay, so he should not be able to get legal access to nuclear weapons, right?
I mean,
you don't know?
I don't care what.
I believe that Elon Musk should be able to drive a loaded tank down any freeway that he wants in public. I'm not a liberal. I don't care what these billionaires are doing, but I care about what trans people are doing.
And see, there lies the problem.
Trans people and gay people, whatever they're doing, that's on my first priority and concern. But I don't care if Elon Musk himself drives a tank right down the freeway, and starts shooting it too. What's that?
I want to engage in a real debate.
I am engaging in a real debate. You're the one deciding to make up these insane bullshit conspiracy theories and insane positions.
Harry, I've seen all y'all. It's always these most extreme hypotheticals, like asking Charlie Kirk, what would he do if his 9-year-old daughter got pregnant and raped? What would he do with the baby? And like, it's always the most extreme hypothetical.
Yeah, by the way, that happens, and he literally said that the kid should be forced to go through the pregnancy.
Let's not do. Why do evil for evil? What has the child done?
I don't think that they have an obligation to maintain a pregnancy. They're a child. They didn't cause it.
Can you look at someone and tell if they're a great baby? Can you look at someone and tell?
Yeah, I don't think that you're going to have value as a zygote. So do you think zygotes are people?
Can you look at someone?
Can you look at a single cell organism and tell me that's a baby?
So you don't believe?
Yeah, I don't believe single cell organisms are babies. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh my God. You don't believe a single Parker, you don't believe a single cell organism is a person? You don't believe a fertilized egg at conception is just as valuable as Parkergetajob? Real question, if you were in a burning building and you could either save 2 zygotes or Parkergetajob, who would you rather save?
That's an easy question.
Go for it.
It wouldn't be you.
He just let me burn alive. He said, the liberal will just let him burn alive for 2 single cell organisms, everybody. 2 zygotes, everybody. Just let the lib burn alive. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What type of crazy, insane take is that?
Okay, why do you lean left? Why do you lean left? Explain to me. Why do you lean left?
I have common sense.
One by one.
Yeah, I have common sense.
All right, common sense is one.
Mm-hmm.
Another one.
I use critical thinking skills.
Trump is your whole personality.
I have critical thinking skills. That's number 2.
As in?
Yeah, as in I know basic scientific facts, such as windmills are not causing whales to die in numbers never seen before, such as we should not be looking into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19, such as nuking hurricanes would be a bad idea. You know what I mean?
Like getting a vaccine during hurricane season?
Because people are going to be in hurricane shelters and they're going to be around others. So yeah, people shouldn't get vaccinated if they're going to be around each other and there could be illnesses that can spread, right?
Joe Biden said the best thing to do for hurricane season is to get fucking vaccinated.
I'm sorry that you have comprehension issues. You clearly have comprehension issues, because if you wanted to just listen to what I had to say, when people during hurricane season are in hurricane shelters, they're around each other. They're in close proximity to other people. So why should they get vaccinated? Because they're going to be around other people in shelters during hurricane season. I know. We have like 3 steps of critical thinking that maybe you probably don't have.
You're disingenuous, Parker.
How am I disingenuous for saying that people take vaccines because they go to hurricane shelters where they're in proximity of more people?
All right, what's the you think the vaccine is better than natural immunity?
I think vaccine plus natural immunity is better. And in order to get natural immunity, you have to put yourself at risk of all of the risks associated with the virus, which you can prevent yourself from being at risk of to a greater extent if you got the vaccine. He's like, can you still get hurt if you wear a seatbelt in an accident? Therefore, seatbelts, they're not effective. We shouldn't be using them. Stop wearing seatbelts because you can still get hurt in an accident.
How many boosters have you had?
You gotta stop covering your mic.
How many boosters have you had?
How many boosters? 1 million.
All right. How many times have you had COVID?
How many times? I've only had COVID once.
All right. You know how many times I've had COVID?
How many?
Not once, not one single time. And I never wore a mask. I never got vaccinated.
I never wear a mask. I never got COVID. I never got a vaccine. Therefore, not getting vaccinated, not wearing a mask is so much more effective. I have a question. If you were literally, there was surgery happening, would you want your surgeon to wear a mask?
That has absolutely nothing to do with COVID.
No, just a real question. You said they're not effective. Do you want your surgeon to wear a mask?
Did I say they're not effective?
You did.
I never said that, Parker. See what I'm saying? I never said that.
Okay, well then
now, but I didn't say that previous. You see how you just put words in my mouth?
Were you not just claiming that you never wore a mask and you never got vaccinated, and that somehow you literally never got the virus, meaning that you think that everyone's not going to get the virus if they don't use vaccines or use a mask?
About them not being effective. I never said anything about them not being effective. I said I never wore a mask, never got vaccinated, and I never got COVID.
Well, I think it's implied when someone makes that type of statement, but if you don't believe that, you can clarify.
Anywho, go back to why you're a liberal.
What, do you believe vaccine or masks are effective?
No, they're not. They've been proven not effective.
Dude, you were just complaining about something that was a true thing. I knew you were saying that, and then you were like, Parker, why would you think that I actually believe that? I never said that, yet you literally do believe it.
I didn't. Yeah, I was just letting you know I didn't say that at that time, and you swore to God that I did. So
Well, I'm just saying it's likely that you believe that, given that you just said that, and I was right. Was I right? I was right. Parker was right. That's hilarious.
Okay. Anyways, why are you a liberal?
Because again, I have common sense. I don't believe that vaccines are ineffective because I didn't get vaccinated and never got COVID. That's an absurd way to think. That's like saying, again, keep going. Listen. That's like saying during the context of the summertime, because there's an increase in ice cream consumption and there's an increase in violent crime. That means people who are eating ice cream are causing violent crime.
Okay. Anyways, keep going.
Yeah, like that's your view. Your view must be that, right? Because those things are correlated. Right? There is more violent crime, and there is more ice cream consumption during the summer. Coincidence? I think not. I think that's not a coincidence. Ice cream causes you to commit crime. Stop eating ice cream. It's horrible. It causes violent crime by numbers you've actually never seen before. I tell you that. They cause so much violent crime. Deadly ice cream, actually. They're saying it's violent like you've never seen before. They're saying the Halloween season has been extended throughout the entire year.
Whenever they're losing. This is what people do whenever they're losing. So anyways.
Like, do we say, Andy, thank you so much for the $80. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Andy in the comment section right now. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I know it's absolutely diabolical. They said that my mom should go to prison because they said that my mom said to me when I was younger that Santa Claus exists. Crazy. I know, right? Absolutely insane. Tony, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Tony in the comment section right now. Thank you, Tony. I appreciate it. Morgan, thank you for the $1. Jessica, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Lila, thank you for the 15. Thank you for the liberal money. I really appreciate it, everyone. Thank you.
Are you a liberal, Parker?
Why am I liberal? Because I have brain cells. Okay, I got you. I'm a liberal.
This is what people do whenever they lose. Whenever they're losing.
No, I'm just rage baiting at this point. So, why am I liberal? I'm a liberal because I believe that we should have social safety nets and baseline for everyone within our society, and we should have certain regulations in order to maintain market. What?
What is social safety?
Yeah, I believe in. Yeah, well, I could specify. I was still explaining. I believe in universal access to healthcare, a public option. I believe in a system in which people have expanded access to education. I believe in making that K through 16 rather than K through 12 to ensure that people have free public access to universities. Not all universities will be free, but there will be free public universities that you can go to that will serve as competition and help bring down the cost of higher education. I believe in housing affordability and ensuring that everyone is housed in this country. Those are a few things.
Yeah, why did housing go up under Biden?
Why did housing go up?
Yeah.
Inflation in general went up because of the global impact.
Inflation's coming down under Trump, ain't it?
No, it's not.
See what I'm saying? Come on, man. Like, everybody knows.
The last report that you'd be pointing to it's not even a full report. They only have half a month of data from November. They didn't even get half of November and the entirety of October for inflation data. So they said it was not fully there. And that's why like when they released this, they were like, watch out for this.
I don't know what news y'all or what sources you get your shit, but it is 100% wrong.
The Federal Reserve and the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Wrong.
Wrong? Those are wrong?
Listen.
Are those fake news media?
It's not come down by much.
Is the Bureau of Labor Statistics fake news media?
It's come down to like 2.8%, something like that.
So it said 2.7% actually, and that again is an incomplete CPI report. It's an incomplete CPI report because of the government shutdown.
Oh, incomplete.
I'm just telling you the truth.
Why was the government shut down?
Because Trump didn't want to negotiate and Republicans didn't want to negotiate. And by the way, didn't they just concede on the subsidies now?
Believe that? You honestly believe that?
Yeah, I do.
Oh my God. I thought you were a lot smarter, but talking to you tonight shows me that you will fall for anything.
What makes me dumb?
You will fall for anything listen, Trump could come out and I didn't think you were one of these type of people, but you are. Trump could come out tomorrow and bring down inflation to barely nothing. He could cure cancer and give everyone in the world, not just the United States, everyone in the world $1 million apiece and build them a home. And you, along with your little compadres, will find critique something that he done wrong in the steps of providing every bit of that. I didn't think you were those on that side, but you are. Like, you critique everything the man does. Y'all are like obsessed with the dude. And then y'all turn that, y'all reflect that back on us and say we're in a cult and this and the third, when we could give a fuck less about Trump. Honestly, we could. He was just a better choice. He didn't want to put tampons in boys' bathrooms. He didn't want men to go with women with even the.
He literally himself bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, and yet you completely overlook that. Trump could do anything, and you wouldn't critique him. So I like how you try to point fingers and try to say that we're doing that, but that's obviously absurd. And to the tampons in boys' bathrooms thing that you're referencing, there was no mandate to put them in boys' bathrooms. It was just that people who are menstruating will have access to menstrual products. And of course you disagree with that, you weirdo.
Say what now?
Yeah, of course you disagree with that, you weirdo. Literally, people who are menstruating having access to menstrual products. That's all it is. The order was just that. And only certain school systems decided to do that.
Why not say women, Parker? Why not say women? This shows that Parker, you're too smart of a guy.
There are trans men that have uteruses.
Parker, you're too smart of a guy.
Again, that's like an ad hom. You're not actually giving me an argument. I don't think you're very smart.
To your side of your morality here. You're too smart.
Yeah, I have morality. I seemingly don't think you do. You'd never hold Trump accountable for anything.
Listen,
and you're afraid of tampons.
Why do you always revert it back to Trump? This is what I'm saying.
Because this live is about Trump. It's why do you support Trump? It's politics. Why are you talking about the president, Parker? Hey, Parker, stop talking about the president. When you're talking about politics, you should stop talking about the president, Parker.
So let me ask you this. Do you think, or let me ask you this first. Do you feel sorry for I don't know if you've seen the commercial or some of the videos. Do you feel sorry for the young girls around this country that has gotten their scholarships taken, that has been basically robbed of trophies and etc.? Do you feel sorry for those women? Or young girls? I'm not even going to say women.
Robbed of trophies? Like, I'm confused. Who's robbing them? Criminals like Trump?
Oh my God!
I'm referencing. Like, seriously, what robbing are you referencing?
Okay, you play in sports in a high school.
I didn't play sports in high school.
Oh my God! Wow, Parker.
That was rage bait. That was rage bait. I'm not trans. The point you're trying to make is that trans people are going into sports and they're dominating. Can you name me any trans people that are dominating sports currently?
That's not the point. That's not the point, Parker. And this is not going to be a gotcha on your part. I'm trying to appeal to your morality. Meanwhile, you're trying to make a gotcha moment. Listen at the point that I'm trying to make. You can look up the videos yourself. You can choose to believe it. You can choose not to believe it. But there are young girls, little girls out there that is crying because they are getting their trophies, the trophy that they worked hard for, and it's getting took by a biological boy.
I don't think this is happening at mass. I think this is this is just like a narrative and talking point from trans folks that don't even genuinely have any basis in reality.
One is too many, Parker. One is too many, brother.
Name one. Name one time.
Why I say.
How about this? Name one. By the way, you say that you say one is too many with this, but not when it comes to victims talking about sexual abuse. Hey, by the way, you say one is too much. Wait, stop. You say one is too much for this. Listen, do you realize how absurd this is? You say. Listen. You can't. You still support him. You still support him.
See how you dodged the question?
No, it's just that you're being dishonest. Listen. Take a listen. I'm just describing that you don't actually. You're not listening because you know that I'm beating you.
You haven't listened to me. If there was irrefutable evidence pointing to Trump being an abuser, I would not support him. But there is
evidence.
As we're talking, there is no irrefutable evidence.
Then what's your refutation? What's your refutation of the civil court?
Well, the way I look at that, She lied several times. She laughed and joked
Name the
about
lie.
it. Not only that.
Name the lie.
Let me keep talking. Hold on. Not only
No,
that.
name the lie.
Rich guys tend to get sued by women.
No, name the lie. Name the fucking lie. You can't do it. I know you can't do it. Name the lie.
My bad.
Name the lie.
The lie.
Hold on for a second. Let me send this text message.
If you're on YouTube, everyone hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Colin, thank you for the $5 for tell Phil to calm down. I did. Colin, thank you so much for the $10. Eku, thank you so much for the $5. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Ben, thank you so much for the $5. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Kathy, thank you for the $4.20. Morgan, thank you for the $1. Alrighty, do give him a second, everyone. Oh, he just left. He just left himself. Alrighty, great, dude. That was amazing. That was so fun. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, how's it going? I'm
Do you support
28. I support presidents. I support Trump right now because he's our president.
Do you supported Biden?
I supported Biden as well. Yes, yeah, I did.
Okay. Okay, let me clarify. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris or not vote. Who would you rather vote for?
I would rather vote for Donald Trump right now, yes.
Okay. Alrighty. Let me make sure I'm completely caught up, and then I'll ask you why you support Trump. Just give me 1 second. Let me make sure I'm completely caught up. Akasia, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10 as well. Thank you. True. Rachel, thank you so much for the $1. Brilliant, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you. Exactly. That's something I wish that they would understand. Stella, thank you for the $5. Andy, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $15 again. Thank you so much, Andy. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Honestly, seriously, it's something that is accepted in so many other countries, like in Canada. Even conservatives agree with public option in most instances. Leonard, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Thank you. Of course, thank you so much. Shelly, thank you for the $5. Adeptus, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. GTFN, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you. Rachel, thank you for the $1. And Majin, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. All right, I'm fully caught up. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. And if you want to support the stream as always, hit that thumbs up on YouTube. Yo, what's up, Holiday? Or, sorry, muscle memory. Why do you support Trump?
Wait, so Parker, so this is my friend. So he doesn't believe in DEI and also doesn't believe women can be presidents. So that's what he's going to go. Here we go.
Okay, so then we'll start with why don't you believe women should be allowed to be president?
No, okay. Everybody should be allowed to be president if they're obviously smart enough to be in office. The reason I am, I guess, taking that stance, and the reason that she's even bringing this up is because I brought it up the other day, and I think I had a valid point, is because women honestly are technically, smarter than most men when it comes to a lot of the stuff that, is going on in society right now. And I think, obviously, with the last presidency under Joe Biden, Kamala Harris did a really good job on making sure that, people got what they needed to get in America, And I respected everything that she did under the policies that she created. But it is what it is.
Okay, so let me clarify. So do you think women shouldn't be allowed to be president?
I only say that because of periods, randomly.
So period. So if a woman doesn't have a period, then you think she should be allowed to be president?
Yeah, because if a woman is going through that cycle, I think it's.
Wait,
yeah,
I'm sorry. I think that's a ridiculous reason to say that someone shouldn't be allowed to be in a position of leadership because of the fact that they have a period.
It genuinely is. And
so then why'd you say it?
Because that's, I guess, the stance that I am going off of because of the experiences that I've been through. I've been around a lot of very intelligent women, a very intelligent woman, and the moment that they go through that cycle of whatever that is. I've never been through it myself. I'm a man, obviously, so I can't really say shit. I'm a fucking clown. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? But like at the same time, it's like when you have to shove that, thing, it's weird. It puts a lot of like, strain on a brain on a woman, and it's a lot to go through, and they need a lot more support than, I guess.
Yeah, do you think you're supporting them by saying that they shouldn't be allowed into positions of power to ease the pain on women in general? Because like you understand that women not being allowed into positions of power would then allow for men to control them to a greater extent, right?
And we have advanced to a point where we can start articulating that a lot better, right? I'm not saying it the way that I need to be saying it. I think I'm definitely tapped into a weird. It's weird. Again, I'm not a woman, so I can't articulate it myself. I don't.
I'm gonna be totally honest with you. I think you can articulate support for women as a man.
So my support needs to be different then, because I
yeah, like you
that,
shouldn't be
right?
saying
but
that they shouldn't be like president, or that you think that a man should be president over a woman just because they're a man.
And that was the way to bring the topic up, right? That's the way to bring the topic up, right? Because you kind of have to pick people's brains.
Can I ask you a question then? If Kamala Harris and Donald Trump swapped bodies, Donald Trump in Kamala Harris's body, and Kamala Harris in Donald Trump's body, who would you rather vote for?
I would much rather have Kamala Harris in Donald Trump's body. Yes.
So it's nothing about the characteristics of them being president. It's nothing about any of the criteria that they believe in, or their intelligence level, or any of the policy they support. It's nothing. It's just the fact that they have male biology.
No. Yes. And I mean, hold on. This is why it's weird. This is why, like, me and Lauren have been going back and forth for so long. Because, dude, we're fucking all one. You know what I mean? Like, we're all one being, basically. Like there's no like man, woman, all that, basically. But at the same time, it's like when somebody's leading a country this powerful, there has to be, I guess, 100% certainty that you, I guess, will be able to uphold your job, right? And it's a hard job. At this point, there's so much bullshit that we have, I guess, put ourselves through in the last 45 years. Specifically, the last 45 years has been dog shit for this country. And it's so much that we have to unravel as a team at this point. Like, there shouldn't really, I guess, be that debate. But you have to, I guess, piss people off to bring people together. You have to break people down to build people up, if that makes sense. And I guess I want to call out women, because, like, why are you guys not, like, being better? Why am I not being better? I need, like, you know what I'm saying?
What? I'm confused. Okay, so you're saying you want everyone to do better. I think what would include you doing better is not saying that women, because in typical they have periods, that they shouldn't be in positions of leadership. But then you're also saying that you would vote for any woman after menopause, right? If they don't have any period.
Yes, 100%.
Okay, so if you've learned that Kamala Harris had no period, you would support her over Donald Trump?
100%.
Do you realize how a ridiculous argument that is?
No.
No?
I don't. So I guess enlighten me.
Do you have any studies that indicate that someone specifically having a period limits them from being a good leader?
Okay. So, have you been kind of CIA? You know, like, what's been going on with the CIA for the last 45 years? Like, you know, like, the studies that they've been doing?
What CIA study are you referencing?
There's a bunch. They're all kind of tied together.
Which CIA study?
Nothing. Actually, I can't. Nothing.
Okay, so you have brain damage.
I have brain damage. DI now. We'll move on, because that was the second topic. I'm just brain damaged.
Oh, okay. So
I can't speak about that, because, like, I mean, I can't, because it's a lot of declassified information that if you guys actually want to look up on, you can. It's declassified, but I'm not going to speak on it because it's something that I can't. But there's a lot of studies that I guess that were ran, that haven't been brought to the public eye, that kind of.
Can you define DEI?
A hint at that.
What is DEI?
What is it? I ask him all the time.
Wait, what is it again?
Yeah, what is DEI? I'm asking you.
Yeah, what is it again? Can you define? Can you do the?
You don't know what it is?
No, what is it again?
So to clarify, your big issue with as to why you support Trump is something that you don't even know how to define yourself?
So I want you to tell me.
Yeah, it's diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility.
Okay, right. Okay, so DEIA.
Yes.
Okay, so what about it?
Yeah, what about it? DEIA is just simply you're increasing the interview pool of people who have access to get at a job. It's just increasing the level of opportunity.
That is simply the government telling you that they fucked up and they're racist. That is simply the government telling you, hey, sorry about that. We fucked up so many times and we basically gave white people white privilege. So now we're giving
this is in the context of hiring for jobs. And yes, there are governmental jobs where that's happened. And yeah, there's been less opportunities for different communities. And we want to create conditions.
I guess that was my basis then.
For better opportunities.
Yeah, that was my basis on it then. But at the same time, it's a lot of people have been hired that should have been hired in a lot of different positions. But there's a lot of people that shouldn't have been hired in positions because of DEI, and it's again my whole take on it.
Okay,
was,
can you name one DEI policy that you disagree with on the Democrats, that they support?
I don't know. Again, I'm uneducated as fuck. Obviously, your whole chat's fucking over here. Yeah, no, but they're right. I mean, I'm a whole clown, but I'm not educated. I don't.
Well, then it's it's like a buzzword. Then it's not really a reason you would have to be against us. It's more just a buzzword that's limiting you from accepting what we have to say.
I guess I'm very accepting. I am very accepting. I accept it. It's just I have my own opinion, and again, this is a platform where we're debating, right? So I have to come over here, I guess, bringing up topics to debate, right?
Yeah, so what are the other reasons why you support Trump then?
Well, I guess to go back to what you asked earlier about a DEI thing that I guess I disagreed with a little bit was the whole thing when the Palisade fire happened in California, and Karen Bass kind of handled it the way that she handled it, and she was definitely a DEI hire to me, and she obviously, I feel in my opinion.
What makes you think Karen Bass was a DEI hire?
Because I don't think she was qualified in a way that obviously she could handle a lot of stuff, but she didn't handle that the way that she should have handled it, because I think she cut a bunch of funding.
Wait, no, so you said that she was a DEI hire. What makes you think that she was a DEI hire?
Because I think she, I think that was. Okay, actually, I don't know. I guess you could tell me then. You could tell me. What was she why was she not a DEI hire?
Leadership roles in the U.S. House of Representatives, the California State Assembly, right, on multiple different occasions as majority floor leader. I think that those are obviously qualifications for that.
Those are qualified, yeah. Those are. I could agree with that as well, to be fair. But I don't think she handled that situation well, and I think she was hired in that specific spot as, you know what I'm saying? They were kind of just trying to fill that spot as a person of color. Let's just put you as the mayor here.
You have to be elected.
Right.
So you're saying the people chose to elect her because of this? Well, that's not DEI.
Right.
Okay. So you're saying a black woman just getting into a position and us voting for a black woman is DEI?
Yes.
Okay, so that to me just sounds like fucking racist, to be totally honest with you. Okay? If you're just saying black people getting into positions of power is DEI, that to me just sounds like you're just considering it to be bad because of their being black.
Example. I'm not saying for all examples. We agreed earlier that, you know what I'm saying? We agreed earlier that there's a lot of positions of power that are held by people of color that are fire. The guy in New York, Madami. He's not black. I'm saying he's a person of color, though. That's what I said. He's fire. You know what I'm saying? Like,
and he got elected. So in the same way that you just said that, like Karen Bass, because she was elected, was a DEI hire, couldn't you consider the same thing?
I can consider it, but can you also consider that we are kind of in a state where we are chronically online. We're chronically, I guess, seriously, like, I'm not speaking for you specifically. You are in a different category because, again, you debate people all day.
If anyone's chronically online, it technically is me, but...
Right. So I guess, like, I'm not saying that's a bad thing, right? But I'm saying that it kind of clouds a lot of people's minds, and they start thinking a lot differently in a lot of different aspects, even myself included. So it's hard to kind of put yourself in the mindset of the average human being and the average, I guess, situation or space that they can hold, you know, because we are all humans and we can all create space for ourselves that we can all hold ourselves valuable because we all have value. There's not a single person on this stupid planet that doesn't have value. There's 8 billion people on this planet and we all have a mind and we all have a brain. There's not a single person on this planet that can tell you otherwise. So it's like, it's really hard for, you know, this country to be going through what it's going through right now with the understanding that none of us should be even mad at each other. We're all here to
None of us should be mad at each other. I have a question. Is there anything Trump could do that would make you mad at him?
Everything that he's doing right now to the American people and to the people in Venezuela and to...
So you already are mad at him. Okay, then you do want to be mad at people. Okay, then let me ask you this question. Is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him and to rather support Kamala Harris over Donald Trump?
He also thinks she slept her way to the top.
What the fuck are you saying? No, I only said that because I saw the news article the one time. I showed you the news article.
There's no news article indicating that. And also, I just want to clarify.
There was, and it was fake.
No, it wasn't.
It was
Oh, there was a fake article?
Yeah, right. Okay.
So you don't believe it anymore?
No, I knew it was fake. I knew it was fake to begin with. I just showed it to a deranged better, low key. Low key.
So, like, why do you think that's funny?
I guess because politics right now is funny. Like, we're in a state
it's funny that it's harmful to people?
No, sorry.
So again, here's my question. Is there anything Trump could do?
I'm thinking on a small scale there. That was a small scale.
Well, let's one second. Is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Yeah, for sure.
Such as?
The 37, how many felonies does he have?
So him having felonies. He already does have felonies.
Right. So, like, what the fuck? Why is he even... Sorry. Excuse my language. Why is he...
So why is he still president? Because you still vote for him.
I never voted for him, though. That's the thing.
But you said you would right now if you could. So then are you saying, based upon your information now, that you won't?
Right. I wouldn't.
Okay, so you don't support Trump anymore.
No, okay. I said this at the beginning. I support every president that we've had, but I don't think we've had a good president in the last 45 years.
Okay, wait, why 45 years?
World War II. How long ago was World War II?
You think World War II was 45 years ago?
How long ago was it? Sorry.
How long ago was World War II?
Yeah.
It was about 80 years ago.
So 80 years ago, after World War II, we took German engineering. Once we took German engineering, the CIA was, I guess, established. Once that happened, turmoil started happening all over.
So you disagree with what the CIA is doing?
I disagree with every president in the last 80 years then. Yeah, because of the CIA, yeah.
So whenever the CIA came into existence, you started hating everyone. So, by the way,
no,
you did support presidents prior to the CIA.
I started supporting every president that's been in my life. I guess, every president that's been in my life. Because, again, what am I supposed to do about that?
Okay.
If I vote for my president. If my president doesn't get in, I have to support the president that's already in office, right? So
Another
it's like,
question.
Again, like I don't want, you know,
Another
I don't want
question.
anybody to be screwed over. That's
Okay.
my whole thing is like I want everybody to have a good life.
And if the election were held today, and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Today, it was held right now.
Yeah. Like the ballots in front of you. You wouldn't vote for either?
Neither, yeah. I probably felt like independent or like somebody else, bro. Neither of them.
Next question. Another one. If it were J.D. Vance versus Newsom, who would you vote for?
J.D. Vance.
Why?
I think J.D. Vance is a better geopolitician.
Geopolitician? What does that mean?
I think he has better geopolitics, like where he's like globally tapped in.
Like how so?
Again, I don't know. I don't know. Again, like I'm not in that circle, so I don't know.
Can you name anything that he's done as vice president other than hump the couch?
Hold on. It's hump the couch. Hold on. He also humped, I think, his dog's leg.
What?
No, sorry. That was an inside joke. Guy's different. The guy's definitely different, but he's, I think he holds a lot more of a geopolitical circle than I think Newsom does. Newsom's kind of just stuck in California, and then J.D. Vance is kind of just traveling the world.
So tell us, what did he do?
Nothing.
So because he's vacationed more places? He hasn't done anything. Okay.
Actually, yeah. That's what politics is nowadays, bro, no? I swear to God, the more places you vacation, the better you are as a president at this fucking point, dude. Like, it's not a good state. I'm not, like, agreeing with where anybody's at right now. It's not good. I guess who would you want to put in office right now?
Dude, come on, stop. You did not just say whoever vacations more is the better president.
I swear, bro.
Wait, so was Joe Biden a better candidate because he vacationed more?
Oh my God, that guy was vacationing everywhere.
So was he the better? Was he the best president?
He was great, dude. That guy was fire.
Okay, you're trolling.
You elected him, right?
Yeah, you're trolling. And by the way, I don't even know in terms of
right?
I would pick him over Donald Trump. I would pick him on his deathbed over Trump.
I would pick the team around him over Donald Trump, but you know what I'm saying? He didn't have.
Okay, so then why don't you pick the team around Kamala Harris over Trump?
And even then, it was even weirder because, like, dude, this guy Joe Biden, he tried to be president.
Wait,
twice.
So to clarify, you would pick Joe Biden over Donald Trump, but you wouldn't pick Kamala Harris over Donald Trump?
Dude, that's why it's weird, bro. Again, like
you see what I mean?
Yeah,
Hold up. Okay,
like I'm not saying like she's wicked smart. She is tapped in, and she comes from a good family. But like even her family was like even saying like a lot of the stuff she was doing was not ideal.
Such as?
I don't remember exactly what it was. It is what it is, though, bro. You just be asking me for too much stuff that I don't have. Too much information.
I mean, how about you're saying things that doesn't have enough information to back it?
I guess it has a lot of information to back it. I just don't have it readily available in my brain. I have to like actually do a lot more research to come back to you. Because I guess it is. It is all stuff that like I'm not wrong about. It's just I'm not right about. If that makes sense.
I mean, so if you're not right about it, you're saying that you're not wrong about it.
There's two sides to every story, right? Because there's always two sides to every story. That's why there's two sides to whatever is going on.
What's the two sides?
I guess the two sides is one side is just.
How come no Trump supporters able to clarify that on the stream? By the way,
clarify what?
To clarify, like what the particular position is to support Trump. The justifiable position.
There is no justifiable position. There isn't. Like
there's no justifiable position supporting Trump. So then why do you?
There shouldn't be.
So why do you?
I guess I said it 3 times. Like, if you want to keep looping about it, I can say it the 4th time. It's because he's our president right now.
Alrighty. All right. I don't know. I don't know if we have any basis to change your mind here. To be honest with you.
I guess my mind is open. My mind is open. There's a lot of bases to change my mind, but it's just
So, hang on. So, also, Parker, he's been drinking, so that's why he's being also extra annoying right now. But so, he also thinks we live in the richest county, and so he thinks that it doesn't affect us. And that's why he's like,
Okay, so one thing that I would tell him to take into account is that Democratic policy is meant to tax working class people to a lesser extent and increase tax on rich and wealthy Americans in order to be able to pay for that. Whereas the Trump administration wants to disproportionately reduce taxes for rich and wealthy Americans. So even if it is specifically in benefit of rich and wealthy Americans, that's not a good thing. It's worse to have a set of conditions where, again, people aren't going to be able to get access to their health care, their food. Like through the big beautiful bill, 420,000 children are going to be cut off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every month. 2.5 million people off their access to health insurance. Off their access to food stamps, and over 10 million people off their access to health insurance, while still adding $3.4 trillion to the debt. So it's not a policy that's best for most Americans.
I want people to hear that number that he just said, though. 3.4 trillion. I don't think people understand how much money that actually is. That's kind of it's money that doesn't technically exist. It's a concept. That's a lot of money.
Our GDP is 20 or probably 30 trillion now. 28, 30 trillion, something like that.
30 trillion. How much do we owe to China still? How much?
Well, most of our debt is owned by U.S. citizens. Yeah, our nominal GDP is about 30 trillion.
30 trillion, and we still owe China more than that.
What? We don't owe China more than 30 trillion.
How much do we owe China, I think? I have to look that up.
1 second.
Kick him whenever. I'm so sorry.
You're good. You're good. We owe about 688 billion.
688 billion. Okay, that's not as much as I thought it was. To be fair, I did think it was in the trillions. Either way, trillions of dollars is a lot of money that this government is moving around. And again, people don't understand the concept of how much money that really is, and that's only for one specific thing. You know what I mean? So it's I guess the government right now is doing a really bad job of delegating that money to the American people, and they're delegating it to, I guess, defense, and they're delegating it to themselves, and they're lining them pockets.
So again, why do you support him if he's making it worse off for the average American and benefiting him and his rich buddies?
I don't understand it yet, but I read enough documentation to, I guess, try. They are, I guess they're understanding a lot of the stuff that's going on in the last 80 to, since the Constitution has been a thing, is pretty outdated now. We've kind of advanced not fully past it, because there's I guess mostly really good stuff, but I think we're getting to the point where we have to start thinking about, the future a lot more. And he's not doing a good job now, because he's trying to, I guess, defend us now so we can actually set ourselves up again for the next 300 years.
Okay. All right. I appreciate you coming up. Thank you very much, man.
All right, brother mans. You have a good one.
Right.
Take care.
All right. Appreciate it. Have a good night. Have a good night. And thank you, Lauren, for bringing him up here. Hopefully I can change it. Hopefully I change his mind a bit. Hopefully at least shift his perspectives a bit, or at least establish the roots to do so. Let's try to go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Of course, Acacia, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Grace, thank you so much for the $6. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Hannah, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. That is true. That is true. Kimberly, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. Thank you. That's funny. He probably would. He would have to say yes. By the way, what's up? How old are you?
The cat's okay.
How old are you?
The cat's okay.
Okay. What the fuck? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. What's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We were just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up.
2037, Parker for president.
Let's go to the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
47.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do. You want that Kamala video? I got it.
The Kamala video of what?
Of her supporting transgender sex changes in California prisons.
You're talking about specifically hormones, like access to hormones, and the medically.
No, she said she was gonna make it where they could have their medicine and surgeries in California prisons. I got the video. It's on my page.
So is it by the way, to clarify, is it undocumented immigrants too?
I don't know.
Okay.
I know. I got
so then,
the
like,
video.
let's hear the story. Let's hear it. Play it. Tell me the title.
Put my screen up and I'll play it.
Put your screen up. I can't do that for you. Can you just tell me the title?
No, I can't. I went, screen recorded it, and came back when he was talking to the other dude.
Okay, so all you have to do is tell me the title. Remember, go look at the video. Remind yourself. Yeah, go look at your video. Remind yourself. Remember it, and then come back and tell us.
YouTube, and I'm gonna look at the title, and I'll come back.
Alrighty.
See, it's gonna make me leave.
Okay, go for it.
All right, you gonna bring me back up?
It's not going to make you leave. You'll still be here, but yes, I will bring you back up if you leave on accident.
Okay. If I leave on accident, bring me back up.
Okay, alrighty. If you're on YouTube, hit that. Oh, he just left. Okay, all right. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Everyone, it will help get it out to more people. Anthony, thank you for the $10. Of course, I really appreciate it. Thank you. Andy, thank you so much for the $15. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Marissa, thank you for the $2. Darsel, thank you for the $5. Zach, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Tony, thank you for the $2. Darsel, again, for the $5. Witch, thank you so much for the $5. Lanny, thank you so much for the $2. Rhonda, thank you for the $10. Zach, again, with the $10. Lanny, thank you so much for the $2. Tom, thank you for the $5. Tony with the $5. Samuel, thank you for the $5 as well. Audrey, thank you for the $5. Rebecca with the $2. Thank you. I think I'm fully caught up. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes, everyone. I think currently we're at 1,200 right now. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. If we can. Alrighty. Let's go to the next individual. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, shit.
Yeah, yo, what's up? How old are you?
48.
Do you support Trump?
Nah, fuck that guy.
Oh, base. Let's go to the next individual. Only set a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It should help get it out to more people. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only set a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Do give it a second for people to join up. Alrighty, do give it a second. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Currently, yes.
Okay, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I'm not sure. I just turned 18 recently, and all I've known is Trump. My parents are super Trump supporters, and that's all they put on me, and I'm looking to change. Maybe, but I'm not too currently sure, because a lot of things I've been seeing are like disregarding Trump's a bad president, but I'm just really confused altogether.
Alrighty, so one thing I would say is that because I am just looking for people who, in that context, would vote for Donald Trump, I would say to continue watching my stream here. But one thing I'll leave you with before you go is that would you ever vote for a candidate or support a candidate that called for the execution of their political opponents because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders?
No, of course not. That would be messed up.
Yeah, well, Trump himself actually did that. I would recommend to look into that. He said he reposted someone. He actually since has deleted it, but it's still, you can find it where he posted it.
I think I saw something on Dean's page. Sorry to cut you off.
That's exactly where you can find it. You can scroll back a few videos on Dean's page, and it'll show you like the multiple claims of he claimed it was seditious behavior and treasonous behavior, and then he also claimed that was punishable by death, and then he also claimed and reposted someone saying HANG them George Washington Wood. So I think that's a good enough reason to say that you don't support him, let alone a million of the other things I could bring up, which obviously would also be important. But I mean, what I would just say is like keep watching the streams, and I bet I can convince you of plenty of other things. We talk about a bunch of different topics on the stream.
Yeah, I've been watching the past few days, and it's just like crazy to see that he's like actually walked in on young females, and I have 5 sisters myself, and it's just super fucked up to see. Sorry, my bad. I don't know if I'm allowed to curse on here.
No, you're good. I appreciate you coming up, though. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem. Just keep doing good work.
Thank you. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. I have a few people to think, by the way, but I do want to make sure you get the next person up here.
Long time.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's get the next person up here real quick. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Alrighty, everyone, do give it a second for us to get someone up here. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18, bro.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump, 100%.
Okay, for sure. I have a few people to think, and then we can move on to our conversation. A few people to think. Briella, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Briella. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Nicole with the $40. Happy holidays to you as well. Thank you so much, Nicole. W's for Nicole in the comment section as well. Thank you so much for the $40. And Carrie, thank you so much for the $100 for my monthly DNC dues to get your girlfriend something nice for Christmas. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Carrie. I really appreciate the $100 on PayPal. Thank you. Can we some W's for Carrie and Nicole in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Carrie. I appreciate it. Thank you. W's for them in the comment section. I think I'm fully caught up on YouTube as well. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as well. And if you want to do so for free, make sure to hit the thumbs up on the YouTube stream. Alrighty, so why do you support Donald Trump? Oh, they just left. Again, W's for Carrie in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Nicole. I really appreciate it. Happy holidays to everyone. Merry Christmas. Alrighty, let's get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Me, bro. It's so annoying, bro. Actually, stop.
Let's get the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
26.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, first of all, I'm a veteran. And I think it's really great that he, and I'm not being hateful or transphobic in any way when I make this statement, but he was able to get all the transsexuals out of the military.
Trans people. Oh my God. Why do you, tell me one good reason to kick trans people out of the military?
Yeah, absolutely, man. So in a hypothetical situation, which was a possibility of happening, if I'm on the battlefield with people around me supporting me, I don't want a man, or I don't want a woman that has transitioned into a man to potentially try to save my life, because that is a woman. Men are
No, shut the
inherently-
fuck up, dude.
Dude, you didn't
Shut
let
the
me
fuck
finish.
up. No, because it's stupid. It's stupid. This is not a response. Do you think women should be allowed to serve in the military?
Yeah, absolutely, but
Okay, so then,
women aren't in
by
front
the way,
lines
even if you
with
did believe
weapons.
that, which is stupid to believe, that still wouldn't be a reason why you wouldn't want them in the military, genius.
Okay, well, hold on, Parker. Hold on. Here's another good reason. The most
That's not a good reason.
transsexuals- No,
Transgender people.
Okay, I'm sorry. Transgender people were using the military, using the government for money to perform their surgeries. They weren't in the military to protect their country.
So
They
do
weren't
you
in the
have a wrong?
military.
Do you have anything wrong with other people getting surgeries who are in the military?
If it's like a broken bone, absolutely not. And if it's military related, absolutely not.
If it's
But
not military
getting
related.
hold on. Oh, like surgeries non-military related that
Yes.
the government pays for? I actually don't agree with that.
So you don't think that the veterans should get access to
you
the
should
VA?
pay out of pocket.
Do you believe that veterans should be able to get access to the VA?
Yeah, absolutely. If it's military related. So
If it's
say-
non-military related.
No, I don't.
Okay, so you think that they should have to pay for it themselves after they were veterans?
If it's not military related, yeah. You see what I'm saying?
Should
So
you get access
say-
to healthcare if you've like defended the country?
This what does this have to do with the trans people getting surgeries, man? Because
the
on.
point I'm making is that you get non-military related and service related surgeries all the time and treatment all the time. Like for example, glasses. You can get glasses, correct?
There's a difference between getting glasses and getting your genitals cut off and having sex changes, Parker.
Yeah. Do you believe? What about like hormones? Do you believe that people should be able to get hormones or any other treatment,
or like testosterone boosts?
Yeah.
Like say you have low T and
Mm-hmm.
say I'm a male and I have low T. Yeah, I would condone getting T boosts. You know, it would help with military training. Absolutely.
Okay. So then
there's a
wait. So then, do you agree that trans people should be able to get access to that as well?
Not from the military, no, man. I do not.
Wait, but you just said they should.
No, if it's like a man, if it's like an actual man wanting to get testosterone, then I
but
condone
that's still
that.
gender affirming
But I
care, is it
don't-
not?
Hold on. Dude, come on, man. But I don't condone a female getting testosterone shots. Because that's a female dude and they're trying to transition. That's just not right, man.
So again, you're just claiming that it's not right. You're not giving any good reason to believe that. You're not having any basis in saying that. All you're doing is just bringing up random bullshit saying that you don't like trans people. What's wrong with being trans?
Dude. I'm not even like saying I don't like trans people. I just don't agree with them getting in the military. So the VA, or not the VA, but
and the only reason you
government in
said that
general,
you
if they're in the
disagree with it is
military-
because you disagree with trans people. That's why. So tell me, what's wrong with trans people? What's wrong?
Nothing's wrong. I'm speaking as far as military goes, dude. I'm not speaking as for in general. There's nothing wrong with trans people, but I feel like there is something wrong with trans people in the military. I'm like for the military reasons.
But the reason why you said that was because of a reason that just said because they shouldn't be able to get access to stuff that trans people get access to. So it's essentially it's just based upon them being trans. So what about them being
I'm paying
trans?
my
You're
tax
still not.
dollars.
Also,
I'm
it's your
paying my
tax
tax dollars
You have
for
no
them.
issue with your tax dollars going to literally fucking millionaires and billionaires getting massive tax breaks, but for some reason you have an issue with your tax dollars being there to benefit veterans getting access to health care that they need.
I didn't say I don't have an issue with my tax dollars going to millionaires and billionaires getting tax breaks.
Well, you
But
still
this is
support Donald
another
Trump.
issue that Trump has handled, where my
You
tax
support Donald
dollars
Trump,
are
who
going
gives
to
them.
these.
He gives it to rich millionaires and billionaires to a greater extent, disproportionately, right? If you want to look at the overall amount of money, there's a hell of a lot more money going to that than there is money going to literally give people access to health care.
All right, dude. Why do you keep cutting me off, man?
Because I think you're making a fucking horrible argument.
I honestly, I think a lot of people would agree with me that what Trump did to kick out transgender people from the military is
a shitty thing to do.
It's a win.
No, it's not. It's a shitty thing to do. You have no reason to do it. It's fucking horrible. There's literally no basis in evidence to do this. You're just sitting there and saying people agree with you, and that's not an argument.
Yeah, dude. I mean, like, I don't want my tax dollars going to people.
I don't want my tax dollars going to pay you,
man.
I don't want my tax dollars paying you.
Also, he cut the funding. He cut some.
Hey,
of the
I don't want my tax dollars. I don't want my tax dollars paying you. I think you shouldn't be allowed in the military. I don't want my taxpayer dollars paying for you, for people who violate their constitutional oath, right?
Well, hold on. I'm a male that's physically fit, that is able to.
But you're violating your oath by supporting a guy who wanted to terminate all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. And you're also not trying to provide care for other veterans.
Than a trans person.
No, you can't.
I would objectively. Yes, because hold on, Parker. Listen to me, dude. Let me finish real quick.
You are right now harming this country.
No, listen. Because a female that's trying to be a man, I still am more fit than that person genetically because I'm naturally a male. Okay, so I have more testosterone.
By the way, you being biologically a male does not make you more fit than everyone who is biologically female. That's ridiculous for you to say that. That's just a lie. There are plenty of people who are biologically female that are a lot more physically fit than you, especially those that are on T.
Okay,
right?
I'm speaking for the majority.
I'm serious.
I'm serious. Hold on, Parker. I'm speaking for the majority.
Yeah, and by the way, do you think the average person is in the military?
So
the average person's not in the military. So what's your point?
You're going to say there's more biological women that are stronger than biological men. You're not going to say that, right?
That's not the claim I'm making. I'm asking you this question, though. Could Ronda Rousey beat the fuck out of you?
Yeah, she's a trained martial artist fighter. But hold on, Parker. If I were trained,
you get your shit rocked, right?
Hold on, dude. If I were trained,
should she answer this question?
Hold on, dude.
Stop. Because I already made this point. Should people who are biologically female be allowed into the military?
Yes.
So what is your argument? If your argument is that they aren't able to specifically, on average, have the same strength as you, well, on average, wouldn't that be also true for anyone else who is biologically female?
Hold on, because majors and captains are going to treat them like men, which they are not. You see what I'm saying? They're going to put these men, quotation marks, on the front lines of battle with me, protecting my life.
Listen,
and I don't.
That is their choice. That is their choice.
That.
Wait, it is your choice. That. And by the way, you don't support that? Well, how about you sit there and fucking whine and cry about that? Because it's insane. It is insane that you're going to sit there and say that they are somehow less qualified to take care of you. I have a question. In situations in which they meet the same qualifications, if not better, would you be okay with them being in that position, taking care of you?
In like what particular situations?
Yeah, if they passed all of the standards, do you think they should be allowed in?
The military or on the front lines of battle?
For any of the positions they're in. They met the qualifications and standards to get into that position.
No.
And so they shouldn't be allowed even though they met the qualifications. You sound stupid.
No, I don't sound stupid because
they shouldn't be allowed because they don't meet these certain qualifications. Yet even when they do meet the qualifications, I don't give a shit. And I still think they shouldn't be allowed in the position.
Okay, what percentage of transgender people that got in the military, what percentage of them do you think were using the military?
Meet the qualifications to get in the military?
Purposes? Huh?
What percent of trans people were qualified that are in the military to get into the military? The answer is all of them. Okay?
Okay, but a female that transitioned to a male still can't compete with other biological males.
Yes, they can. They can.
Yeah, can you give me any evidence for this basis?
Yes, after multiple years of testosterone, you absolutely can compete, and even prior to that point, you can compete, right? You understand? Like that's a ridiculous statement for you to make.
So you don't support Trump kicking out transgender people from the military. You don't support that in any.
That's fucking horrible.
How's that horrible?
By the way, I have a question. Is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Is there anything that Trump could do that would get me to stop supporting him?
Yes.
Absolutely. Absolutely,
Such as?
absolutely, dude. Hold on, dude. I don't just support Trump because it's Trump.
So
if
answer the
he
question,
were doing
what could he do?
things that I didn't condone, I would not support him.
So what could he do?
Kamala Harris, though.
Kamala.
I would.
What could he do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Why does that even matter?
Because it's like respect.
I don't respect Kamala Harris.
You should.
Why? But no, before
because
we go
she's
into
giving
that
you no
why
reason to
statement,
disrespect her under your own view.
Yeah, before we go on that why statement, what was your question about not supporting
Is there
Donald
anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Absolutely, man.
Like what?
Like leaving transgenders in the military, dude. Like
transgender
stuff
people
like that. Like leaving transgender people in the military.
So under his first term, you didn't support him because trans people were in the military?
Right. He was working on an executive order to abolish that.
If he was working on he could have done it at any point in his administration. He didn't do that. So answer the question. Did you support him under his first administration?
He did do it.
Answer the question. Did you support him under his first administration?
Yes, dude. The economy was booming during his first administration.
Even though he didn't ban trans people from the military? Okay, so can you give me something specifically?
Okay, there was hold on, dude. There was way less trans people in the military than there were in 2020 or 2021, dude.
Can you give me a number? What's the difference number-wise?
Trans people were less prominent, man.
Can you give me a source?
That transgender people were less prominent than they are now?
No, in 2020.
Yeah, I'm sure I could find one.
Okay.
Hold on, dude. I got a question for you. Is there anything that Kamala
By the way,
Harris
it was practically the same percentage points, by the way. Yeah, I'd love for you to provide a single source.
Is there anything that Kamala Harris
Kamala
wouldn't do for you not to support her?
Hey,
Kamala Harris.
Phil, can you just say Harris?
Yeah. Is there anything that Harris would do for you not to support her? Or are you just
Yes, if she was held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will, I wouldn't support her.
There's no evidence for Trump doing that to anyone.
There is. He was held liable in a civil court, unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people. There doesn't need to be a video in order to prove
evidence.
I have a question. Are you Christian?
That would support your claim.
Are you Christian?
Tangible evidence that would support.
Are you Christian?
Yes.
Was there a video of Jesus rising from the dead?
No, but I feel it in my heart. Hold on. Dude, yeah, that was 2000.
Dude, was there a video? Hey, was there a video, buddy?
Hold on. That's a stupid argument because there were no videos back then.
Yeah, and there were no cameras. Wait, and that's a stupid argument because there were no cameras in. Wait, no, listen. There were no.
Stupid argument.
Listen, there were no cameras in the stores of Bergdorf Goodman right at that particular time on that particular floor, and that was testified by specifically people who worked at that time.
Dude, so you're saying there was no. What? So what evidence is there that convicted Trump that to do these things? And if he was convicted, why isn't he in prison right now?
Actually, can I ask you one question? I will answer this.
Grape, and that's a felony crime.
I'll tell you. I will answer this. I just want to ask you this one question. Can you name one piece of evidence in the case that you dispute?
Fuck. I'm sorry?
Can you name one piece of evidence in the case that you dispute?
Oh, like that is disputing your claim?
Name one piece of evidence in the case that you dispute, the civil case.
Yeah, that there is no evidence for him being prosecuted.
In order for him to be held liable, there had to have been evidence. Wrong. In order for him to be held liable, it had to meet a standard of evidence, meaning that there was evidence. And by the way, there was evidence submitted to the case. Do you want to bet on that? I bet you that there was evidence submitted in the case.
Why isn't he in prison?
I bet you that do you want to bet there was evidence submitted in the case? Do you want to bet?
Not substantial evidence, no.
Okay, so you see how you're moving the goalpost? So answer this question. Name one piece of evidence in the case that you dispute.
Dude, I can't name a piece of evidence
because you didn't do any research.
You can't also name a piece of evidence.
Yes, I can. Right, I can
Name
mention
one.
specifically multiple of her friends that talked about the fact that this is a consistent story over multiple decades and explain the stories that happened.
Okay,
right? We
dude,
can talk
so
about
you're
the fact
saying
that there
that
was
people-
DNA on a dress, unidentified male DNA, where Trump had multiple years to give up his DNA, but he chose not to, which under his view would have proven he was at the scene of the crime. But again, he decided not to give up his DNA within the multiple years allotted because it would have indicated that, again, it was more likely that obviously he would have been incriminated in that context. We can also point to the fact that there was a psychologist that verified the trauma that she went through. There were multiple victims that talked about the experiences that they went through in the court case as well. There were people. Listen, there were people who were at Bergdorf Goodman that worked there that talked about the fact that there were people. It was likely that there would be no one on that particular floor at that particular time, and that there was not cameras on that floor at that time. So there was plenty of evidence that I just pointed to, alongside others. You couldn't name a single piece of evidence in the case you dispute because you didn't do research. You didn't look into it. Let me ask you this next question: what store did it happen in?
What store did it happen in?
Yeah.
Why does it matter?
Answer the question. What store did it happen in?
No store, because it didn't happen. It's a lie.
No.
It's
how about this?
lie,
How about this?
dude.
What store was it alleged to have happened in?
Dude, you believe these women?
Answer the
Women
question.
lie,
hey,
bro.
answer the
Women
question.
are liars.
What store was
Women
it?
are liars.
Answer the question. What store was it alleged to have happened in?
I didn't read into that.
Okay, so by the way, I told you like literally 30 seconds ago, Bergdorf Goodman. I said it twice in our conversation, let alone I think I said it even one more time earlier. So one, you're not listening and you have comprehension issues. And two, you're the one lying right now because you're saying it didn't happen with absolutely no basis in this. You're saying that there's no evidence with no basis. When I proved you wrong, there was evidence. You're the one who's a liar. You want to know something crazy? Donald Trump in this case was the one proven to have lied. He said that they never met. There was a picture of them shown together in a deposition. He said that he wouldn't have sexually abused Jean Carroll because she's quote unquote not his type. But then in a deposition, he mistook her with his ex-wife, indicating that he would have sexually abused her either way. So you know who was the actual liar in this case? Donald Trump, not Jean Carroll. She was proven to have a consistent story over multiple decades, and Donald Trump was the one proven to have lied. And yet you believe the pathological liar that cheated on every single one of his wives over Jean Carroll when you did no research in the case, you didn't know a single piece of evidence in the case you dispute, and you just said that women are liars as a generalizing statement because you're a fucking incel with absolutely no argument. Provide an argument.
Why are you getting mad? Why are you getting mad?
Because you provided no argument. You didn't look for any evidence. You're a grape apologist. You don't actually give a shit about victims. You're doing everything to harm victims. Literally not going to believe them regardless of the amount of evidence. And yet you believe that that Donald Trump didn't commit these crimes regardless. Also, you believe that Jesus fucking rose from the dead with no evidence because you feel it in your heart. But apparently you have no basis in evidence to accept that any of these situations happened from 26 plus people that have accused Donald Trump of sexual misconduct.
Are you saying accusations can't be lied upon, dude?
Oh, okay. So can you say the same thing for your beliefs in terms of Christianity? You deny every single one of the disciples, right?
Hold on, man. If an accusation was substantial evidence, Donald Trump would be in prison, dude. These women.
Okay, so then you dispute the claims of the disciples that they saw Jesus rose from the dead.
Hold on, Parker. Hold on, dude. These women that proclaimed that Donald Trump raped them, forcibly penetrated their vagina against their will. Mm-hmm. There's no substantial evidence.
There is. I just told you about it, and you didn't look into it. There's no substantial evidence to say that Jesus rose from the dead. Wait, do you think there's substantial evidence to say that Jesus rose from the dead?
I'm giving you the reasons these women lied. They want to get Donald Trump in a civil court of law and take his money. Okay.
So why was only one case in a civil court?
Women are greedy.
Hey,
his money.
You're greedy. You're greedy. You're not listening.
Make an OnlyFans.
You're being ridiculous. You know what percent of women make an OnlyFans?
Dude, a lot, bro.
What percent? What percent of women?
I don't know the exact percentage.
No, give me a projection. Actually, give me an estimate. Estimate off the top of your head. What percent of women do you think have an OnlyFans?
I would say at least 20%.
You think 20% of women in the United States have an OnlyFans?
That are of age, correct.
What an incel.
Hold on, dude.
What? Dude, oh, stop. You do not think 20% of adult women have an OnlyFans. What type of fucking crazy a take is that?
The majority of women
What crazy take is that? Dude, stop right now. You're being ridiculous. You think 20% of women above the age of 18 have an OnlyFans. You are an incel, dude. Holy shit. Name one fucking source you have to justify that, by the way.
Why I think that?
Name one source. That is such a bullshit fucking claim, dude.
On my Snapchat that literally people I went to high school with.
You said everyone on your Snapchat, so you follow a bunch of OnlyFans models, so you're the one buying their content?
OnlyFans. I was exaggerating, okay? But they sell their nudes, they sell feet pics, they sell explicit content for money, dude. Because
so by the way, you follow a lot of people that sell explicit content for money?
Work for their riches.
That's working, by the way. That is work because they have to deal with people like you.
Dude, that is not work.
That is work.
But inherently.
By the way, under your view, under your view, you think that they employ more people than Walmart, Target, Home Depot combined.
Dude, like I said, dude, if you listen,
he thinks that OnlyFans employs more women than Walmart, Target, and Home Depot combined. I just want to clarify that. What type of insane worldview is this?
Hold on, dude. I was exaggerating on OnlyFans. I meant like
you were exaggerating by literally over 10 times.
Feet pics, underwear, any
and you're buying them. And I bet you're buying them.
That is not work.
Have you bought? Wait, I have a question. Have you ever bought or paid for any type of explicit photos?
Absolutely not, and I never will.
Absolutely not.
It's degrading.
Okay. But like again, you literally are absurd. You just tried to say that 20% of women have OnlyFans. By the way, I just want to let you know what percent of men. What do you wait? I have a question. What percent? Do you think that there's? Listen. I'm trying to make a point. Listen. Okay.
I've been trying to make a point all night.
I don't care. I don't really give a shit. You're a weirdo,
dude. This is showing your.
Do you think that there's a greater percent? Oh my god. Do you think there's a greater percent of women, right, that engage in OnlyFans, or do you think there's a greater percent of men that buy it?
I would say it goes both ways.
Dude, I'm asking you a simple question.
You're a man. Hold on. Anybody in this?
I'm asking you a simple question. He can't answer. He can't do it.
Let me answer this. If you're a man and you buy that explicit content, you are no better than the women selling it.
Oh, exactly that. Wait. So then here's my point. Then are there more women? Are there more women who engage in making OnlyFans content, or more men who buy that content?
Yeah, I would say there's multiple men that buy like an individual.
Not the question I asked. I asked you more women or more men proportionally.
Dude, because men are more lustful by nature. Yes.
Wait, so to clarify, you said that men buying it are viewed the same as women who produce it in the first place. So men should be viewed worse comparative to women in the context of OF because there's more men buying it than there is women producing it.
I told you they should be viewed the same. There's not much of a
differential. And there's more men that are doing it than women. Therefore, then you think that men should be viewed worse.
Pathetic? Would you agree that it's pathetic to buy like explicit content, to buy like feet pics from a girl that means nothing, that's worthless?
Okay, the fact that you're saying someone is worthless is disgusting. Regardless of whether or not someone does OnlyFans, that doesn't make them fucking worthless. You weirdo. What the fuck is wrong with you? What do you mean worthless?
I don't mean like worthless as in like not a human being, but it's a worthless act is what I meant. Not the person, not the shame, but they should be feel guilt. Okay, for doing that because
I don't even agree with that. I don't think OF models should feel guilt for being OF models.
You don't agree that it's immoral at all to do that? Really?
Is it immoral? I don't think it's necessarily immoral. No. Okay, I think if anything, it's going to be a context of like the fact that people who go into the particular industry, right, are at likelihood of being a victim themselves, right? They're more likely of being a victim than doing something that's considerably wrong. Like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Hold on, dude. Did you just say they're a victim?
I said they're more likely of being a victim, right, than doing something wrong in this context.
Yeah, hold on, dude. I'm trying to analyze your brain, bro, because that's insane what you just said. Say I was a female, right? In a hypothetical
Yeah, because I think
situation.
that if you want to look at the industry,
And I had nice
the industry is
people.
very exploitative towards workers that are involved.
They're indulging in it, dude. They're making themselves a victim. You see what I'm saying?
No, that's a ridiculous. Don't even say that. That's victim blaming. You're not saying they're making themselves. Shut the fuck up. That is so disgusting. Do you hear yourself right now?
That is not disgusting.
I have a question.
It's factual.
If you found out that one of your siblings did OF, what would you say about them?
I would say stop, dude. It's ridiculous. It's sad.
No, but would you
I
say
would
these
still
horrible
love-
things
hold
about
on.
them?
I would still love them, but I wouldn't agree with what they were doing.
But would
see
you
what
say
I'm
these
saying?
horrible things about them? Would you say that they're worthless?
I explained to you, they're not worthless as a person. What they're doing is worthless. It is making them worthless. It is just they're
It's
giving
making. You
into
just said
the
it's
mo-
making them
giving
worthless.
into the devil. They're giving into the
Giving
devil.
into the devil.
They're giving.
Wait, answer the
lust.
question. Answer the question.
They're trying to get rich easy, doing a nasty act, and that in itself is bad, inherently, objectively bad. You should not.
Wait, you said it's the devil.
Yourself.
You said it's the devil, right? So then tell me,
is.
what do you mean?
Yeah, it is the devil, man. Like we're meant to get jobs. We're meant to progress ourselves. Doing that stuff, it's not progression, dude. It's not like you're not bettering yourself by doing that. It's nothing. What?
I'm done talking to the guy. I can't do it anymore.
Okay.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
My boyfriend's gonna debate you. Is that okay?
Yeah. Does he support Trump?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh shit. Am I on
Alrighty.
camera?
You're
Hey,
on camera. That's just voice.
I don't know how to do TikTok. What's up, big dog?
What's up? I have a few people to thank, and then we can go on to our conversation real quick. You just give me a few minutes
ahead.
to thank some people.
Go ahead.
Alrighty. Let me say thank you to some people real quick. Shaya, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $15. Thank you. Apparently, he was following a bunch of women who are making content. By the way, crazy thing to do while also simultaneously making fun of that. Molly, thank you for the $17.76. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Tracy, thank you for the $50 for Merry Christmas. Can we get some W's for Tracy in the comment section right now? Of course. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Frederica, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Eli, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, Eli. Can we get some W's for Eli in the comment section? Tracy as well. Thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Tracy. Of course, I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jeremy, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Sally, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Can we get some W's for Sally in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Sally. That is so very kind of you. W's for Sally in the comment section right now. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh, Base, that's so funny. I take that as a compliment. Honestly, take that as a compliment. And then, Harry, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Jess, thank you for the $2. Devonshire, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I would if I had him on still. But Brian, thank you so much for the $5. Ark, thank you for the $5. Thank you. And Ark again with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Tony, thank you for the $2. Ray, thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. Thank you. Of course, thank you so much. Just Alpha, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Based. Anthony, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Andy again, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much, Andy. I think I'm fully caught up. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people, everyone. As always, if you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. And if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. Alrighty, so why do you support Donald Trump?
All right, so if I can, real quick, could we get some familiarity with ourselves? I heard your name was Parker, if that's okay. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay, my name is John. I'm 33. I'm from Texas. I have a 9-year-old daughter. If you don't mind, I don't know a whole lot about you. My girlfriend kind of watched this a little bit. If you wouldn't mind just kind of give me a couple things about you, we'll go forward from there.
Yeah, so I'm a liberal. I think that Donald Trump is someone that people shouldn't support. I think Democrats are a better alternative. I think Trump's a horrible person. Things like that.
And how old are you?
23 years old.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. I'm 33. And go on with the next question.
Alrighty. So then why do you support Trump?
Why do I support Trump? So the reason I feel like I'm Republican is because when and the political landscape, if you look at my life in Texas, what is a better life for me? It doesn't matter if you're liberal or Democrat. When a liberal is in office, my gas goes up to $3.50 a gallon. My gas is $1.99 right now here in Texas. There's 99 other things. There's plenty of things I don't support as far as preaching things in certain schools. Like I told you, I have a daughter. I don't think that's okay. We'd let these children and kids decide at a certain age. There's 99 things like that. So that's some of the reasons. Why are you support liberalism?
Yeah, so I want to address your points first, and then I'll go on to that. So gas prices over the past year have only gone down by 2 cents on average. I don't think that's due to Trump. True. That is, if you look at the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Okay. I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
And the Energy Information Administration, they both indicate that. Secondly, in terms of preaching things in schools, what things in schools do you not want to be taught?
Well, so I'll go back to your first point. Over the last 12 months, my gas price has gone down over $1. But as far as having a child, which I know you don't understand because you've never had a child or anybody to really give yourself to or care about, we really care about our morals and things that we instill people in as children. And there's certain things that you have to put into somebody to make them a better person. At the same time, if you're confusing them with things that are man's not a woman, a man's not a man, a woman's not a woman, at a certain age, you have to learn these things. It's biological, it's X, Y, and Z. If you're putting that in these children and then you're contradicting science at an early age, how can you do that within a book in the library and then a book in the science system?
So I'd like to know where Z came from. And then we're also we're not claiming man isn't a man.
X, Y, Z is a thing we say when we're trying to explain things. I apologize, but X and Y.
Okay.
X, Y, Y. X, and X, Y.
And there's also intersex individuals who have
there's nothing of that in biology at all.
What's up?
Where does that come in when you come out of the hospital and you're claiming
you can have XXY or XYY? That's an example.
Right. Correct. And so where does your third come in?
Where does it? I'm just saying in different. Yeah, like when someone's intersex.
There's some questionable thing coming in there. There's no questionable thing coming there in science. It is what it is, right? And so why would it come in a science book and then all of a sudden a library book is different?
I'm confused what you're trying to say. Like in terms of the
what
dictionary.
The science book says, what biology says, there's a man and a woman. And then why would a library book
so let me clarify.
Say there's a man, a woman, and somebody else?
So again, in terms of people who are intersex, they exist. That's a biological fact. Okay. If you want to reference library books in terms of definitions, right? If you want to reference like a dictionary, for example, and when we reference gender, we're not always referencing it from a biological perspective. There's connotations of gender in which come from a social perspective. And even then, again, we're not teaching super young children anything complex. We're just saying it's okay to be gay and it's okay to be trans. There's really nothing more than that.
You're referencing a library book versus a science book. No science book says
science books are in the library.
You come out a man or a woman, or you come out we don't fucking know. Everybody knows you come out male or female. And then your library book.
Some people are intersex,
different.
Of course.
But you reference one science book that says male or female or we don't know. I've never seen a science book come out and say, we don't know what this is.
What? I do think that science books acknowledge that they don't have the 100% understanding of things. If you've never read a science book, you can just say it.
Fictional books can have a better understanding than a science book can.
No, I don't know any fictional books say that have a better understanding than science books.
Well, they're all fictional books on your transgender shit. The science books say
no, they're not. They're not at all. What do you mean fictional books?
There's a male deer that can mate with a female deer. There's a.
I think that humans are more complex than deer.
That can mate with a female lion.
I mean,
listen. There's no science books that say who knows woman can. It makes no sense.
Can I ask you a question?
You're not making any sense.
Do you think that deer have the same type of complex social relations as human beings?
Well, let me ask you this: do you believe in God?
No, I do not.
Okay. So you don't believe in God. And so there's no male, female, anything.
I do believe
It's
that
all- we
males
just
and
don't know.
females exist,
Okay,
and also
so that
intersex
makes
individuals.
that makes
Can I ask you one point here?
Hold on.
Do you think God the
Let me
Father?
make my entire point real quick.
Okay.
So if you don't believe in God, so it's only science. Where in science has a male and a female not reproduce a child?
What? There are plenty of males and females that can't reproduce. They're infertile.
Unless you're talking about amphibians, there's only in the mammal lifestyle.
Do you think everyone who's
male
infertile is an
and female
amphibian?
that can reproduce.
Wait, so every person
So
who's
if a male
infertile.
and female can't reproduce.
Stop.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to shout. Go ahead.
Do you think every person who's infertile is an amphibian?
No, so you're trying to get off in the weeds. I'm not going to let you do that. In every science book, you say you don't believe in God, so you have to believe in science. So name one science book where a male reproductive system and a female reproductive system did not reproduce. Unless it's an amphibian where they can reproduce without themselves.
Let me let you
Name
know.
one.
In situations in which individuals
Name
are
one book.
infertile.
Name a book.
For example, there are individuals who are born biologically female that are born without a uterus.
Yeah, a miracle. Because name how many of those happen. You were asking that guy about facts and statistics earlier. Name them. Because you were asking him about the OnlyFans, so name your facts.
So the percent of individuals
facts.
overall that are infertile is around 20% of the population.
Okay, being infertile does not mean you're not a woman, or does not mean you're not a man. Just
Exactly.
means you weren't meant to reproduce.
Exactly.
It does not mean that a nobody can reproduce a nobody. A male and a female have to reproduce to reproduce. So
Okay.
you're just contradicting your entire
Okay,
point.
so listen. So you're saying males and females, when engaging in intercourse, can reproduce, not that every single male and every single female can reproduce.
Correct.
Okay. Then I don't know what your whole point is here. Let me ask you a question.
No, you go back to your point.
Yeah, I'm going back to a point. God the Father, do you think that he is a man?
No, he's spiritual. He's bigger than all of us. It's not.
Some fathers aren't
it's
men.
the Trinity.
So some fathers aren't men.
No, yeah, there are men that are not fathers. I'm not saying there aren't fathers.
No,
that are
but
men.
wait, let me clarify. Are some fathers not men?
Depending on your description, yes, but at the same time, any man that
So what fathers are not men?
that can
Wait.
reproduce a child is definitely a father.
Wait, what fathers
So
are
you're
not
trying
men?
to get off in the weeds.
Wait, answer this
At the same
question.
time-
What fathers are not men?
Well, there's a definition of man. When I talk about a man from Texas, is do you take care of your kids? Do you fucking provide for your family? Do you
What
take care of
fathers
your
are not a
family?
man?
There's a lot of people that are birth children that are fucking pieces of shit. Well, I wouldn't consider them men. But yes, they would.
Wait, by the way, men being a piece of shit doesn't make. Stop. You're just making shit up now.
They would be male.
Men being a piece of shit does not make them not a man. What are you talking
You
about?
didn't ask if they were biologically male. Biologically, they would be male. Yes.
Wait, I'm sorry. Okay. So yes, that's what I was referencing. So
Okay,
is God the
biologically,
Father?
then
God the
that's
Father
correct.
is he biologically male?
God the Father? So who are you talking about? Because you don't believe in him. So who are you talking about by God the Father?
I'm referencing your worldview. You believe in God the Father from the Christian worldview, the Abrahamic notion of God, the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good notion of God. Yeah. And I'm asking you, in that connotation, right, do you believe that your father can be referred to using he, him pronouns and as a father, right, even though they have no biology representing that prior to incarnation, which would mean Jesus in the flesh?
I believe in the Trinity, so Jesus was a male.
Yes,
I believe
and
the Holy Spirit is spirit, and then I believe God was above all those things. So don't roll your eyes because you're getting.
No, what I'm rolling my eyes over is that I just addressed this, but you didn't listen to me. So take a listen real quick.
Here.
Put on your listening
I
ears.
asked you your name, Patrick, or whatever the fuck it is.
I know. I just said this in the conversation 10 seconds ago. Okay, so put your listening ears on.
I'm not looking at your conversation, bro. On TikTok.
You're not looking at my conversation. You mean listening to the conversation?
What? No, you're trying to get off in the weeds. You're trying to what's your point? Let's get on. You want to get on let's get on politics. Let's do politics. You want to get on the? Well, I'll do this with you all day, but you're gonna be wrong about it.
Well, I was already right about it, and you're clearly lost.
No,
you have
you're
comprehension
not.
issues.
No, you want to get off in the weeds on some bullshit because you know you're losing. Let's do something else. Let's pick a subject. Let's go.
Wait, by the way, your name is Patrick, correct?
No, that's what I call it. I forgot what your name was too. I'm not gonna lie to you.
No, what was your name again?
You want to restart? You want to do a reset?
No, what was your name again?
JP.
JP? Okay. Okay. Sorry,
reset?
I was gonna say, is this the Krusty Krab? No, this is Patrick, because that's what this conversation's like right now, man.
Yeah, good one. Y'all should talk about the Epstein files.
Yeah.
I'm his girlfriend, by the way.
For sure, let's do that. What do you think about the Epstein files? Do you think it's a hoax?
No, I mean, I think that the liberals had their hands on them for a lot longer than we did, and they didn't release them for a reason. I think there's a lot more people on your side of it than there are on ours. I don't think that there's not Republicans on that thing, but I do think that when you're billionaires in New York, you're going to rub shoulders at people with parties just like you would in Hollywood. I do know there's plenty of witnesses.
And go on their flights 7 times and say that you're your best friend and say they're a terrific guy and like beautiful women as much as he does, many of them on the younger side. Fuck Bill Clinton. Again, in this context, again, I have no affiliation to any Democrat that is specifically going to be listed in any of these files.
Yeah,
I have no issue with condemning any of them.
How would
What's
you
that?
know they haven't been listed?
Well, I mean, some of the files.
So you wouldn't. So you wouldn't.
Some of the files have been released.
You wouldn't.
Right. I
No,
wouldn't
but
what?
No, so you wouldn't. So you're talking a lot of shit you don't know about.
What? What are you saying? I don't even know what you're trying to say right now.
You said none of your people will be listed, but you're saying the Epstein's files haven't been listed.
I never said that none of.
Aren't listed.
You weren't listening. I never said none of the people who are on the Democratic side would. Dude.
Go ahead.
I never said that none of the people on the Democratic side would be listed. I said whoever is listed on the Democratic side, fuck them.
Right. Understood.
Okay.
But, so
I said I have no affiliation.
Fingers at people that aren't listed yet.
Say that again.
So where does that? You're also trying to point fingers at people that aren't listed yet. So where does that put you? Is that hypocrite or what?
What? Trump has been in the files, right? Not only has he been in the files.
He hasn't been listed on 7 flights. You just brought up 7
Yes,
flights.
he was.
He was.
Yes, he was. Those flight logs have been released.
The 7 flight logs? Post them right now on your page. So you can
He was on 7 different flight logs.
No,
Yes.
you're making shit up.
Do you want to bet?
That's not true. Yeah.
How much?
Dude. Let's do it.
How much do you want to bet?
7 flight logs on whose flight logs?
Epstein's plane.
But also, I'll put this out there. You had 34 felony accounts that you keep bringing up. And you think if you had him on 7 flight logs, they wouldn't have put his ass in jail? You can't, because you're
well, being on the flight log doesn't necessarily mean that you have committed any particular crime, but he absolutely was on.
You just admitted your own wrong, and you caused.
No, I'm not. No, I didn't. Listen, wait, hold up. Do you want to?
Do you want to prove it? You just said you can't.
This guy's
prove you did no wrong.
very insufferable, to be honest. I'm asking a very specific
I'm
question.
beating your ass because you don't.
No, you're not.
What you're talking about.
No, you're not. Take a
I don't know
listen.
what you're talking about.
I do, and I'm addressing this right now. Do you want to bet then? Donald Trump was on the flight log 7 times on Jeffrey Epstein's aircraft. Okay, do you agree with me that, or do you say you disagree and you want to bet?
Do you want to agree that you just said being proven that flight log does not mean you committed a crime? Because you just said that
Yes,
too.
I agree.
Okay, so what are we betting about?
We're betting on whether or not he was on the
He
aircraft 7
whether
times.
he committed a crime that y'all had him for 8 years in a chokehold and you couldn't fucking prove it? Or what do you want to bet about? Because
I already
if you-
told you, and
if
you're
you
just
told
being
me
dense.
Y'all were in office for 8 years, you had him on the chokehold, and you couldn't fucking put him down, that you have any kind of crime committed is crazy.
Okay,
And
I'm
then
gonna
also,
I'm gonna restate it one more time. Okay, I'm gonna restate it one more time. I want you to listen this time.
It several more times for you. Go ahead.
Okay, so again, I think that Donald Trump was on the flight log 7 times.
What can you prove? What does the law say? It's not what you think; it's what you can prove.
Can you stop cutting me off and let me finish my point? Hey,
that's where you keep screwing up on your own podcast, buddy.
I'm not screwing up at all. I'm just trying to finish my statement. Would you like to let me finish the statement?
I would love to, so I can prove you more wrong.
Okay. So, do you agree with me that Trump was on the plane, Jeffrey Epstein's private plane, 7 times? Or do you think he wasn't on it and you want to bet me on that?
Show me where those flight logs went. Did they go to his private island? or did they go from New York to Mar-a-Lago? Show me where they went. Because if they went to the island, they would have indicted his ass. He'd be underneath the jail. So tell me where those flights went. Because you can bring up flight logs all you want. But when you're in New York and you're a billionaire, it's like being at a Hollywood party. You're going to rub shoulders. You're going to get on a private plane. You're going to do some things. But did anybody go to that fucking private island like Bill Clinton did 24 times? And why the Democrats had 8 years to release these things. They didn't want to do it. And now they're trying to be 6 months into his reign. Oh, no, you got to release him today. You got to release him today. So why didn't y'all do that then?
So I'm again going to ask my point again because you seemingly have no capacity to respond to it. Because when I originally said that Trump was on the flight log 7 times, you said I was lying, and you said I was making that up. Now are you agreeing? Now are you agreeing that Trump did go on it 7 times? He just went on it not to the island, and instead went on it to say like between Palm Beach and New York City.
I will agree to disagree as soon as you say that. As soon as you get on a flight, we can't assume a crime was committed. So I'll agree to disagree with you on that.
I've already clarified this point.
You said after that, you can't.
Dude, you might be one of the most insufferable people I have ever talked to. I'm asking you a blatant question, and you're not answering it. You have no capacity to answer a simple question. Okay?
No, because you want to get off in the weeds because you know you're.
This isn't. I'm trying to clarify a question because you claimed that again. I made that up, and I'm asking: do you at least admit now that I didn't?
That up with I can't.
Do you at least admit that now? He just doesn't stop talking. He can't do it. You are you a child? Hello?
Crime was committed on that flight. That's immediately what you followed it up with, and so and then the next thing you said I think maybe he did this.
Dude, this guy's one of the most dishonest people I've talked to. He's super disingenuous. He's not even trying to understand what I'm saying right now. I'm specifically.
Go ahead.
I am being very kind to you. I'm being very kind to you, and you are constantly interrupting me. You're not listening to what I'm saying. You're purposefully misrepresenting what I'm saying. I have clarified multiple times. Yes, being on the plane does not mean that you have necessarily committed a crime. I'm like, think of the galaxy. But Donald Trump did go on Jeffrey Epstein's plane 7 different times. Do you at least agree with me now that Donald Trump did go on the plane 7 times?
No, I don't, because you haven't shown me anything. You could put it up on your screen, but you haven't.
I haven't yet, and I will. But do you think that? So you think that what I'm saying is fake? Correct?
I'm not saying you do. I'm not saying it's not fake. But what you just followed it up with was that just being on the plane doesn't constitute a crime.
I agree, and I've said that multiple times at this point.
Which is why they indicted him 34 times.
That was not the 34 felonies.
Under the jail.
Wait,
you think if they would have had this, they wouldn't have buried
so annoying. This guy's so annoying. The 34 felonies have nothing to do with this. The 34 felonies is in relation to falsification of business records.
Don't let me get into Letitia James. I'll get into Letitia James.
The 34 felonies is in relation to falsification of business records in the first degree, which is a Class C felony in the state of New York. That's not what we're talking about right now. I have an article I can send you. You can go to this. Donald Trump's, the title of the article is Donald Trump's named in Jeffrey Epstein flight logs.
Who's the source?
His own attorney general.
No. Put it up.
I just told you.
Who's his own
the
attorney
title
general?
Of the article that reports this.
Who's his attorney general?
Can I please finish without you cutting me off?
No, tell me who it is, though, real quick. And then,
Can I please finish without you cutting me off?
Finish it. Tell me that.
Who is Donald Trump's attorney general? Pam Bondi.
Did you just put that up? Okay, go ahead.
Can I please finish speaking now? Okay. So the title is Donald Trump named in Jeffrey Epstein flight logs released by his own attorney general. That's the title. Okay. Do you at least accept that that's true now?
Why don't you have a thing where you can pop it up there? But yeah, cool. Go ahead. Pam Bondi, put it up there. Cool.
Do you accept that that happened?
Flight logs, yeah. Like I said, it's not a. All right, hold on. Let me ask you this: what year?
He can't even answer the question. I'm really just trying to get an answer, man.
No, I will accept them, but I do want to know what year these.
How long is it going to take to answer a question? Like seriously,
I said yes immediately, motherfucker.
Okay, so you do agree that now. So when you originally claimed that I was making up the 7 flight logs, was that just because I'm a liberal that you said I'm making it up, or what was the reason?
I told you. Okay, so imagine this.
Because you didn't look it up.
let me paint you a picture real quick. You're famous. You're a billionaire. You live in Hollywood. Everybody's famous. You all go to the same parties. You hang out with people. It's the same thing in New York in the 80s. Everybody gets drunk except for Donald Trump, apparently. I don't know if that shit's true. I don't believe everything he says. I'm not just a diehard Trump fan. I'm conservative. I'm not just super supportive of Trump. But at the same time, if we're all rubbing shoulders as billionaires at the same parties, we may end up getting on the same plane going somewhere. What I'm asking you is where those planes went and what year they left. Because I know for a fact that Trump kicked him out of his Mar-a-Lago estates because he was causing problems. So I'm not saying they didn't fly on some planes before that. I'm not saying they didn't rub shoulders at some parties, because all the billionaires are going to go to the same parties. Just like all the same cool kids in the high school crowd go to the same parties. Look, man, let's back this down to a, just very conversational status. And I apologize, I may have got a little combative, so I apologize on that. So let's just talk about it if we can.
Okay. So you assumed that Bill Clinton was on the private island, right?
Well,
what was your evidence for that?
That I have seen pictures of.
Okay, so the pictures, you're seeing the pictures of him like in the hot tub with the victim's face redacted?
I mean, we all know we all know Bill Clinton had problems. I mean, Monica Lewinsky.
Dude, it's like I ask specific questions and it's like his brain can't possibly respond to it. Like genuinely, like, dude, can you stay on topic and like address what I'm saying? Like,
combative stance. This is what
I'm not trying to be combative. I'm just trying to get you to respond to what I'm saying, man.
Not fast, you say nothing. But this, like, that's what I had. So let's get back to a conversational status.
Yeah, I've been trying to. Am I speaking too quick for you?
Let's go.
Am I speaking too quick for you? I can try to slow down my speech even further.
You're not, but you're saying nothing.
I did say things. I asked you.
Yeah, you said a lot of bullshit.
What is the reason why you believe that Bill Clinton was on the private island?
The reason? I feel like because he was named probably, 20 times in the files before anything was released. This was before the files. This was 2003 when he was originally arrested, and then they let him go, and then they rearrested him.
The files weren't released in 2020 or 2003. Like,
no,
I don't know what you're talking about.
he was originally arrested in 2003.
For
Epstein
what?
was originally arrested in 2003, and they let him go. Yes, Epstein, and that's where he was originally named.
Bill Clinton?
Yes.
I don't even know that. Can you give me the source for that?
Yeah, because you're not that old.
Okay, that's fine. I was born in 2002, so I haven't seen this. Tell me.
So yeah, go check it out. When was Epstein?
Can you tell me where I can find this?
Just Google when was original.
Wasn't it? When I looked on the Epstein files, doesn't it start in like 2006?
No, not Epstein files. When was Epstein originally arrested? 2003. He was originally suspected back then, and then they let him go. They let him off, and then in 2016, he was rearrested. And then
so by the way, this was released more recently. The recent document released in 2024 and 2025 showed that in 2002 and 2003 that 26 times that Bill Clinton went on the Epstein private jet. But that's the context of these flights, they said, are related to international humanitarian work for the Clinton Foundation. But the point that I would make is that the private jet plane rides are the same as Trump's. So like the point that I would make.
This was
oh my God! Can I please finish a point without you cutting me off, man?
I'm sorry.
I feel like I'm so discombobulated right now because it's like I'm like really just trying to get some points out, and it's like
you're learning facts. You're learning facts. Let me just educate you.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I've talked to people for years on this app. You are one of the most annoying people I've ever talked to because you can't listen.
One of the most
and
educated.
You've cut me off practically every single time. You are actually, to be totally honest with you, you are nowhere near one of the most educated people I've ever talked to.
But
nowhere
did you
near.
Just find something out just new right now?
No.
Oh, you didn't know that he was arrested indicted?
He wasn't even arrested then. I don't even know where you're getting.
How the fuck do you think that came up on Google?
For the Clinton thing has nothing to do with Epstein getting arrested in 2003. If you're referencing 2003, how am I an idiot?
You just said you had no idea about it, and I just told you about something. You just pulled it up on Google, and you're just sitting here trying to act like you're educated.
Wait, by the way,
this fact. You don't fucking even know the facts.
he was arrested in 2006. I was right.
Yeah, because he was indicted in 2002, 2003 for the
No.
Bill Clinton was on that flight for 20-something times.
No, the formal investigation was actually.
Because you think he was in a hot tub. No, it's because
Hey,
he wasn't in
here.
a hot tub in
The formal investigation was from 2005 March. Okay. He's just gonna keep yelling random things. Like he's not even responding to what I have to say. And the arrest was in 2006. You want to unmute your microphone? You got to figure that one out.
Oh, you did that to me.
Yeah, I did.
Okay. All right. So, are we aware now that there were things before you were born, and I'm trying to tell you about them? It's not the hot
Someone like 10 years younger than you is fact checking you on every single point.
Whoa.
How does it feel? How does it feel that someone younger than you not only acts less like a child, but also has more facts? How does that make you feel?
Well, it makes me feel better than you that doesn't know the facts.
I do. I literally was correct
No,
on
you
it.
didn't, because you just had to
I
Google
said
them. I just told you.
I said 2006, and I was right about that. I said 2006. I was right about that.
No, I said 2002 and 2003, and that's literally what you just told me.
Well, you said he was arrested in 2002 or 2003. That didn't happen.
The investigation happened in 2006. What happened was in
The investigation happened 2005 March.
That's when the investigation happened. That's not when the incident happened.
Oh, okay. Wait, you're actually just like you keep pivoting back between things. Did he get arrested in 2002 or 2003?
Yeah, I'm telling you facts.
No, you're not. You're actually wrong on every single point. You said he was arrested in 2003, right? Or is that just the beer
You
speaking?
didn't even know about this shit 5 minutes ago.
Dude, I literally already said 2006. I didn't hear about it happening in 2003. I thought you were referencing things
No,
that
it happened before I was.
I thought you were. Listen, I thought you were referencing things I haven't heard about because they didn't happen.
No, they happened. You just weren't aware.
No, they didn't. They literally didn't. Look it up.
Oh, so okay, all right. So
Your memory is not that good, huh? It might be the alcohol.
Let me just make this real quick point. Because you weren't aware that he was indicted in 2002 and 2003 because you weren't born yet. Just because you weren't aware they didn't happen.
That didn't even know. Find a source for that. Seriously, I'd love to see it.
You
I
just
wanna...
found the source for me.
What for 2006? The arrest in 2006 and the formal investigation in 2005. That's from the Washington Post.
You just looked it up for me. You just looked it up for me.
And you were wrong.
What do you mean? Okay, so what
Dude,
you're telling
I'm losing brain cells, dude. Holy
You're
shit.
telling me Jeffrey Epstein was innocent in 2002, 2003, but now in 2025.
I never said he was innocent. I just said that the investigation hadn't started yet.
Those weren't real. Those weren't real because they happened before I was born because I didn't know about them. But
What the
now in
fuck is this guy
2025, they're real. You know what the fuck I'm saying? Don't rub your head because you're fucking don't understand. You don't
Wait. Did Donald Trump send a letter?
They knew it was going on.
I have a question.
Because it was
I have a question. Did Donald Trump send a letter to Epstein in 2003?
I couldn't tell you that. I don't write letters for Donald Trump.
Well, yes, right. And then that would mean that when he sent that letter, he must have known about the indictment towards Epstein, correct? Because that happened prior, under your view.
Under my view, he was the one that sent him a letter that said, "Don't come fucking back around my place because you're fucking with my young waitresses and my young employees, and I don't like that shit."
Yeah, that you're hiring underage masseuses in the first place, by the way. But did address my point?
I don't think he hired any masseuses. I think he was hiring staff members, and he tried to turn them into those people.
Yeah, that's she was when she was 17. She was a masseuse.
Why are you trying to get off in the weeds on the? You just figured out that you're wrong.
Because you were wrong. Because you were wrong, and you're trying to act like act like you're because you're. Listen, hey, listen. Stop interrupting for 1 second. Stop interrupting for 1 second. Seriously, okay. You're trying to act like because you're older than me, like you're better, or you somehow know more, or because stop cutting me off. Stop cutting me off. Act like an adult.
Go ahead.
Can you act like an adult, please?
Go ahead.
Okay. Alrighty. So again, this is so annoying. Actually, I can't even remember what I was trying to say now.
Oops.
You want to say what you want to say now?
We're going on a different subject.
No, I want to keep addressing what we were saying. Would you like to address it fully? Because you were trying to claim that it happened in 2002, 2003. That would indicate that Trump.
You're not including all the facts.
He can't stop interrupting me. He literally, it's not possible for him, dude.
I thought you were talking to me.
Oh my God.
You were asking me if I wanted to address it. I apologize. I thought you were asking me if you wanted me to address it.
Is there like a delay or something?
I'll give you 90 seconds.
Is there a delay?
Yes.
Okay, there must be a delay then. So you said that in 2002, 2003, that this happened, right? And that would then mean that in 2003, when Donald Trump sent the what's it called, to Epstein, the note to Epstein, this is, again, well before he unfriended him, he would have already known about that indictment, correct?
Oh, can I talk? Yeah,
Yes, I'm done speaking.
Yes. No, he may have. I don't know if there was an indictment. I just knew there's probably an investigation into him, like you said, in 2005, 2006, years later. Yeah. No, I do agree on that.
Okay. So I was right that he was first arrested in 2006, correct?
Is that when his first arrest was?
Yes.
I'm not sure on that. Yeah, go ahead.
That's from AP News.
Okay.
And the formal investigation began in March 2005.
Okay.
Okay. Alrighty. Now, if you want to talk about any of these points, well, then I think it's important for you to acknowledge that we've just been arguing that now for the past 10 minutes because you couldn't accept that after I described it to you multiple times.
It's my turn to talk. I just don't want to interrupt you again. So I guess, so the arrest, so tell me the dates, the last 2 dates, if you don't mind.
Yeah. In 2005, March, that's when the formal investigation started. In 2006, July, that was his first arrest.
Okay. And so my first point would be, who was the president from 2008, 2016?
Well, it was 2009 until 2017. That was Obama.
Okay. And so why did none of that happen then?
What?
Yeah, what? Why? So the arrest was a year and a half before that. So why did none of those investigations happen for the next 8 years?
They did.
No. Well, no, you asked why there were no arrests. Why did those arrests not happen for the next 8 years?
Well, he, in 2008, pled guilty to state charges.
Right.
But he also, there was investigations towards all of this under Obama.
Okay, right. And so why did none of that happen underneath the Democratic leadership?
It did.
What part did?
The investigation?
No, when did the arrest come? You said those wrapped up before the election happened. When did the arrest happen?
His first arrest was in 2006. Do you want me to look for his other arrests?
So why was he not in jail for the next 8 years?
Because
before the election?
Look for
2006.
So yeah, I said the first arrest was 2006.
Right.
The federal arrest was in 2019.
What happened? Yeah. And who was president?
That was when Trump was president.
Right. And so, what's your point? You're trying to bring up all these things that happened under Democratic leadership, and then as soon as a Republican got in office, he tried to make an arrest. He fought so many things in his first period. Now he's trying to bring him to justice. And so, what happened during those 8 years where y'all had complete control? But now y'all want those files so badly. Where was the demand for it then?
So there was an investigation, an ongoing investigation.
You just say
Given that there was, and by the way, why wasn't I advocating for this then? Because in 2006, I was 3 years old.
I get it. Hey man, I get it. And like I just said, you weren't around for the 2003 thing. I get it. But
Or 4 years
like I'm
old.
saying, it's
3 to 4 years old.
Why wasn't this a thing? In the 8 years they had him, they nailed his ass. They didn't want anything to do with it. And then the first time he got arrested was under Republican leadership. And now they're trying to come back at him. Hey, look, I'm not. There's a lot of things I do disagree on Trump with, but I'm just saying, look at the stat line. Tell me I'm wrong.
The Democrat will never know.
So let me ask you a few questions. Okay.
Yes, sir.
I was originally trying to ask you, like, what evidence you believe is justifiable enough to believe that Bill Clinton was on the private island that does not exist in terms of indicting that Trump would be applicable to in the same context. Because what you brought up in terms of the flight logs, right, that actually is something that's also applicable to Trump because of the 7 flight logs.
And I don't mean to cut you off because I know you've complained about that a couple times. I don't want to do that. But I believe that evidence exists in that 03 and that 05 investigation, which has not been brought to light. So that's where I really feel the Clinton involvement has come to light. And so if you'll look further into that, I think you'll find that. And I don't have it in front of me because I'm on my girlfriend's phone because I broke my iPhone. But I really do, if you think you'll look into that information, it'll be there. And that's why it's always been that kind of thing.
And I'm essentially saying anything that you could point to in terms of applicable to Clinton is literally also applicable to Trump.
And I don't think you'll find that if you'll actually dig into that yourself. Because I do think like I said, I like Trump on certain things. I like to be in the middle, man. What I believe in is what makes my life happier. What's going to I don't care if it's Republican, Democrat in my office. Am I be able to afford gas? Can I take my family on vacation? Or we be able to do the things we normally do? Outside of that, I don't give a shit what y'all do.
Okay, well, let me tell you something.
Well, hold on. If I can just finish just super quick. Sure. I know I interrupt you a ton of times. But that's how I look at politics. I don't really care. But I do think the way they came after Trump, if they would have had anything to nail him, they would have buried him. And I just think they were missing all that information. So if they would have had those things that Trump were doing, they would have buried him. And I just don't think they have it.
So again, in terms of this, that there was ongoing investigation. They couldn't even look over those documents, and things that they did have access to, they were releasing. Now, again, there's limitations in terms of what they had access to, and also Trump ran on this uniquely, whereas Democrats didn't run on this. And then also, like, if you want to focus on what's going to make people better, well, then you obviously wouldn't agree with Donald Trump's policies, because his policies are targeted towards helping rich and wealthy Americans that make over $400,000 a year on their income over $400,000 a year very slightly, to then negatively impact lower and middle income individuals by increasing their taxes, by imposing tariffs, and by decreasing their access to basic resources such as food stamps and Medicaid.
No, I disagree, because you reverted back to the thing where they had all the access to the information for 8 years and they chose not to do anything with it. When you do want to go to, if you want to go to, no, but like if you want to go to current politics, we can debate that as well. But I mean, y'all had access to this for years before Trump was even in office. Y'all had him dead to rights. They chose not to do anything with it, and that's why I don't agree with y'all bringing it up now. But if you want to talk about current politics and the current things, I can talk about that as well. If you don't mind repeating your last statement, I'll comment on that as well. Because I just don't like switching topics so quick. If you want to finish the topic, we'll move to the next one. But I don't like moving 2 topics into one.
Yeah, I think that Donald Trump is not making the country better, and he's making it worse off for the average American by imposing tariffs, which increase taxes for working class Americans, and by reducing their access to Medicaid and food stamps, and children's access to free school lunch and breakfast to the tune of 420,000 children on average every single month, while still adding trillions of dollars to the debt, $3.4 trillion through the big beautiful bill. So I obviously think that Donald Trump is making conditions worse for working people in trying to benefit rich and wealthy Americans by giving them the largest tax cut ever.
I would say that's entirely inaccurate, because what I would say first is a tariff is not necessarily a tax to the American people. What it is, it's forcing jobs to come back to America. And so instead of us making our a standard person that comes out of college to get a $50,000 a year job. Yes, there's plenty of jobs we shipped overseas, and that's what he's doing. He's bringing those jobs back. That's what a tariff does. It may not, and then it may not be in the next 6 months. What he's enticingly doing is bringing those jobs back here, making us become skilled Americans again. Make sure that we can build these cars, and instead of bringing in $30,000 a year Mazdas, yes, a price or some things may come up, but our income's going to come up as well. There used to be a time in America where one single man could work for the family and provide for them, have 2 cars, send their kids to college, and they would have a house that cost $30,000 a year. They could pay for all that stuff. Well, that's how you bring that back. You don't let people just drop fucking cheap goods into our system. You make sure we pay the correct price so people can pay a correct wage, but you also pay the correct price, but you also make sure the Americans have the ability to make a correct wage. So instead of making $50,000 a year, we're going to make $80,000 or $90,000 a year. And when it comes to healthcare, I do think he's working on that. He did pass a bill where the big income, the big pharma has to drop their prices on things. And I think he's going to have a meeting with them very presently on how they have to make very less income on our pharmacies. He's already talked to several different countries about where we have to get the lowest income first. So that what happens is we pay for all the pharma here, we develop it, we pay for all the things, and we just sell it out and we give it to low income nations. And so what he passed was whoever the cheapest income nation that we sell to, that's the price that Americans get. And so I think if you look at these bills, you really understand like what he's trying to do to lower Medicaid, Medicare, and everything. But also you have to look at a lot of the fraud that's going on. We can't have illegal immigrants coming in on our system. How can we take care of Americans if we're having to take care of 20 other people? That's what rises our costs. So.
Okay. So there's a few things I have to address here. Tariffs are paid by the American consumer mostly because it's paid by the American business importing the product and it's passed down to the American consumer. It's not bringing back jobs to our country because it causes domestic manufacturing to be more expensive in this country because 1/3 of the domestic manufacturing process is getting materials from countries that exist around the entire world, which would cause the price of materials to go up and decrease the incentive to invest in manufacturing in the country. And then also you said we got things cheaper because we didn't bring in cheap goods. That's just incoherent. Us bringing in cheaper goods would help bring down the cost and increase the level of competition.
I don't mean to cut you off. Clarify in a second.
Yeah, that's fine. Healthcare, the specific plan that he said had said to like, oh, they have to drop prices. No, that was really just him saying, please drop prices, please. There was no like enforcement mechanism for that. And then undocumented immigrants are not raising the cost of things. There's more people coming to the country, which increases demand and supply, which is going to essentially just bring things back to equilibrium. Or if anything, we see evidence to indicate like it increases the wages of our society because it makes us more productive as a society.
Okay, so first of all, anytime you bring in more people, it's obviously going to increase the cost of the burden of the taxpayer, regardless. It doesn't matter. If you bring in 100 people, let's just use an average number of 33%. 33% of those people are not going to be able to pay, so that's going to increase the burden on the American taxpayer. Secondly, yes, the tariff is probably going to increase the initial costs on some things, but what he's doing, how much money have we had invested? Trillions of dollars over the last year of people building American. Who do you think they're building plants? It's Apple, it's Ford, it's all these people. Who do you think these people are going to build these plants? It's going to be Americans. And what do you think is going to happen? Yes, our initial cost of goods may go up, but it's not necessarily, it's not a tax. It's because our income is going to go up. Our initial income is going to go from 50,000 to 100,000. And that's how you be able to build things American. Why do you think in the 50s they were like, yeah, you buy American, we buy American? It's because, why do you think their lifestyle was so good? It's because we bought American, they built American. You could pay for his goods, he could pay for your goods. It was all cyclical. And yes, if you wanna pay to come into our market, if you've got a product that's good and people are willing to pay for that, of course do that. But if you're gonna come drop a piece of shit in our market that's 20 grand less than our stuff, It's not going to work. And I can tell you've never worked in the farm industry because you think just bringing people in that are underneath the system are going to cheapen things out. That's not how that works, brother. Like, all you do is undercut the farmer, undercuts everything else. And so I'll revert back to you, but I think you're missing on all these points.
A tariff by definition is a tax. It's a tax on imported goods. Secondly, the farmers are definitely hit.
But it's not to us.
Stop. The farmers are definitely hurt more by tariffs because they harm the ability to sell their products to countries around the world. In terms of more immigrants coming to our system and that being a more cost on our social services, well, there's more people paying into the system to then afford those services. So you're just completely not taking that into account. And then you said big investments. Well, since Trump got in office, we've seen a decline in real domestic manufacturing investment, meaning that there's less investments now than what there was under the Biden-Harris administration. And then I don't know why you're trying to say that the 1950s were like the best economically speaking. That's just also not true.
No, so well, there's a huge difference between immigrants and illegal immigrants. Can we agree on that? As far as the economy speaking?
I think that they typically have pretty similar economic benefits.
Okay, well, let me ask
but
you this.
I would say that I would say it's preferable for people who are in the country undocumented to be given a legal pathway to citizenship where they don't have to leave the country if they have not committed a violent crime or bad crime.
Okay, so
if you want them to be more legal immigrants.
If a legal immigrant is documented, comes in, works their ass off, does the right things, got their cards, they have to pay taxes, contribute to the system under the table. How much difference does that make to our economy?
It benefits our economy, our GDP.
Can't judge the other, right?
It benefits our GDP, our productivity.
No, it doesn't, because you can't.
Yes, it does.
Because one, money's going out. The other, they're contributing, money's going into the tax system. So how can you say an illegal immigrant is benefiting us? Because it doesn't. But also, not only
they pay taxes.
They not pay,
Undocumented immigrants paid over $100 billion in taxes in 2022.
How are they paying taxes if they're illegal?
And I-10?
No, that's not an illegal immigrant.
Yeah, undocumented immigrants can have an I-10 and pay taxes.
But they're not going to pay their taxes. They get paid cash.
Some do.
Okay.
Actually, I'm pretty sure it's most.
Some do. Okay, most. But so you have one that came in the right way, and they're paying insurance, they're paying taxes, and then you have others that are coming in and having kids. So it's not just their income. It's okay. So now they come in and have kids. Now we got to pay for their health care. Now we got to pay for their child care. Now we got to pay for their anything else they have going on. Now we got to pay for anything. So who benefits us more as a nation? Are you America first? Do you care about your nation? Do you, like, if we go to war tomorrow, are you going to stand up and fight for America?
No, I'd dodge the draft just like Trump. And then if you want to reference, especially if we're under the Trump administration, I'm definitely not going to be fighting a war on.
Say that you would feel proud of that. I'm saying.
Yeah,
are you proud of America?
I wouldn't go to war for Trump.
From here, but come on.
I wouldn't go to war for Trump. And also, I don't think that you have to be willing to join the service.
When has Trump went out and started?
Can I please finish speaking? He's currently doing so with Venezuela. Now, again,
we have a pact that Venezuela in the 80s, just before you're born again. Go look that up. They owe us.
It was before you were born too, right?
Yeah, but I'm actually historically.
So then shut the fuck up.
No, I actually know what the fuck I'm talking about. You don't.
No, you don't.
Go look it up.
Dude, I had to explain to you what a tariff was. I had to explain to you that a tariff is a tax. I had to explain to you that the investment in this country has gone down. I've had to explain to you that Donald Trump has no plan for health care, no plan for child care. His policies are not helping working class people in this country.
You know you lose.
What's up?
You get off in the weeds when you know you lose. Go hit the Googler.
What do you mean by weeds? You mean me explaining things and giving you facts?
You changed the subject as soon as you know you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You changed.
I addressed everything you were saying.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
You as soon as you do that, you try to get on current politics, and I'll go current politics.
Literally, whenever you don't know how to respond to what I have to say, you just try to like engage in an ad hom or say that like I didn't make a point after I literally did just make a point. Bro, I think you have a comprehension issue. But by the way, I'm not very good. Oh, I'm doing very good right now against you. I'm beating you in a debate right now.
Oh.
So what does that make you? Do you have a response? So like, can you name one America First policy of Trump?
America First policy? Drill, baby, drill.
That's like a name of something. That's not a policy.
No, it's energy first. Shut off the border.
What's the policy? Energy prices have gone up. Wait, how do you feel about energy prices have gone up?
If you spend money in my country, you can't do it for free. You can't dump cheap goods in my.
Wait, energy. How do you feel that energy prices have gone up? Like massively.
They dropped massively.
No, they didn't.
What's your price of gas?
It's down 2% on average in the country, or 2 cents, not 2%. It's down. Listen. Listen, I already have. Listen, can you please just listen for a second? It's gone down 2 cents in this country on average in the last year, right? If you want to look at energy prices have gone up since Trump got in office over the last year. Yes, because I get my information from from literally government statistics.
That's bullshit.
And by the way, Wall Street Journal is like right leaning.
I can see you smirking because
Wall Street Journal is right leaning. Yeah, it's true. Man. That's just true.
Dude, there's no one in this chat that knows their price of gas has gone down only 2 cents.
Energy prices have gone up 4% in the past year. 4.2%.
No, you're tripping, buddy.
I'm serious. Energy services 7.4%. I'm getting this from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Do you want me to show you?
Haven't gone down at all.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was paying $3.34. I bought a fucking $1.99 gallon 20 minutes ago.
I'm reading this from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. I'm not saying that the gas prices haven't gone down. I'm just saying that they have gone down 2 cents. If you look at energy prices as a whole, energy prices have gone up 4.2% on average in this country.
Were you okay? Oh my god.
What?
Okay, so what else?
What? I'm giving you facts from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Are you going to deny that?
Bro, I don't have to deny the pump. That's what I told you from the get. I'm not right leaning. I'm not left leaning. What I care about how my life is affected. How is my life affected? Is my gas cheaper when I want to go on vacations? Is my home cheaper when I want to buy a home?
It's 2 cents different. Homes are not cheaper.
It's not, dude. It's over $1.50 difference in Texas.
Again, you're comparing it to what time period? If you're comparing it to 2022,
over the last year and a half.
No. Okay,
it
so
was
no, over the last year.
And it's $1.99.
Okay, I think your timeline is a little bit off on that because if you look at over the last year, that's not what's happened to gas prices. I think what you're thinking about is 2023, 2022, and yes, gas prices were higher. Why were gas prices higher? Because of global inflation that was happening at the time, causing the prices of things. Can I please finish speaking? Can I please finish speaking? Can I please finish speaking? Yes, so global inflation that was happening all around the world because of the supply chain issues relating to the pandemic.
Well, stick to 1 point and don't switch to 3. We'll talk about that.
I know it's a little bit too complicated for you. If there's anything more than one thought process that has to occur.
No, but if you want to switch on to 3 different topics to evade one, that's fine.
I didn't. I was literally just debating the same point.
You know where the global economy gets their shit? It's from the United States. The United States controls the global economy. You know how much money China, Japan, all these big countries have invested in our stock market? If we go down, everybody goes down. We control the global economy. We control everything.
Hey, this is talking about inflation, so if anything, it would be the cost of production.
Yeah, it went from 7.8% to 3%.
Listen, it's relating to supply chain issues because of the pandemic. Okay? Meaning that if the U.S. isn't most of the supply chain of the world, that wouldn't be the main cause or driving factor of inflation. If you were going to say it was demand-sided, right? And that the U.S. is the demand for the world, and that market in terms of U.S. demand decreased so much. Well, that wasn't really true, because we propped up demand in terms of the market because of the conditions of COVID. So it was at the same level of what existed prior. The distinction was that supply had not met to the same condition in which it was prior, because it was negatively impacted due to conditions in the pandemic. That's why.
You understand
so
that's
it's
all
a supply chain
manipulated
issue.
by the oil companies, correct?
What's up?
You understand that's all manipulated by the oil companies, correct?
What's manipulated by the oil companies?
Supply and demand.
Yeah, of course.
When the price of a barrel is low, they quit pumping. When it's high, they pump.
You understand that that's actually due to Trump's policies, for example? Like, for example, he signed a deal with OPEC to cut oil production.
Bro, you were talking 2020. He wasn't in office.
2020, he was in office, yes.
He wasn't in office.
He was in office in 2020.
2021 to 2023, you said inflation. So that was your guy.
Yeah, that's under Biden. I'm acknowledging that.
Right.
But that
And
was due
then,
to global inflation related to the pandemic, not because of the Biden-Harris administration.
So
What did the
for 4
Biden-Harris
years, he
administration
couldn't figure
do?
it out.
What did the Biden-Harris administration do to cause inflation?
What do you mean they didn't do it?
I said, what did they do to cause inflation?
Well, they canceled a pipeline, they opened the border, had people run in, which increased the supply, cut off our demand. I mean, what do you mean, what did they do?
Okay, so the border wasn't open. That's a ridiculous circumstance to say. They didn't. The cancel of the pipeline that you're referencing, the XL portion of the pipeline, that was because of the Supreme Court, and they followed through with the Supreme Court order. Trump has yet to address that at all. He hasn't brought that back. Plus, he's tariffed Canadian oil, and that was a pipeline coming from Canada. So that very pipeline that you're referencing, Trump would have tariffed.
No, and what did he do? He did American first. Drill, baby, drill. We'll drill it here. We don't need your fucking oil. We'll do it right.
We had the highest level of domestic production of oil of any point in history at the time under the Biden-Harris administration. And we also had a large investments in renewable energy. He has decreased the investments in renewable energy, and it's had a negative impact in terms of energy prices. Again, we've seen energy prices increases by 4.2%, 7.4% in reference to energy services.
Based on the labor statistics, is that
The
what you're saying?
Bureau of Labor Statistics, yes. Under the Trump administration.
And that's over the last year.
Yes.
Okay, so what happened over the last 4 years before that?
What happened over the last 4 years prior to that in terms of energy prices?
You're reading over the last 12 years. I mean, that's a pretty short timeline. Let's see what happened over that 4 year, Joe.
It's over the last year. That's what the graph is for.
I know,
can
but I want
try to look for prior to that.
4 years before that.
I don't have
actually happened.
the table is for the last year. I don't have a chart for prior to that.
I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. Bring up the last 4 years.
Yeah, but I'm asking you, like, what did the Biden-Harris administration do to cause energy prices to go up?
I just told you what they did. They
Like what?
imported. They opened the borders. There was 10 million. You cannot argue that 10 million. Even CNN, MSNBC, all these people agree that there's been 10 million people that came across undocumented. You can agree with that. Don't agree with that. Call it 1 million. Call it 10 million. Hold on. Let me just say this. Let me finish. You bring in more people, that's going to increase the supply, right? You need more supply. Or demand, excuse me. You're going to need more demand.
And it increases both of it.
If you've got the price of barrel of oil low because of COVID, like you were just saying, well, the demand's going to be low. So they're not pumping on the land. So when you increase the supply and you don't have the demand there, there's going to be an inflation rocket.
What
and
you
that's
just said-
how economics works.
What? You say if you increase the supply but you don't increase the demand, there's going to be an increase in price?
You understood what I was saying.
No, that makes no sense. If you increase supply without increasing demand, that would decrease the price.
A million to 10 million people, and you increase the demand. You decrease the supply because you had COVID and you wouldn't let people work. So there's going to be a huge jump there, and that's what causes inflation.
So I just want to let you know, increasing the amount of people in the country would increase the supply. So increasing immigration wasn't the cause of a decrease in the supply. And then you're saying there's an increase in demand. No, so the demand increase was because we came back from the pandemic. So at that level of demand, it should have been the case that the prices were fine. The issue was supply chain issues because things negatively impacted the ability to produce that supply during the pandemic. And one of those factors was Donald Trump specifically going in to sign a deal with OPEC for them to cut oil production. That's something that happened in 2020 under Trump's administration that actively caused prices of oil to go up. Plus, there was a situation with Russia and Ukraine, which again would have happened regardless of who was in office.
I'm happy to debate Russia and Ukraine as well, but it should have been fine. But you also increased the population of America by probably 10%, letting 10 to 30 million people in. So it probably should have been fine, but that would also cause inflation. Inflation. But also,
that's just not true. You're just wrong. I'm sorry, you're lying. 10 to 30 million people. What the fuck is that number? You made that up. Trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. There's no evidence that 10 to 30 million people. So then, based upon your own reasoning, how do you know? Did you count 10 to 30 million people?
I live in Texas.
Yeah, I live in California.
Yeah. And
what was your point?
Saw no new people.
No, I didn't see anyone new. No one new at all.
I bet you didn't in your neighborhood.
Okay, what's your point?
What I'm telling you is it's very clear that we had a high number of people coming to this country that were illegal. And I'm not saying
I'm not disputing that there were.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying.
I'm not disputing. I'm muting you, by the way. I'm not disputing that there were people coming to our country. What I'm disputing is this 10 to 30 million number that you just fucking made up. Okay? Darsol, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. As well as Lindsay, thank you so much for the $1. Timberly, thank you so much for the $20. Merry Christmas to you as well. Sharon, thank you so much for the $25. Merry Christmas to you as well. Thank you so much. Nicholas, thank you for the $5. Porcelain, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you. Benjamin, thank you so much for the $10 and for the $5. Thank you very much. Johnny, thank you for the $2. Jenny, thank you for the $2. Alexandra, thank you so much for the $2. And Lewis, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. I do have some people to thank on YouTube as well. So if you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Michael, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Michael. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Michael in the comment section. Seriously, though, immediately when I heard that. Carrie, thank you so much for the $10. Jess for the $2. Ark, thank you so much for the $5. Appreciate it. Witness, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate it. Danielle, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. Coda, thank you for the $5. Andrew, thank you for the 2. Morgan, thank you for the 3. Darsel again with the 5. Gladys, thank you so much for the purchase of the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Lindsay, thank you for the $1 as well. Alrighty, everyone, I think I'm completely caught up. If you're on YouTube, I'd appreciate it if you hit that thumbs up, everyone. I think we're on route to 2,000 likes right now, everyone. I think we're on route to 2,000 likes. We have 1,600 right now. Alrighty, you can continue. Hello?
Oh, yeah, you talking to me?
Yeah.
What are we talking about, big dog? What, you want to move to Ukraine, Russia, or what?
Well, we were talking about how Donald Trump was passing horrible economic policy. He was causing conditions to be worse overall, especially for working class Americans. And it seemed like you have no argument to indicate that Donald Trump is better for working class Americans. Could I ask you a specific policy? Could you name one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit working class Americans more than it benefit rich people? And M, thank you for the galaxy.
Oh, well, look up to the stars, big dog. But no, like I told you, what happens is what I care about is what makes my daily life better. Has he shut off the border? Yes. What has that done for average day Americans? That's going to help lower our healthcare costs when we have a bunch of people come across the border. Well, who do you think pays for it when we have illegal Americans come across and we have to pay for their child care? Where do those kids go? To our schools. Who do we have to pay for? They're everything. And then they're on the Medicare. I mean, what else do you want to talk about? We talk about drill, baby, drill. That fucking.
I'm sorry. Can I stop you there? Can I stop you there? Undocumented immigrants do not get Medicare. Where did you get this from?
A hospital in America cannot turn down anybody if they need medical attention. Where do you think that money goes? To them.
So you're talking emergency health care.
Let me
ask you this question.
What did you see in Minnesota? $9 million and $9
That's a completely different thing. That's a completely different thing.
No, it's 100% the same thing.
It's not. So I just want to clarify. In terms of getting access to healthcare, of course, in emergency situations, you get access to healthcare, right? That's going to happen, right? And that's not an issue. I think you agree with that. That's a human right that we're upholding in that context. Now, if you want to talk about Medicare, that's a different thing. Medicare is separate. They're not getting access to Medicare, by the way. And if you want to talk about the level of benefits that they're getting, they get less benefits than legal immigrants. If you agree with legal immigration,
That's bullshit.
right, then provide them a legal pathway to citizenship, and then they'll get less benefits under your view if they get a legal pathway to citizenship. No,
There
but
is
you're
a
not.
legal
What you're not understanding is that in order to
No,
go through
what I
said
do
legal
understand
process,
is there is a
what you're not
legal
understanding is that in order to go through said legal process, it takes very long, it costs very much, and they would have to leave the country in order to be able to do that. What I'm saying is that they should have a pathway where they do not have to leave the country, because that would actually incentivize them to go through said process, and then law enforcement and border enforcement can focus on individuals that have committed violent crimes and bad crimes and are a threat to the safety and security of our communities, rather than those that are just coming here for a better life and to work and help people out.
Name a single person in a single country that would not want. Just invite the whole world here, and then 300 million of us will port 7 billion people.
So
Because everybody wants to come here.
I don't think
And that's the, you know, under your understanding, that's their right just to come here, because there's 7 billion people that just should have our rights and our freedoms, and we should pay for it. Because under your understanding, it's not a big deal. We don't have borders. Everybody should come. And 300 million of us.
Listen.
300 million of us should have just paid for everybody's everything. That's your understanding of healthcare. We cannot afford it. That's why inflation goes up. That's why everything is happening that is happening. Because we cannot afford it. We can't do it. As much as I would love to sit here and have $1 trillion to say, here's $1 million for you, here's $1 million for you, we can't do it. And as an American taxpayer that has to raise a daughter and wants to send her to a school and have a nice home for her and provide for her, I'm having to come out of my ass just to put her through school and do everything I can, work 60 hours a week, and we're putting people up in hotels and giving them phones and giving them debit cards and making them eat for free. Like, that's where it comes to a problem for me. I mean, that's where it's a problem. And I understand what you're saying. Like, yeah, we should help people out. That's why we have humanitarian issues. That's why we bail out countries. That's why we do the things we do. But at the same time, we cannot afford everybody just to come here for free. And I know you're not a believer in the Bible, but a nation without borders is a nation without laws. And that's what it says.
Immigrants coming to our country increases the size of our GDP, which
It's
increases.
not about
Can I please finish? Stop talking.
Well,
Stop. Stop talking. Stop talking. Stop talking. I will mute you. You're so annoying, dude. I let you fucking yap about random bullshit, and I don't fucking cut you off like this. And then immediately, I get one fucking sentence in, not even one sentence in, and you fucking cut me off. Dude, you're a waste of time to talk to, because everything I tell you goes in one ear, out the other one. You have zero fucking comprehension skills. You have no ability to engage with any of my arguments at all. I've been trying this entire time to do that, and it seems like I'm literally fucking throwing my head into a wall at this point. Like, genuinely. This is ridiculous, okay? Immigrants coming to our country increases the size of our GDP, increases the amount of revenue that we're bringing in to be able to pay for these systems in the first place. Immigrants coming to our country have a higher labor force participation rate, meaning they're going to be paying more into the system compared to the average American, because the average American is older, because we proportionally are having a greater percentage of our population that is older that are going to be particularly taking these benefits. Now, yes, we couldn't take 7 billion people into our country, but we are not realizing is that if we allow for a greater level of immigration, that doesn't mean 7 billion people are going to be coming into our country. What you're also not taking into account is that, again, millions upon millions of billion people could come to this country to a greater extent, and it would make our GDP go up. It would make our society better off. We're not taking care of them at this point. They would be the ones taking care of us. And of course, there are going to be some people immigrating to our country that do take some of the social services. But again, proportionally speaking, they're paying more into the system. So this argument that like they're a net drain on us is not backed up in economics at all. There's no empirical evidence to substantiate that. It is a made-up talking point by people that are just trying to fearmonger about immigrants without actually looking at the economic data. If you could provide economic data to show that, I don't think anyone would be in support of making our economy worse. And it would make sense if you were saying, if this was actually the case, that it was a net loss. But what you're not understanding is that these are made-up lies. They're not a net loss, okay? It's not like we're just accepting people into the country just out of like the fact that we're going to be taking care of them or something. Like, that's not the argument. The argument is that immigrants coming to our country provide so much to our system that they actually not only pay for themselves, but more. And they'll be paying for us.
No, and so I feel like you're a person that takes pride in their vernacular. So can you enunciate the difference between legal immigrants and illegal immigrants. Because you're talking about legal immigrants. And legal immigrants, I agree with 100% of what you said. I think we need them. I think they've been great for our country. I think they've done massively important things for our country. What you're not including is illegal immigrants, which become a burden on our country, which cause our inflation to go up, which cause all these things to go down. And yes, we cannot even take care of, like you said, people that we have in our country currently. And I agree with that 100%. I agree there are tons of homeless people we need to take care of. I think before we take care of illegal immigrants, we need to take care of our veterans. Our veterans have done nothing but gone and fucking lost their legs, lost their lives, and put their service on the line for us. And those are the people we should take care of first. And I think that's what frustrates most Americans is when we see our money going to people that aren't even from here, when we have somebody that we know that lost a leg, that can't even get into a shower up a freaking ramp on his, or 2 steps on his doorstep, because he lost a leg in support of us, and you're giving debit cards and cell phones and hotel rooms to people that came in here illegally. I think that's where most Americans disagree with you.
Okay. Again, these are just talking points because, again, there is no policy.
I know they're talking points from CNN.
Can I please speak? Stop. I don't know why you do that. You're so childish. Like, let me speak. Again, every single time I speak, you do that. Okay? It's laughable that you said undocumented immigrants were causing...
All right, go. Shut up, go.
It's laughable that you just said that undocumented immigrants... It's laughable that you just said undocumented immigrants caused inflation, right? Because undocumented immigrants coming to our country, if anything, would put downward pressure on prices because comparative to their to people who are coming to the country legally, right? They get lower wages because of the fact that they have less bargaining power in the market because they're at risk of deportation. So like actively, that's why I want them to have a legal pathway to citizenship so that they cannot be exploited. I would prefer that they have a legal pathway to citizenship so that they can get market wages. So if anything, it would put downward pressure on prices because they get less money than people who are working in the country legally of what would be working in the country compared to otherwise. Secondly, if we want to talk about taking care of veterans, Trump has defunded the VA. He's decreased the amount of VA employees, which has decreased access to care. And the Biden-Harris administration expanded access to care through, for example, the PACT Act, right, which I think is important. But also, can you name one Republican policy that Republicans are advocating for to benefit veterans or benefit people who are homeless or benefit people in need?
Can I talk? I didn't want to cut you off. So actually, 2 days ago, because I guess you don't follow the news, Trump just implemented a stimulus for $1,776 for all active military to make sure they're paid to make. What do you mean it's a scam? It's a 100% stimulus package straight to our military employees to make sure they're taken care of. So that's literally right off the rip, bro. That was very easy. Like you should watch a little bit more news.
Maybe you should watch the news because that stimulus 1776 was a reallocation of funds that were already being distributed anyways for a housing program to benefit veterans that was set up by Congress. So Trump's just putting his name on it.
Okay, so you just literally proved my point. There was literally one act that was passed through Congress that was for the veterans.
No, it wasn't.
So even if you want to
this was
debunk
appropriated
it was
from before.
It was still something they did. So you just debunked your own shit.
No, that was appropriated from Congress from before.
You just asked for one act, and that was one act that they just did.
It was appropriated by Congress from before.
Through his administration.
No, and I don't think it was through his administration. There's nothing new about this.
I know.
There's nothing new about this. This existed prior.
No, it acted when he enacted the big, beautiful bill.
Yeah, you understand that this is from Pentagon funding that existed prior.
What do you think all funding is? It's just money to be reallocated, and he reallocated
but this funding
to our veterans.
This funding would have existed whether or not.
To our veterans.
Hey, this funding would have existed whether or not Trump was in office.
Do you think they would have gave it to him if he was in office or not? No.
Dude,
why didn't they give it to him under Biden?
They did.
They didn't.
They did. This was through housing programs.
No. It's a stimulus package to all veterans that are actively employed, whether you're buying a home or not. Don't try and debunk it. It's whether you're buying. These people aren't necessarily buying homes. They're getting money because they work in the military. That's something he did for the military. What do you mean talking about our veterans? Don't be mad because you get proved wrong, bro.
I don't see how you've proven me wrong.
Yeah, how can you? I understand why you can't, because you're not very bright. You asked for one thing.
You said that I'm not bright. How many continents are there? How many continents are there?
One thing you did for veterans and military.
Wait, answer this question.
Just 2 days ago.
Answer this question. How many continents are there?
7.
And what are they?
Yeah. How about you lick my asshole, huh?
What are they?
You want me to ask you some
What are the
questions?
7 continents?
You know what? Name the books in the Bible.
What are the 7 continents?
What are the books in the Bible?
What are the 7 continents? Answer the question.
You ain't got no fucking shit on me, bro. Hey, this ain't
I'm
a give and take game
waiting.
like that.
What are the 7 continents?
Oh, you want to do this back and forth?
Yeah, you were calling me dumb, so I just want to know. What are the 7 continents?
No, I mean, let's ask each other the questions.
Okay, we will,
I mean,
but answer mine
you
first.
Want to sit here and argue?
Answer mine first. How many continents? You said that, or you said 7. What are the continents?
Yeah, no, you asked the question. I get to ask a question. How many
What are the
books in
continents?
Bible? How many
What
books
are
in
the
Bible?
continents? Are you looking it
How
up
many
right now?
books in the Bible?
Are you looking up what the continents
No,
are?
I got a dead phone. I'm on my chick's phone.
Then tell me, what are the continents?
You asked how many books are in the Bible?
What are the continents? That's what the
How
whole
many
question
books
I was
are in
going to
the
ask
Bible?
you in the first place. What are the continents?
You asked how many. Now you want me to name how many books are in the Bible?
What are the
You asked me one, I'll ask
continents?
you one.
Answer the question. What are the continents? You are like literally trying to Google it right now, dude.
Turn on my camera, motherfucker.
Okay, so answer the question.
Turn on the camera.
You said you're going to turn on your camera. I don't care. I want you to answer the question. What are the continents?
He's actually not Googling. His phone is actually broke.
Oh my gosh, dude. Can you tell me what the continents are?
No, I mean, you ask me how many. I'm gonna ask you how many, and then we'll talk.
Just
how many books
tell
in
me,
the Bible?
what are the
How many
continents?
books in the Bible?
What are the continents?
How many books in the Bible?
What are the continents?
Well, you gonna name them? I'm gonna name them.
I would love you to answer. I'll answer right after. Answer the question. You can answer?
Why should I?
Because I don't think you know. You were trying to call me dumb, and then you literally don't know.
Nah, I ain't do it. Well, I ain't trying to fucking do it.
You literally did. Because I just want to let you know, I hope you know, that different denominations in Christianity believe there's different amounts of books in the Bible. So the different denominations in Christianity, the question that you brought up, dependence.
All right, so you got Antarctica, North America, South America, Asia, Europe. What is that? North America, Antarctica, South America, Europe, Asia, and you got, yeah, that's it.
That's it?
No, I'm trying to think off the top.
He's not reading anything. Actually, he's staring at the ceiling fan and the Christmas tree.
Top lights to go to my Christmas tree. That's fucking some bullshit. We'll have to talk about that later. You don't believe in God, so you can't celebrate Christmas. I hope you don't have Christmas with your family.
I do celebrate Christmas, and you can cry
Well,
about
you
it.
know, you don't believe in God. No, you can't do that.
I am going to do that.
No, you shouldn't do that.
I will.
Why would you if you don't believe in the birth of Jesus?
Are you really going to try and pivot instead of addressing the 2 other continents you have to name?
I got distracted because she was telling
I know.
me that I knew about.
I know, it's okay.
I'm trying to say, all right, hold on. I need a map. I don't need a map. I'm just trying to map it out in my head. All right, what did I say? Antarctica, North America, South America, Europe, Asia, Antarctica.
You said Antarctica twice.
All right, you might have got me on that. I'm sitting here thinking Eurasia. Nah, I said it, Europe and Asia. Fuck, what am I missing? Name them.
Africa, Australia.
See, I had those, but I wasn't thinking those were cons. Yeah.
So, like, are you done saying that I'm dumb?
No, because I can name about 19 things you can't name right now.
How many books are in the Bible?
Well, I call 26.
There's not 26. There's 66, right? That's from one interpretation. And another one, I'm pretty sure there's like, they say 71. I'm pretty sure is the other interpretation.
Shit. 26, I love that. The real so much. Yeah, I just want to fuck with y'all.
But I mean, let's talk about politics.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, can you tell me the first 4 books of the New Testament, actually?
John, Matthew, Luke, and John.
Matthew,
Mark, Luke,
Matthew, Mark, Luke, John.
There you go.
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Can you tell me your 2 commandments? In the New Testament? Tell me the 2 commandments that Jesus gives you for the New Testament.
Love everybody, love yourself.
That's one.
Let's talk about politics. That's what I'm here for.
Okay, alrighty. Let's talk about politics. What do you want to talk about politics on?
Name something.
Name something? I mean, we were talking about something prior. You were trying to bring up the stimulus, right? And that was just like literally like nothing new that he was bringing in. You were trying to fearmonger undocumented. You were trying to fearmonger undocumented immigrants, and you even brought up hotel rooms and debit cards that were being given to legal immigrants, like asylum seekers, through state policy.
You asked what brings around inflation, so those are very valid points on both.
Immigrants do not bring inflation. That is an absurd talking point. There's no evidence for that one at all. By the way, I have a degree in economics. There's absolutely no evidence indicating that immigrants cause inflation.
What do you mean? Not immigrants, illegal immigrants.
Undocumented immigrants. Yeah, there's no delineation between undocumented immigrants and documented immigrants. That would mean undocumented immigrants. Listen. There's no difference between documented immigrants and undocumented immigrants. That would mean
there's no difference. Other than
holy shit, you can't do that on stream either. By the way, what the fuck are you doing, bro? Why are you doing that on stream, man? What are you doing, bro? What are you doing? What are you okay? I actually have to kick him now. I should be smart. Jesus Christ. I really hope that YouTube, oh my Jesus. Yeah, he got it right after, dude. I'm so happy I did that. I'm so happy I kicked him off before. Fucking hell, why do you do that? He just literally just did it in the camera, dude. What do you do? He blew out some mystical, magical vapor, okay, in the camera, okay. Some anxiety. The anxiety pen, by the way. Oh my God, what was he doing, bro? That was just not a smart thing to do. Oh my God, I thank God I got him out of the stream before it literally destroyed my ability to keep going. What was he? What was that, dude? Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Sure.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd rather vote for Trump.
Okay, what's your birth year?
2006. I was born February 2006.
Okay, and if you could go back in time, you said you'd vote for Donald Trump. So why do you support Donald Trump?
Right. So I don't know if I'd consider myself supporting Trump. I would say I'd vote for him over Kamala Harris, but that's mainly due to values that I uphold that aren't really policy wise. I mean, I guess they would be, but it's mainly conservative values like transgenderism. I don't believe in that. It doesn't make any sense. It's stupid.
You don't believe trans people exist?
I believe they exist. I just think the whole idea that you can change your gender is kind of ludicrous.
Okay, it's not even a claim that you can change your gender. It's that trans women are women and trans men are men. Now, if you want to reference something, for example, you say you can't change something that we would deem as socially constructed. Do you think you can change your name?
Can I change my name? Sure.
Yeah. Okay. And why is that valid?
Why is that valid? That's just how I'm referred to. But if you're going to argue that social constructs mean you can change...
Wait, gender...
Can you change your age?
Is gender not like an identity that you are referred to as? Because I think a name is an identity you are referred to as well.
Is age how you're referred to as well? You're referred to as your age. Can you change your age?
I don't think that all social constructs operate the same. And also, I don't think that age is a social construct. I think that it's going to be referenced to a certain type of time lapse. Like, for example, right, time is an objective criteria, right? Of you specifically have this certain amount of time elapsed. You can't change the amount of time elapsed unless you're saying that age is defined in some other way that wouldn't make any sense. For names, you can change names, right?
Right. But if you're going to argue that age isn't a social construct, I can just pull up the Association of Healthcare Journalists say the social construct of aging. There's social.
Let me clarify.
Cambridge.
There is a social construct. University. There's a social construct formed around age. But what we are referencing in terms of times elapsed is an objective criteria. Can I give an example? Right? Like, we have language to refer to squirrels, but squirrels objectively exist. Does that make sense?
It's the same thing with gender, though. Gender, yes, there's terms of he and she, but it's just how you refer to based off your biological sex that you cannot change.
Yeah. Do names? I mean, I guess in a certain sense, do names objectively exist?
What do you mean?
Like, names are just language we use to refer to each other, right?
Names
it's an identity that we can have internally, correct?
Internally? I wouldn't say that my name is based off of what I believe spiritually. I don't. Yeah, can you clarify?
Yeah, let me clarify. Okay, let me just say, what's your issue as to why you think trans identity is invalid? And then we can start with that.
All right, I like how you just ignored that. So, yeah, so why do I think
gender because I think we were not communicating properly.
So what do I think the problem with gender identity in itself? I don't have the problem of expressing yourself through how you're, biological. You can really act whatever you want. It's a free country. But my problem is when you believe that you are the opposite gender. And that's not even to that extent. You can believe that, but then especially once you force it and start expecting other people to abide by your pronouns, that doesn't really make much sense to me.
Okay, so again, everyone has pronouns. I just want to say that. Secondly, in terms of being trans, you just said that you disagree with trans identity without describing why.
Oh, yeah. So why I don't think you can change your gender is because I believe that...
It's not... Dude, I don't know why you keep saying change, by the way. I told you it already doesn't necessitate a change.
Trans? Wait, do trans people not change their gender?
Not necessarily. The way that you're viewing it would be a change for how people are going to interpret their gender, but their gender didn't necessarily change from their own self. Does it make sense?
Okay, let's explain. We need to get our definitions correct. What is... I don't mean to get a gotcha. What is a woman, though? Like, what would you consider gender?
A woman is an adult human person that's committed towards the social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the female sex as a prescription of their identity.
So a woman who identifies as a woman but doesn't contribute any of the social, doesn't act like how we typically assign women to act like. They'll play baseball like a tomboy, likes baseball, likes football, wears boy clothes. They are committed to acting like
can I tell you something?
Themselves, which is a boy, but they still identify
truly from your own self, a true declaration of like a identity in terms of gender is absolutely going to be a social and cultural norm that is typically associated with that particular sex. Okay.
Yeah.
So if you don't commit, if you're not committed towards any other of the norms, you're at least committed to that one. That would mean that you would meet that criteria, because that is a true declaration.
So it's purely based off of how you identify as.
Well, if there's a true declaration.
Right.
That would mean if there's a true declaration, that would mean that there is a commitment towards a certain set of social and cultural norms that are typically associated with that certain sex as a prescription of identity. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So again, that doesn't correlate over to the tomboy. So the woman who identifies as a woman, she says, "Okay, I'm a woman," or we could just say she doesn't care what she is, but she acts like a boy. She acts like a guy. And she doesn't want to be associated as a man. What do you classify her as?
What is her identity? What does she want to be associated with?
She doesn't care.
Are they non-binary then?
No, she doesn't care about all of that stuff. She's like me. She believes that gender's assigned at birth, just like the vast majority of Americans.
Okay,
She
well then
thinks she's a
it
woman,
sounds
but
like
she commits herself.
Okay, then she's a woman.
Roles of what a man does, but she does all the social things
So
that a man
those particular. So when you're saying commitment, what you're not understanding is it's commitment to be in accordance with those certain set of social and cultural norms as a description of your identity. I have feminine characteristics, but I'm not committed towards those feminine characteristics as a prescription of my identity. So in that circumstance, they're not committed towards those certain sets of social characteristics as a prescription of their identity, meaning they don't meet the criteria in that context for a man.
Okay, so I just want to explain this. Just want to go over this. You don't have to actually do anything when it comes to expressing yourself. You just have to simply identify.
Well, if it's a true declaration, yeah.
Okay, so we didn't even have to mention all the social aspects of it. It's purely based off of how you identify what you just stated. So
I'm saying that's a qualifier. That's absolutely a qualifier that makes sense.
Okay, so let's play that out. I now identify as a woman and I walk into the women's restroom. What's the problem with it?
You didn't make a true declaration.
Yes, I did. I just did.
No, you didn't.
I did. I promise you I just
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. I know you didn't make a true declaration. We already have priors. We already have priors with you to know that you didn't. So, dude, what you're not understanding is this gets around your little weaselly fucking argument that, like, oh, what if I just lie? I've already thought about that. I've already thought about that, buddy. You act like you're the first person who's ever thought about this.
Explain it. Okay, let's be a little bit more respectful and re-explain the problem. Re-explain the occurrence of the issue of why I can't just simply identify. Because you say that's not a true declaration. What is a true declaration?
A declaration that is truthful. You are not being truthful. You are lying.
How do we know who's being truthful and who's lying?
Okay, this is a completely separate question, but this doesn't change whether or not it meets the criteria of the definition.
What?
Yeah, like, this is like essentially asking, like, how do we know what someone's desires are, right? Like, well, we can ask them, we can try to see based on certain priors we have with them, right, and things like that, but we might not necessarily always be correct in making that determination about other people.
Yeah, so you kind of ignored what I'm saying.
No, I didn't.
I identify as a woman and I walk into the women's restroom.
You don't actually identify as a woman.
Hold on. Yeah, I am declaring. You say that's not a true declaration, and I ask, how do you know what is true and what's not? And you say, ask them. So now you ask me.
Wait, no, I told you. Wait. I said you do that based upon your priors and based upon claims from the individual. Right? I have priors with you that tells me that you're anti-trans. So it is incredibly likely that you are going to be lying to me when you tell me that. So okay, I have priors with you. Listen, I have priors with you. I have priors with you to indicate that you aren't, and that it's not a truthful declaration. So get
it's
fucked.
Not me specifically.
Get fucking destroyed, buddy. You got destroyed.
Okay, let's use another example of someone who's not me, that doesn't have any beliefs on trans person. It's just a disgusting person that abuses women. They just simply say, I identify as a woman. There's no priors to determine whether or not they are pro or anti-trans or any of their political beliefs. How do you determine whether or not they're telling the truth?
So how do we determine whether or not someone is truthful? Is that now the question you're asking me?
Well, yeah,
based on evidence.
Gender off of.
Based on evidence and the likelihood of it being true. Probability.
What does that even mean, dude? Come on now. What does that even
mean? How do you determine the trustworthiness of your friends?
Yeah, okay, well, the trustworthiness doesn't really matter when it comes to lawful sense. But
I'm asking you a question. How do you determine the trustworthiness of your friends?
Depends on the situation.
Oh, so evidence and priors you have with them and exactly like what I just said, you fucking idiot. What the hell is this? You're applying the standard to me that you never would apply to yourself. You never would apply to any truth claim. You never would apply to anything, but you only will apply it to me because I'm here defending people who are trans. That's it. That's the only reason you're applying it to me.
it's because there's a problem when it comes to law based off of you can't just simply
There
identify.
isn't. By the way, and it's not just it's not. I'm not saying that people who just claim that you just claimed it, right? And I don't believe you because you're fucking lying, and I know you're lying. You understand that? You understand that same connotation. That same connotation, for example, exists in court. Someone can commit perjury, and we might not have the ability to determine whether or not they lied, unless we have evidence indicating otherwise. Does that make sense? Now, is that a reason why that we can't have laws on perjury, or we can't have a court system or something like that because we might not have truthful information because someone could just commit perjury? Do you understand? This isn't an argument.
Okay, I don't think you really answered the original question.
I did. I answered it multiple times.
No, please let me answer. Let me ask you a question. Re-ask you, but I guess further explain it to you since you didn't quite understand. A person with no background evidence, we can't detect whether or not they've ever lied before, or we can't detect whether or not they are pro or anti-trans. How do we determine whether or not they're being truthful in their identity of being a woman before they walk into the women's restroom?
So can we have certain standards in terms of the bathroom, in terms of whether or not people get access to these spaces? Yes. Do I know what those exact standards would be in a legal application? No. But in the context of the situation, I don't think that this is a reason as to why you can't say that, one, trans identity is valid, and two, I don't know why this would be a reason to support Donald Trump when he himself bragged about walking to the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, and you still support him. He also an 18-year-old came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms. So you're totally okay with men walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing, right, when it comes to Donald Trump. But apparently if it were a trans person, then you'd have an issue with it?
Yeah, so let's walk back to this is what your previous claim was. It was based off of no actions. What your trans identity is purely a declaration. That's what you said. What you claim to be. I identify as a woman. I don't have to do anything to prove that. That's what you stated. Okay, so now you're claiming that.
Well, I never said that.
No, that is.
I think that we're gonna evaluate other people's positions in terms of that and declarations about themselves based upon trustworthiness. Like if you tell me what your name is, that's what I'm going to assume your name is until I have reason to think otherwise. Now, if you want to talk about the connotation in terms of again, situations for bathrooms or for determining whether or not this is true, well, I think this issue also exists under your worldview, because what you're not taking into account is that under your view, if you force people to go into the bathrooms based upon their biological sex, well, then trans men are going to be forced to go into the women's restroom under your view, and they're male presenting. So a cis man would be able to portray themselves as a trans man, say that they're a trans man, and they wouldn't have to change any of their physical characteristics and how they present in order to be able to walk into the changing rooms of women and restrooms for women, if you base it on, again, the fact that people based upon their biology should go into certain types of changing rooms. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so this is you kind of interrupted me when I was further explaining it. I kind of forgot where I was going with it, but yeah. So there's a person. You previously said that gender is based off of purely what you claim, and you can't just say, or you don't have to.
No, you're misunderstanding me. I said that's one of the qualifying characteristics.
Yeah, what was the other?
Will it be any other commitments towards certain sets of social and cultural norms as a prescription of your identity?
What other commitments
that are associated with the sexes? What's that?
Wait, there has to be commitments. Okay, so we're going back to the tomboy incident, right? There's a tomboy who identifies as a woman, but does absolutely everything like a boy does or a man does.
Again, I've told you this multiple times. You have apparently no comprehension skills at all, okay?
Yes.
I've told you this multiple times. In that context, they express masculine characteristics, but they are not committed towards those masculine characteristics as a prescription of their identity. I have feminine characteristics. That does not mean that because I express feminine characteristics that I'm committed towards those feminine characteristics as a prescription of my identity. Do you understand the distinction? I've already clarified this for you, and you don't give a shit.
Let me ask you this, please. Okay, this tomboy, what commitment?
And by the way, I have a question. If you care about science at all, do you care about Donald Trump literally saying the climate's going to start cooling and science just doesn't know it yet? Do you care about him saying windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before? Do you care about him saying that we should nuke hurricanes and that we should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19? Do you care about any of those scientifically completely absurd claims?
I just want to point out, you were just getting on to the previous guest about interrupting you. I've gotten interrupted like every time I've started speaking, and I just let you. Next time you interrupt me, I'm just gonna end up leaving because we can have a civil conversation.
Leave.
It's really annoying. Oh, okay, we're gonna have that then. Okay.
Do it. Leave.
It's the left, by the way.
Well, I told you to leave. Yeah, go ahead. I don't care. I don't even think I cut him off every single time there, by the way. That's absurd. I could definitely acknowledge it if I did cut him off, and I get it. But if you let me know and you'd be reasonable, like I would have stopped. But I mean, you said if I cut you off one more time, and I was just baiting you there. Yeah, absolutely, I'm gonna do that. You know what's up? How old are you?
You're so cute, man.
Not every time. I did cut him off a few times, I would probably say. But I mean, did he even like listen to my points? You know what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates.
Hey, Parker, are we friends or not, man? I've been in your life for like 3 minutes.
Benjamin, thank you so much for the $5. Really appreciate it. Lindsay, thank you so much for the $1 as well. Benjamin, again, to the $10. Thank you. Amina, thank you for the $2 as well. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I did see that, by the way. Billy Jane, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Billy Jane. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. It really is annoying. Thank you so much. W's for you in the comment section. It's always good to see you. Lawrence, thank you so much for the $1. Amanda, thank you for the $5. And for the $5 as well. Lincoln, thank you for the $2. And then Brandy, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1 as well. Let me make sure to catch up on YouTube, and then we'll make sure to go on to the next person. This will probably be the last person here tonight, everyone. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Thank you for the bouquet. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go on to the next individual here real quick, everyone. Do give us a second. Larry, thank you, by the way, for the $5. Thank you so much. Gemini, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Larry, thank you so much again for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. See, it is all about respect, too. Larry, thank you for the $5. Robin with the $2. Tashid, thank you so much for the purchase of the $5. Thank you. That's a good idea. Alexander, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. Darsel, thank you so much for the $5. Morgan, thank you for the $3. Andrew, thank you for the $2. Coda, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. And then Witness, thank you so much for the purchase of the $10. I think I've fully caught up on YouTube. I do have a few people to thank on Venmo again. Ellie, thank you so much for the $10. And Ava, thank you for the $45 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Ava in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ava. Can we get some W's for Ava in the comment section right now? Alrighty. Let's get this last person up here for tonight, everyone. Only send a guest request if we meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
What's your birth year?
2007.
Okay, and why do you support Donald Trump?
I just feel like I sort of agree with more of his policies than Kamala Harris.
Such as?
Abortion, inflation, gas prices. I believe my gas prices have been lower since Donald Trump has been in office. I don't believe in transgender as a whole. I don't believe that's okay, but and I just I agree with more of his side than Kamala Harris or Democrat side, so.
Okay. A few things here. Gas prices have only gone down by 2 cents since Trump got in office. I don't think that he did anything to cause that. If anything, we've seen electricity prices go up since Trump got in office. Inflation, I don't think Trump benefits inflation, and I don't think that the Biden-Harris administration caused inflation. Trump's policy on tariffs definitely does cause inflation. For abortion, do you think that abortion should be illegal?
Yes, I do.
You think it should be illegal? All right. If I were to pay for my girlfriend's abortion, should I go to prison?
No, you should not. I don't believe people that have had abortions or believe that they should have abortions should go to jail. I just don't believe it's right, as I don't believe it justifies taking of a human life.
Wait, so then it sounds like you're pro-choice. You believe it should be legal for people to get access to abortion, but you think it's wrong.
No, I don't believe it's allowed. I don't think it should be allowed. I just think
So people should go to prison for it.
If they have one under anything, then like if they have anything, how much I say this?
If the murder is committed prior to the law being enacted?
Yes. Yeah.
That's the same argument the Nazis used during the Nuremberg trials. You're literally arguing that right now.
I'm just confused on what you're getting at.
Yeah, because they said because international law didn't exist in order to say that it should be illegal, right? Then they can't be held accountable for that because there's no retroactive enforcement of the law. That was actually like an argument made by the Nazis in the Nuremberg trials.
I think we got off on the wrong foot. I think we're thinking completely two different things. I'm so confused because I'm Jewish, so I don't believe. Of course, I don't believe that at all.
Yeah, so I'm just saying like retroactive enforcement, right? So it does make sense because we used that same justification in the Nuremberg trials.
Yeah, I'm saying I don't believe it's okay. Well, I have a question for you, and that's my whole point. I've been waiting here for like 3 hours. I really just had a question for you. Do you believe in guilty by association?
Not necessarily. Like, I believe that associations with individuals in certain circumstances, especially with you engaging in bad behavior, is definitely a good reason maybe to believe that there is bad behavior that could be to a greater extent, but I don't think it's necessarily an implication of guilt.
Well, if someone is doing guilty stuff and someone's around them while guilty stuff is happening, and it's allowed to be happen, don't you think?
Like if they know about it happening?
Guilty? Yeah.
Like if they know about it happening, they're around it, and they still continue to bolster it, then in a certain sense that could provide some level of responsibility, sure.
So with being a responsible parent, like Joe Biden with Hunter Biden, you think that's completely different, or?
I do think that Hunter Biden's an adult, like 40, 50 years old. I'm like, I don't know, at what point do you lose responsibility as a parent?
I'm not saying.
And also, like, what thing was Hunter Biden guilty of that then would mean that Joe Biden is also guilty of that?
I'm not saying guilty of. I'm saying like, I think when I meant guilty of association, I'm thinking. I mean, I'm talking about. As if his dad, if he's allowing, like if I feel like your parents still can talk to you about it or say something about it, then you're just as. Do you not get what I'm saying, or you?
No, can you try to restate?
I'm saying like, with Hunter Biden, he was doing drugs. His dad knew about it.
Oh, by the way, I just want to let you know you can't say any drug names in specific.
Oh, I can't. Okay.
You can say like C drug or F drug, like specifically. Like,
oh, okay. I get what you're saying. Okay. Hunter Biden did a certain amount of drugs, and people knew about it. Joe Biden knew about it, and he let it happen. And I think bad things happen because of Hunter Biden and the people he hung out with. And Joe Biden couldn't stop it.
I mean, Joe Biden's not responsible for his kid doing C drug at that age. I mean, he's 50 years old. It's not like you're talking about a high school kid. Secondly, Trump pardoned a convicted C drug trafficker of 400 tons of C drug.
I mean,
the ex-Honduras president.
I did say at the start that, I mean, there is stuff that I do agree about, and there is stuff I don't agree about. Would you say that you can separate a person based off how they think and how they act, like Trump? I agree with more of his political ideas, but I don't agree with some of his like personal stuff. Can you separate those two, or those have to go hand in hand?
I do think that you take into account both of them when voting for president.
I think someone who's used their own body, such as Kamala Harris has used, to sleep with Willie Brown to get to the power that she was.
Why? She was in a relationship with Willie Brown. That didn't get her into the position of vice presidency, senator, any of those positions. What position did she get into because of the fact that she was in a relationship with Willie Brown?
It's been argued that she's grown in power because of
that. I feel like that's only said because she's a woman. Do you think Hillary Clinton slept her way to the top?
Not at all.
Didn't Hillary Clinton grow her status by being in a relationship with Bill Clinton?
Yeah, one could argue, yeah.
Okay, so then why would this be applicable to Kamala Harris but not to Hillary Clinton?
Because hers was definitely more mainstream in the sense of hers was definitely, in my opinion. I mean, this is all opinionated.
Who was more mainstream? I think Bill Clinton is more mainstream.
No, I mean in the sense, a mainstream is probably the horrible word to use there. I mean, it was definitely more used to get to power than Hillary Clinton was.
Did Hillary Clinton not try to become president of the United States?
No, she did.
She did, and was that not slightly because of her affiliation with Bill?
In slight, yes, but also in slight because of her ideologies and her views. And
okay. So can you say the same thing about Kamala Harris?
And disagreement, no.
Okay. Well, I feel like you're just being dishonest then.
I mean, if I'm gonna be honest, I've only lived 18 years of my life, so I haven't done as much as research as you. So you're probably more than likely gonna beat me on every topic here. So I'm not gonna disagree with you on that. You know way more than I do. I'm not gonna argue that you don't. I'm just going off of what I believe, and honestly, I'm coming here to honestly debate you and spare my point of view from my 18 years of life to get a basis off of what I should do with my future.
Yeah, and I understand. And the point I was trying to make is that based upon other sets of conditions, you wouldn't consider this sleeping your way to the top, but only because there was like this rumor and conspiracy that she did so. Like, people believe this. I'm saying essentially there's no reason to believe she quote unquote slept her way to the top. If you want to start talking about sleeping their way to the top and you want to bring up rumors, well then we can talk about Trump and Bubba.
I mean that is just a rumor, so I guess you do have a point. I guess I just believe personally, my belief, I believe abortion is wrong. I believe there's no real justification for it. As someone who's I think I started watching Charlie Kirk because Charlie Kirk was a big influence on me, I'm not going to lie. I think started watching him 16 to now, he was a big influence. I also had a question for you. I feel like, what is it? I feel like you and Dean kind of portray this false sense of idea of that you cared that Charlie died this is videos I've seen of you guys crying, you guys saying it's horrible that he died, to then later make fun of his death and to say stuff like that, that's making fun of his death.
How did I make fun of his death?
You personally have not. I'm talking about Dean. I know you associate with him, so I'm saying I waited.
I don't think Dean has either.
I saw a video of him singing the Charlie Kirk song and kind of making fun of it and kind of.
Yeah, that's him making fun of people who are saying that they're Charlie Kirk, not him making fun of Charlie Kirk dying.
No, he was like, we got to carry the flag. We got to carry the flag of Charlie Kirk's death. Like, it was in a sense of
carry the flame.
It's
we are Charlie Kirk. We carry
I know the song. I'm not saying that.
Yeah, that's like it's like a meme because people were saying that they're Charlie Kirk.
He was saying it in a way of that that Charlie Kirk was not right for. I also have another question, and these are just questions. I mean, I didn't really. I half came to debate you and half came to. So I see people in the comments are like, "What is?"
And I also do just want to let you know, for us specifically, I was 30 to 40 feet away when it happened, and the first person that I called and that answered was Dean.
Okay.
So obviously my response to that is because it was a traumatic event. I was assuming that it was a mass shooting when it happened, and I didn't know until literally Dean informed me on the phone and everything happened. Like it was crazy, like genuinely. I didn't know it was a specifically targeted assassination until I heard it on the phone. And that to me, obviously that's traumatic, right? And I think that's also traumatic for Dean because one, I'm there, I'm one of his best friends and I'm there. And two, because again, what's happening is that someone from the alternative political side that you've debated before just got attacked in that way. And that could also extend to you as well. So I think it's a normal reaction to not only for someone who has some sort of connection to someone who's there, but also that it could be him in that context, and it's something that he has to think about constantly. And it's also something that like you worry about because your family is also really worried about you. Like my mom is super worried about something happening to me, you know, and that's something I have to think about. And that makes me genuinely like emotional to think about sometimes. Right. Because I don't want my mom to have to worry about, my life being at risk, So, I mean, I think that's like something similar that, he goes through as well. So again, when he's singing the Charlie Kirk song, that's again, I don't think that's anything to do with making fun of Charlie Kirk's death. That's making fun of people who are saying that they're Charlie Kirk.
Do you see how to young fans or to young people who do spend a lot of their time on TikTok, who do get a lot of their research from TikTok or see stuff from TikTok, that can be portrayed as in the wrong way? And
yes, yeah, I actually do. I think there's a lot of things that are portrayed a certain way about Dean and I that are certain ways that make you think a certain thing about us, but I think it's just mainly the framing. Like there was a lot of people that like thought that Dean was trying to say that he was siding with the right, like that he's about to side on the right and that he was going to become some alt-right grifter or something. And I can see why if, a bunch of people say that you think that about someone, but obviously like I don't think that like it's based on critical analyzation or critical thought or like a genuinely good perspective there, because he was just saying only on that one specific topic that like in reference, it wasn't about like everything in general. And also like the one thing I would even bring up to him is like that's just not a good way of framing it, like, and it can be misconstrued this way. But like I definitely think that like it's a, just if you think about it a little bit more, right? Obviously you wouldn't think that.
Yeah, well, if you believe that things can be misconstrued in the wrong way and taken out of the wrong way, don't you believe that things that Trump has said over time have been taken way out of the wrong way of what he's ever meant to say, or even he was being sarcastic to some things, and people, because he's a very serious person that, in my opinion, from hearing him speak, he talks serious, but he can also mean sarcastic. So do you think that there's many things that he has said that have been misconstrued as the wrong way?
Obviously, I think there could be some things, but I think a lot of what he says that is so bad that no one has to misconstrue him at all.
Like what? Well, I believe when you bring up the whole Howard Stern clip of him saying he went backstage and he went and saw the pageant girls naked and stuff, everything like that. But Howard Stern is known for being a dick. In my opinion, I believe how Howard Stern has come across to many people as saying stuff in a way and getting people to, in the way he said it, because I've seen the full clip, and the way he said it, it made it sound like Trump, when Trump responded to it, he was saying it in a sarcastic tone. And I don't believe that anyone should be able to see someone without their consent, or because I have a girlfriend and I would not want anyone else to see her, or even myself, in a way that
it's like that without your consent. So like I agree, and I think that in this context, Donald Trump himself is bragging about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, and Howard Stern himself even clarifies, "Did you do this? Yeah, did you actually do this?" And Trump continues to do it. So he actively was admitting it. He wasn't joking. And this was corroborated by victims. An 18-year-old came out, said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms when Donald Trump would barge in.
Well, I mean, as a point that I don't believe he has a show to run, that maybe, I think everything that you could do, no matter what, is construed, can be misconstrued as the wrong way. So,
things can be misconstrued, but I'm telling you, like, these things aren't misconstrued if you think about them and if you critically analyze them. But like the thing I brought up about Dean, if you critically analyze it, obviously was taken out of context.
I mean, of course that he more meant it of a joking way, but I don't believe when you've seen the clip of Trump saying, "Well, what if someone dropped a bomb in your head?" Like that's so sarcastic and so.
What if I don't know what you're talking about in that context.
When he was like, "What if anything? What if someone dropped a bomb in your head?" To the lady in the Oval Office, like you know what I'm talking about, or still now?
I might not have seen this clip.
I would say just try to find it. I mean, maybe I've seen it, but also I've never. I kind of didn't really, if I'm honest, I kind of had just questions for you. So more than debating, if that's fine, if you want to find someone else to debate or like have an actual debate with, or.
Well, I mean, you were the last person I was going to have on anyway. The point I was going to, I can maybe bring us to, and maybe we'll have a little bit of a point here, is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
There's things that Trump could do that I would I mean, I don't have full support in Trump per se of the way he does things, but there is definitely his views and his ideologies more aligned with mine. That I just personally believe. So I personally believe that Trump should shut up sometimes and be like, you said enough. But there's also, I think there's great things that Trump has done for the people of America that people should realize to stop being ungrateful for. And because I believe that I'm grateful for my life. I'm grateful for the life that my parents have provided for me and that I have gotten. So I believe that some people should take a step back and realize all the great things that people have done for you. Like instead of always pushing the bad, and so.
Well, I think that we have to talk about the bad things that are happening in politics and the things we disagree with in order to bring attention to them and address them. And it might seem like from an outside perspective that we only address those and we're not willing to address the positive, but we do address the positive all the time and we do talk about that. But we have so much negative to address that it's really hard to even address any positive in this context. And there's very little positive, I would say, from my perspective, to be totally honest with you. And any of the positives you can point to are more positive with Democrats on the exact same issue in practically every circumstance.
Well, when Biden was in office and while I was living with my parents, it felt much harder for my parents to provide for me and my brother. When Biden was in office than when Trump was in office, it felt life was much easier, more calm, more able for me to come to provide for my life.
Okay, well, I just want to let you know, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden are only increasing taxes on income earners over $400,000 a year. So what about Trump being in office made things better for your family?
I mean, I didn't realize it until I got a job, how much money really does go into gas. So, I mean, you could say, I know you have the whole, well, Trump doesn't control that and Trump doesn't control that, but I have to look at it as while he was in office, that it was definitely lower for me and my family. So when gas is cheaper, that means we can have more opportunities to do stuff. Groceries are easier to buy. We have more money for groceries. We have.
Okay, can I tell you something? Groceries are more expensive since Trump got in office. Gas prices have only gone down by 2 cents since Trump got in office. Energy prices have gone up by 4% in the last year.
I have a question. You said that 2 cents. That's literally just over the almost year and a half he's been in office.
That's over the last year. He hasn't even been in office for a year yet.
Yeah, you're right. I apologize.
It's okay.
You have to show me that because when I driven over the price of the year, it feels like to me that it keeps going down and down.
It's from the Energy Information Administration. Just look up Energy Information Administration U.S. gas prices by month.
So still, I don't understand. I don't understand how it goes from low from being $4
Can I tell you? So why was it expensive under the Biden-Harris administration? Because of global inflation relating to the pandemic, because of supply chain issues. And Trump, since he got in office, has impacted inflation because he's imposed tariffs, which cause an increase in the price of products.
Okay. Re-say that. Sorry, my mind went completely blank as soon as you started talking.
Yeah, I'm saying tariffs have increased the cost of consumer products and increased like the prices of energy. Like, for example, so if you want to address like the prices going up, then we should address that. Whereas you wouldn't be able to mention specific policy from the Biden-Harris administration that would have put upward pressure on the prices for energy. I could also say that Donald Trump has cut the funding into the investments for renewable energy production, which also served as a substitute for energy production, which puts downward pressure on the prices. So that puts upward pressure on the prices again.
Okay. And really, I'm kind of sorry for if I'm a little bit of wasting your time. I really just had questions. I didn't really have.
Can I re-ask the question? What is something Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
I personally can't think of anything. I mean, if someone kept listing me stuff, then I'd probably be like, yes, no. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, if he called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law.
I saw that, and I still believe that is sarcasm, and I believe that some stuff is taken seriously and some stuff is not. Of course,
no, he was not being sarcastic. He posted on Truth Social calling for their execution. He literally reposted someone saying, "HG them George Washington Wood." That wasn't a joke, and you can't do that as a president. Even if it is a joke, you don't do that as a president.
I agree with you there. There is stuff that he should not say, and there's most of the time that I believe that he just needs to be quiet and stop running his mouth. But another thing, well, you go on another point. That's what I'm trying to say. Is I believe that was more sarcasm in the way. I know he's not technically supposed to say that. Still, to me, that's sarcasm. I know that it's not the way that you believe, but
it definitely isn't sarcasm. And I think that all you're doing is normalizing calling for the execution of your political opponents. And I bet if Republicans, would you be okay with me calling for death threats of Republicans?
So calling for it or having it happen?
No, straight up calling for it. Like if I reposted someone saying HANG them George Washington Wood, would you be okay with that?
I don't. I'm sorry. I keep thinking about 400 different things at once. So if you could,
okay.
That's
if I reposted someone calling for the death of Charlie Kirk after his death, right? Would you be okay with that?
Personally, I would not really care because it's. Sorry, that's a bad way to say it. I would probably be like, that guy's not a great guy, but for me, I try to focus on me.
Would it be reasonable for people on my side to support me? Would you still be having this conversation with me?
If you said that, it would probably turn me away, but I wouldn't refrain from having a conversation with you. I wouldn't stop having a conversation with you just because.
But you'd probably be having a different tone of voice while talking to me, right? You'd probably be angry at me right now and thinking that I caused the violence towards Republicans.
No, not really. Because I was always taught respect, and I believe that I respect you as a person, and I hope you respect me. I mean, I feel like I haven't done.
I don't know why you support. I don't know why you support Trump if you care about respect.
I don't respect. As I said, I am 18, so I've only lived 18 years of my life. So I'm not. That's why I came here more with questions than debates to tell you that you're wrong, you're right, this or that. Because I'm not gonna come here and tell you that I know this over you or I know this over you, because I don't, and I'm not gonna have these arguments because I've been here for 3 hours waiting to talk to you.
I feel like you've learned a decent amount. Then you probably learned a lot about like how Trump has done bad things, or what you say now.
I have learned some stuff. I have learned things that I did not know. I also have learned things that things have changed my mind a little bit. But it's just the way I believe the way I've been living my life aligns more with the ways of the Republican Party. And when I say Republican Party, I don't mean always in Trump, because there is, like I said earlier, there is definitely things that I wish Trump would. I've seen Trump say that I just wouldn't say, like, come on, dude. There's really, you had to say that, or like, that's why I can't. Like I said before, I've come with just questions more than really debates points.
I do have like only a few more minutes, just letting you know. By the way, so I do want to say something real quick. What could convince you, or what do you think would be convincing to you?
Go into depth on what you mean by that.
Like, what do you think would convince you that Democrats would be preferable to Republicans?
If it aligned more with my beliefs.
Like what beliefs?
I don't agree with abortions, and I don't agree with. I believe that people should live their life as my dad's Jewish, but my mom is Christian, so I'm more Christian than Jewish, but I am still there. I believe that people should follow God, whatever they believe, have someone to follow. And I believe that's more as you're an atheist, I believe that you are. I've heard you say that you don't believe in God. Yeah. So I would follow someone who more believes in God, because they probably have the same things I believe in. And they live their life more in a way of I've lived my life. And they...
Hey, Sean, you should look up James Tallarico. You've heard of him?
Yeah, I believe he's more of the respectful person. Then he's one of the more respectful people, a Democrat, that I've ever seen. When I feel like I watch Democrats speak, it's more of a hateful tone, and it's more of a tone of they're trying to divide people more than bring them together. And
okay, I don't know how you say that when Trump is the president. Like, I mean, I would maybe get that point if Trump weren't president. But, like, I mean, how can you say that when you guys are quite literally, I think that's evidence right there.
Well, I agree. I really believe
people on the right
like
are
JD Vance. I really like what he stands for.
I think JD Vance, if anything, is upholding the same stuff as Trump because of the fact that he's literally supported all of it.
I think we'll have to wait in 3 years. It'll about to be a year already, like you said.
Who would you vote for, James Tallarico or JD Vance?
I would have to give it some thought. I've never voted before, so I would give it more thought, give it more research before making a final decision right now.
If you had to make a determination.
Right now, it'd probably be Vance, I believe.
Why?
I believe his views align more with mine. I haven't really heard much about his name is James Tallarico, you said, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they both follow God, right?
Yeah.
And I would say that your religious views shouldn't be a reason why you think abortion should be illegal. Now, you can think abortion should be like considered wrong from your own perspective, but to say it should be illegal is a different claim. Like, you don't think every sin should be illegal, correct?
No, of course not.
Okay. So then why should abortion be illegal?
I believe it's the unjust killing of a human life. I believe that baby, that no matter when conception happens, that it is a baby. I've always put this point on people when they ask me about it. If you're, I know it's a weird hypothetical, but people bring hypotheticals all the time. I've seen you and Dean have some odd hypotheticals. So if your mom had a time machine, and she could go back and tell her young self to have an abortion, and her young self agreed to it, would you stop that from happening, or would you let it happen because you agree that abortions are okay?
If my mom wanted to have an abortion, should she have been allowed to? Yes.
And so that would never have created you. You would have been completely fine with
it. Yeah. would it be wrong if my mom were to use that time machine, go back and convince herself not to go on a first date with my dad?
If they're no, because that created
No, but
you.
that would get rid of my existence.
Yeah, and
so I'm confused what your point is. Kind of just like disproved yourself there.
I've never heard someone bring up that point before, so you're probably there. You're right. I would. I just don't. I don't agree that abortion's okay. I don't believe that a human life that hasn't really done anything wrong, like Charlie Kirk said, if there was a group of people and nobody could say who was the child of a rapist, as a lot of people say that to bring up rape into the case of abortion.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question, because I think you're going to go into something that you probably would be in support of. Let me ask you this. If you're in a burning building and you could either save 2 zygotes or 1 newborn baby, which would you rather save? 2 babies under your view or 1 baby?
I would save the living baby, so the 1 baby. That's something I would choose. I believe that it's much more complex than that.
So wait, by the way, the zygotes are living. So which one is that under your view?
Yeah, I'd probably still choose the 1 living baby, as it's.
Okay. So you'd pick You'd pick 1 baby over 2 babies?
If I'm honestly, I'd probably be frantic. I wouldn't know what I would choose in that situation. Of course, I have time to think about it and say, which would I choose here, which would I choose here.
I think all of us know that in that situation, we'd save the newborn baby. It's not very complex. Like I think everyone agrees here that's true. Now, if I were to extend that to 5 zygotes or 1 newborn baby, which would you rather save? I think we'd still say the newborn baby, right?
I'd have to give it. I think I'd have to give it more thought. Like it's such a. To me, it's more complex.
Really, I don't think you care about cellular zygotes, dude. Like I don't think anyone really does.
You don't. I haven't really given it much thought, so I can't say I do care or I don't care. I see people in your comments saying you're clueless or you don't really know what you're talking about, and I'm not gonna. Like I told you earlier, I'm not gonna say I know what I'm talking about. That's fine. I really came here just to talk to you and ask
to like learn. Yeah, it's good to ask questions and to learn.
Because I'm 18, so I haven't lived the life you have, or I haven't lived the life you have, where you have more knowledge over me. So I would right now I wouldn't make a firm choice, because I would think about it and I would form the best conclusion that I could probably make in the situation. So.
Yeah. So like again, my point would then be is like, I have a few things. Again, in terms of abortion here, I don't think that there's really a good argument to say that we'd care about like zygotes and embryos and really up to the point it's sentient, really care about it very much. That'd kind of be my point, especially enough to say that like someone's bodily autonomy should be restricted. Right? Like I don't think from a legal perspective they should have a restricted access to abortion. Right? Because again, it's non-sentient. And I don't think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead. Like, I think that would be absurd, even though there's still cellular life, right?
Yeah, of course.
And I think even religious individuals can say the same thing. I don't think you, because of your religion, have to say that you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead. I think that'd be an absurd take. Even from a religious perspective, I don't think most religious people even say that. So you can hold your religious perspective and still hold my view. I don't see any reason why you would have to hold like a pro-life perspective, or like if you are Christian or religious by any means, especially because you're not legislating based upon your religious values. You're legislating based upon personal values, because if it were religious values, well then practically every sin would be illegal. Or even things like adultery, like how Donald Trump has committed adultery and he'd be in prison for that.
If I don't, like I said earlier, I don't agree with everything. Yeah, I mean, you've really gave me a lot to think about, so I'd have to say thank you.
Of course.
There was another question I had, and I was wondering if it was okay if I asked.
Yeah, go ahead and ask it.
How different or similar do you think you are with Charlie Kirk? Because that was like the biggest influence on me in my life so far. I've watched a lot of videos on him. I've seen him.
Well, I've debated him in the past, so you could actually see some of those disagreements. Just be prepared. I interrupt him. I keep him on track, but
I've seen a couple.
I debated him, but like I would say, where do we disagree massively? I'm an agnostic atheist. I don't think you should use like Christian influence to say that the law should be a certain way. I think he hyperfixated on enforcing Christianity in the context of the law and centering everything around his religious worldview. So I think that's going to be a major point for disagreement. But I would also say that he takes a specific religious viewpoint. Not all religious viewpoints have to take his position. And if I, from my own perspective, were to take a religious viewpoint, I would definitely not take his position. I think his position is pretty absurd.
I mean, that's again all your opinion. Isn't the Constitution based off, or we used religion to build the Constitution?
No, it's built on religious freedom. I agree with religious freedom. I think that's a great thing. I don't think people should be forced to be atheists. I think that's absurd. I think the way to convince people to be atheists is by conversation and just by dialogue and things like that. Peaceful means. I don't agree with using the state to force people to believe atheism or to believe anything about religion. I think that's absurd. That's really absurd to me. This is something that we should be able to have freedom of disagreement, and it should be open disagreement. We should be having conversation about. I really think religious conversations are important things to have. Even though I'm an atheist, because I do think that there are so many people that have those views. I think that they have such an influence on a society, and I think that it's important to talk about it. But
do you believe that you do not believe in God, but do you believe that there is a higher power or a higher form that created life, or in such a way of?
So I'm agnostic, so I don't know what the explanation is of the universe. It's possible to be like some sort of higher power or God, but I don't know what the explanation is. I don't think there's any good reason to believe that over some sort of naturalistic explanation.
I believe that the universe, the world, and everything is created such in a way of that if you were to make it a little bit different in this way or a little bit different in this way, it collapsed, or it wouldn't exist at all. So I believe that there is some force out there that did make it just that perfect so that life existed.
I think that that's not a necessarily good argument, because I think it's also fine-tuning can be applied to yourself. That God's mind is fine-tuned in a certain way in which it created the world that we live in, rather than a world with, like, say, shoes, or a world with any other sort of characteristics, whether it be physical, moral, or anything like that. Right? Again, you could say that if God's desires were just slightly different, we wouldn't exist either. So that's definitely something I could say there. And secondly, in terms of this, even if there were certain conditions that we rely on to be here, even if it's improbable that those conditions happened, that doesn't mean that it can't possibly be the case that it happened. For example, it's pretty unlikely that a lot of us were born, right? Especially with the specific sperm, the specific egg being created alongside, right? Our parents deciding to be with each other, in most instances at least. A lot of those conditions are unlikely. So it's unlikely that a lot of us exist, but yet we still exist, and we don't think it's absurd to believe that.
Couldn't that be a sign of God or some sign of higher power that's...
No, because even from your perspective, it's free will that led to them.
How does free will in the sense of that?
Yeah, for example, it was my free will to go on a date with my girlfriend, right?
Yeah, but...
And if we have kids in the future,
how do you have
right?
free will over your creation?
Yeah, because again, us specifically being in a relationship and choosing to do so led to the children existing, and they wouldn't have existed if we didn't make those choices.
How was the universe created then?
How was the universe created? I don't know. I don't know what came prior to the Big Bang. That's why I'm agnostic.
Yeah.
So this confuses a lot of people. Agnostic means I don't know what the explanation is for the universe prior to the Big Bang.
I believe Joe Bartolozzi is
an atheist.
Too, correct?
An atheist means I just don't believe it's a god. I'm pretty sure Joe is also an agnostic atheist.
Yeah, I watch a lot of him. I do. I'm not gonna ask. I just really had questions more than anything. So you've answered a lot of them. Did ask one more thing. I don't know when you want to leave, so it's up to you.
Yeah, I'm gonna get off right now. But I do appreciate you coming up. Hopefully, you look at some of these things differently. Obviously, I think you should understand that it's good to be critical. It's good to be open-minded. I like the way that you're engaging with a lot of these topics. You're trying to be critical about it. You're trying to be more open-minded and trying to engage in productive dialogue. I think that's a great thing. You're really young. You got a lot of time left to think about these topics and whatnot. So
can I ask you one more question? It might take long. It could be answered in 5 minutes.
I don't have time. I have already gone a bit over time.
That's fine. Yeah.
Actually a lot over time.
Yeah, absolutely fine. Yeah.
All right. I appreciate you coming out, man.
Yeah, of course. Have a good night.
Alrighty, everyone. I'm going to get off for tonight. I have a few more people to say thank you real quick, and then I have to get off. Holy shit, everyone, thank you so much, y'all. Michelle, thank you so much for the $50. Merry Christmas to you as well from an atheist. Thank you so much, Michelle. I appreciate it. Merry Christmas to you from an atheist as well. Undone, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I don't know. I think it's one of their main things. Honestly, it's a really big thing I hear very commonly. Lincoln, thank you so much for the $25. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Absolutely. I think it's so important. Thank you so much, Lincoln, with the $25 on PayPal. Thank you. Gladys with the $20. I really appreciate it on PayPal. Thank you. Thank you so much, Gladys. Cecilia, thank you so much for the $1. I'll try to make sure to look if I have time. Benjamin, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Of course, thank you so much, Benjamin, as well as thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's so true. That's true. Garrett, thank you so much for the $10. Really appreciate it. Mark, thank you for the $21. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, I'll definitely have to look into that. That's really cool. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'll definitely make sure to try to look at that later. Thank you. And Ava, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Ava. Can we get some W's for Ava in the comment section as well? Thank you. W's for Ava. Thank you so much. It's always good to see you, Ava. I really appreciate it. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? I have a few people to thank on YouTube real quick, and then I'm going to get off for tonight, everyone. Larry, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, Larry. DRG, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Ricardo, thank you so much for the $50. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I don't know why. I don't know why they do. It's kind of crazy. But thank you so much, Ricardo. I appreciate the $50. Jocelyn, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, I could have brought that up, honestly. Soul, thank you for the $5. Mill, thank you for the $10. Soul again with the $5. Amy, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I should have. And DRG, thank you so much for the $5. They said, happy birthday, Dean. Diabolical. Okay, that is diabolical. All right, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for coming through the stream. I'd recommend to check some of the YouTube videos I've posted, everyone. I'm posting a bunch of the, in-person videos where I went in person and I was debating people. I'd recommend to go check that out, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I love y'all so much. Have a good night, everyone. I will see everyone.